You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as Johnny Dollar.
George Post, Mr. Dollar. Did you have a good trip?
Oh, yeah, fine flight. It's good to change that New England weather for your Arizona sunshine.
I hope you feel that way after we've talked over this case. How much did they tell you in Hartford?
Well, my getting out here in a hurry seemed to be more important than details. So all I know about the robbery is what broke in the papers. A $100,000 payroll stolen and 2 guards killed.
Those are the basic points. The police have got no place with it in 2 days. But if you're willing to take one of the biggest gambles of your life, we may be able to crack it.
We'll return to our program in just a few moments. But first, someone once said, necessity is the mother of invention. In other words, every inventor feels that there is a definite need for whatever he invents. It may be as large as a battleship or as small as a pin. But someone, somewhere, will find a use for it. And just to make sure that no one tries to cash in on his invention, every inventor carefully takes out a patent or copyright on whatever it is that he has invented. Where does he go to get his patents or copyrights? Probably to the Department of Commerce, since that is the prime concern of the department. For example, suppose you invent a widget with 2 handles instead of 1. Well, this means, of course, a big boon to widget users because it can now be operated by left-handed as well as right-handed people. Having invented a 2-handled widget, you and your inventive genius should be protected. So you contact the Commerce Department and apply for a patent. The department also registers the trademarks and labels you use in selling 2-handled widgets so that no one else can claim he invented the 2-handled widget and collect the money that should be rightfully yours when you make and sell your particular type of widget. Now, suppose you also write a book on the history of the 2-handled widget or a song titled The Love Song of the 2-Handled Widget. You take them to the Department of Commerce and have them copyrighted. This way, you can always prove that the book and the song are your property. So if some foreign inventor suddenly appears with the startling announcement that his country claims the honor of having invented the 2-handled widget or the one-wheel doohickey, you can prove he is mistaken by producing the prior patent you have registered with the United States Department of Commerce.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Plymouth Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Paul Gorrell matter. Expense account item 1, $153. Airfare and incidentals between Hartford and Phoenix, Arizona. On the way from my hotel to the Plymouth offices, I noticed that the afternoon papers were front-paging a report of the local killing of an unidentified man. I learned shortly afterward that the murder had an important bearing on my own foreseeable future. The story about it was displayed prominently on the desk of George Post, Plymouth's chief adjuster in Phoenix, when I got to his office.
You say that all you know of this case is what you read in the Eastern papers?
Yeah, that's right, and as you probably know, there weren't many details.
Yes, being that far removed, of course. Here, it's been the worst crime in years. The killing of the 2 guards was needless.
They weren't putting up a fight?
No. They've been disarmed with standing with their backs to the killer. They were shot down because there were potential identifying witnesses.
Nobody else saw it?
Yeah. Story in the lower right-hand corner.
Oh, yeah, I saw the headlines on the way over. What about it?
This picture here, the dead man, Palovic. He was the only other witness.
And the paper doesn't say anything about it?
The papers don't know it, and the police don't know it. There were 2 men involved in the robbery. Pavlovic was one of them.
Well, you must have some big reason to hold this kind of information from the police.
I have. Pavlovic phoned me the morning after the robbery, and I met with him in secret that afternoon. He told me that he'd broken off with his partner in the affair, a man using the name of Paul Gorrell. He said there'd been an agreement between them that there'd be no shooting, but that in spite of it, Gorrell shot the guards down in cold blood.
Well, did you ask him why he didn't go to the police if he was so interested in clearing himself of the killings?
He said he was on parole, would face an automatic 20-year term if he went to them.
What did he expect from you?
Nothing. He said he'd been in trouble with the law most of his life, but that he'd never killed anybody. He claimed that all he wanted was to stop Gorrell from enjoying what he termed that blood money. He told me where Gorrell is and what his plans are.
Is Gorrell still in Phoenix?
Yes. And I know what you're going to say. That you still think it's a job for the police.
Well, with 3 murders to his credit, I sure do.
We decided to try it our way because their plan was to mail the money out of the state. Pavlovic was sure that Gorrell has already sent it, but didn't know where, except that it was someplace in or near Los Angeles.
Uh-huh. Any idea how he's going to try to get out of town?
Yeah. It's one of those share the ride arrangements. You know, the kind that are advertised in the classified sections. This man is driving to Los Angeles and wanted passengers to share the expense and help with the driving.
Both of them are going in the same car?
Yeah.
And since Pavlovic isn't going, there's room for me, huh?
That's what I meant when I mentioned you're taking a gamble. There's no doubt that Gorrell is a completely ruthless killer. Now, will you go?
Well, I don't like it for a lot of obvious reasons. But I wouldn't like a reputation for turning down cases either. When do I leave? I understood why the company didn't want to involve the police. In their opinion, the chances were that more effort would be spent in apprehending the killer than in tracing down the money. But a big insurance company is one thing, and a private investigator working behind the law's back is another. And that was one thing I didn't like about the matter. Another that rang a little sour was Gorrell's choice of getaway method. The police admittedly had no witnesses and therefore no description. Yet Gorrell was avoiding public transportation. It made me wonder if somebody else could be looking for him. And still another thing. Gorrell would be in control of the situation. I wouldn't. I couldn't even afford the luxury of a gun for fear the bulge would arouse suspicion. The owner of the car for the trip was a Mr. Bovey, and I phoned him from post office.
You couldn't have read it in today's paper, Mr. Dollar. I canceled my ad last evening.
Well, I clipped the ad a day or so ago when it wasn't definite about my going to the coast. I hope you have room for me.
Well, I'm afraid I don't. I already have 2 gentlemen and a lady.
Oh, but it's a sedan, isn't it? 5-passenger?
Yes, but 5 is too many. Uncomfortable for my people.
You're sure that all your people are still going?
I haven't heard to the contrary.
Well, you can't tell about people. Suppose we leave it this way. I'll come out to your house in the morning. If there's room for me, I'll go. If there isn't, I won't. Is that okay?
Well, if you want to take a chance, but don't expect to crowd in, I know from experience 5 is too many.
All right, Mr. Bovey. I'll see you in the morning then. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I suppose that was the only way to handle it. But how is Gorrell going to react to your being there?
No, I don't think it'll change things. A guy in his spot is going to be suspicious of everybody anyway. At 9 the next morning, I arrived at Bovey's address in a Phoenix suburb. He left me in a seedy living room while he put his luggage in a car that was parked at the curb in front of the house. And a minute after he came back in, the doorbell rang, and he let Gorrell in.
Just leave your luggage by the door, Mr. Gorrell. Your friend, he's not with you.
Brother came up. Some business deal, so he couldn't come.
But why didn't he let me know?
Yes, he figured I would, because I made all the arrangements with you. And all the time I thought he'd call.
Well, Mr. Dollar, did you hear that?
Yeah, looks like I'm in luck.
This is Mr. Gorrell.
How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Mr. Dollar came this morning just on the chance that this might happen, so there'd be room for him.
What, that somebody wouldn't show up? He must be psychic or something.
Oh, no. Guy's got to get the breaks once in a while.
Well, you two get acquainted while I pack the luggage.
You, live here in Phoenix?
No, I'm from the east. Connecticut.
You travel all the way out here this way? I mean, in people's cars like this?
Not all the way.
I think I'll go outside, see what's going on. I don't want Bovey scratching my bag up.
Nothing except two cold blue eyes that moved around too much would have given him away for what he was. The rest of his makeup, thin, triangular face, blonde hair, and slightly stooped figure, would have made him unnoticed in any company. By the time I followed him outside, the fourth member of our party had arrived. She was a not unattractive brunette wearing harlequin sunglasses that made her look frightened. I wondered how she'd look if she knew who her traveling companions were.
This is Mr. Shelton and Mr. Dollar.
Miss Shelton?
Hi.
We're all loaded.
All right, then we're ready. Now, how shall we arrange how you sit? Does anyone care?
Yeah, how don't I take my turn driving first? I drove a cab for a while, and I know some quick ways out of town.
Well, that's fine. Miss Shelton, will you sit in the back with Mr. Dollar? I like to ride in front in my own car.
It's all right with me. Thank you, Mr. Dollar.
The starter's right there, Mr. Gorrell.
Yeah, I got it.
Well, now, I'd say we got a nice early start. Which way are you going, Mr. Gorrell? North on Mission Drive?
That's right. Turn off on Northern and hit the highway. That's that long stretch of traffic out towards Peoria.
Yes, but now, this is out of the way.
It just seems like it. You leave it to me. I know this town like a book.
Whether Gorrell was missing some roadblocks that I knew nothing about, I couldn't be sure. But I wasn't sure his back road way out of town was working either. As we pulled away from Bovey's house, I glanced up the block and saw a green coupe nose into the street behind us.
You know this neighborhood, Dollar?
No, never been through it. Why?
The way you were looking around, if you were trying to spot an old landmark or something.
Well, just trying to memorize my way back in case you get lost.
You don't trust me? You want I should pull over so you can drive?
Please, Mr. Gorrell, he didn't mean anything like that. He was only making a joke.
What's the matter with him to get sore about a thing like that?
What did you say, lady? I didn't quite catch it.
You weren't supposed to catch it. I must say, this trip is off to a dandy start with you snapping everybody's head off.
Please, there's no reason for it to be unpleasant. We've got a long way to go.
That evening, with Bovey driving, we were approaching Blythe on the California border when the car began to heat up. By the time we found a garage on the outskirts of town, it was almost dark. The report from the mechanic was that the water pump had gone, but he couldn't get a replacement until morning. I expected an outburst from Gorrell because of the delay, and I was surprised at his reaction to Bovey's apology.
I just don't know what to say. I had the car gone over yesterday, and they told me everything was fine.
Not your fault, Mr. Bovey. Nobody could see inside that pump.
Oh, but I'm so sorry about the delay.
Nobody's worried about me.
For me, I'm glad it happened. I had enough of the road.
And I could use a good night's sleep. Well, I don't feel so bad then. The mechanic said the motor court in the next block is a nice place. Shall we go look at it?
Why not?
Might as well.
All right, come along then.
Wait a minute.
What's the
What,
matter?
Mr. Gorrell?
Make it on the inside. I can't let them see me.
He wanted to run as the green coupe slowly came abreast of us, but he didn't. I expected gunfire, but none came. Only the beam of a flashlight that held briefly on Gorrell and then snapped off. I spotted two men in the coupe as it rolled away from us. Then I turned with Bovey and the girl to see how Gorrell would explain himself.
Sorry. Thought it was somebody I knew. Somebody I didn't feel like talking to just now.
He didn't realize how lame the excuse was. I didn't think the others saw it, but from where I stood, I watched his hand streak for the automatic he wore under his arm. It was an instinctive move that he wasn't even aware of making. But from a man who had been relaxed and confident of a getaway, he'd turned back into an unpredictable killer.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? The presidency was the first and only public office he ever held. He never went to school, but was taught at home by a tutor. Like his father, he also became a military man and remained in the service until his nomination to the presidency in 1848. He was the second and last member of the Whig Party to become president. If you don't have his name by now, here's another clue. During his presidency, gold was discovered in California. Who was he? Zachary Taylor, 12th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. I wanted to report the whole thing to the local police. If I had, I might have prevented a lot of trouble. But I didn't. We checked into the motor court, and about 20 minutes later, Gorrell showed up at my room.
Has Wolvie been to see you?
Why, no.
The Dane?
No.
I figured they might on account of that performance I put on out there. The truth is, I got in some trouble in Phoenix, and my nerves aren't so good.
That's okay. I'm not curious.
Yeah, well, I didn't want you to think I'm nuts or anything like that. I thought maybe you could tell the others. Yeah, I wouldn't want Bobby to dump me out of the trip. I haven't got enough to get to L.A. any other way. But look at this wallet. See? A single and one pin. That's my stake.
That's running pretty close. I wish I could help you out.
No, I'm not making a touch. I can scrape up some when I hit L.A., but... well, I'd like it if you told the others.
It's up to you.
Yeah, you see, I got into a card game with these two guys in Phoenix. I was drinking. I let the stakes get higher than I should have, and I lost more than I could pay. So, I ran out on them.
Those were the men that drove by?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were.
Well, if they followed you this far, don't you think they'll follow you the rest of the way?
I don't know. Say, you got anything lined up out there?
Oh, nothing definite. Why?
Well, if they're still on me, maybe I could use some help getting things straightened out, you know? I'd make it worth your while.
What kind of help?
I will see how things stack up when we get there. Anybody that travels like this could use a few extra bucks. You can't kid me there.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. You tell Bovey and the dame what I said. And then maybe you and me can give each other a hand.
Maybe. Well, I'll see you in the morning. I hear we're going to get an early start. It was about 4 p.m. when the share of the ride trip ended on a street corner in downtown Los Angeles. Bovey drove away, the Shelton girl disappeared in the crowds, and Gorrell and I took a cab.
The Prince Hotel on Spring Street.
Right.
Get in, Dollar. Here's how it is. Before I left Phoenix, I shipped some of my stuff. Clothes, personal papers, and some cash that I didn't want to carry. You know, you can't tell what kind of people you're going to run into, travel and share the ride like we did.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
Now, you see, if I get that suitcase, I can pay off, and these guys will have to leave me alone. But the way things are, I got an idea they'd beat my head off if they caught up with me. So it would be worth $25 if you'd go get that suitcase and bring it to me.
Oh, that sounds simple enough. I figured his pitch was based on desperation rather than stupidity. He knew he was still being followed, or he never would have trusted a stranger with $100,000 that had already been worth 3 killings. And his letting me get this close to it made me wonder whether the 4th killing wasn't already in his mind. We both checked into the Prince Hotel, and in his room, he gave me the express receipt I'd need to pick up the suitcase. I left him and made my first stop at a phone booth. I called the police, told them my story, and arranged to meet a plainclothes sergeant from Homicide a block away from the express office.
Your name, Dollar?
That's right.
I'm Sergeant Mason. I don't know what to make of this story of yours.
Well, that's just why I asked if you could meet me. I want you on hand when I deliver that suitcase.
How come you didn't check with the Phoenix boys before you left? You like to stick your neck out, or you got some other reason?
I told the lieutenant it was the company's idea, not mine.
Uh-huh. You got some identification?
Yeah. Here you are.
Yeah, okay, darling. But I don't go for you private boys that play at lone wolf till it gets too hot and then yell for us. I'll go along because I've been ordered to. But don't think I'm eager.
I gathered that. I took delivery of the suitcase without a hitch. Sergeant Mason was waiting halfway down the block when I came out with it. He trailed me back to the Prince Hotel and waited while I went ahead into the lobby. I got to Gorrell's floor, and when the sergeant was a few steps behind me, knocked on the door. Gorrell? Gorrell? It's Dollar.
Try the door. Well?
I'll take a look in there. Well, his stuff's still here. There's no sign of a struggle.
No sign of anything. You have any idea how empty the story of yours sounds, Dollar?
Yeah, I suppose it does. But how about coming to my room? We'll get this suitcase open.
No, not with me there. If you'd played it level with the Phoenix police and we had a go-ahead from them, yes. But I've got no right to break into somebody's personal property on your say-so.
You're leaving?
That's right. And if your story's true, I feel sorry for you. I'd hate to be playing it alone. But officially, you've given me nothing but a trip across town and some talk. I gotta have witnesses and evidence to work with. If you come up with some, just call the department.
I hope the company will remember Sergeant Mason's procedure the next time there's a choice between working with the police or without them. He had every right to walk out, and when he did, this is what he left me with. A, the obvious possibilities involving the suitcase and whoever was after it. And B, the fact that returning to Phoenix with the money and without Gorrell would put me in the light of aiding and abetting the escape of a murderer. It was then 6 o'clock. I checked Gorrell's suitcase at a bus station a short distance away. Then I grabbed a quick sandwich and went back to my room to wait. At 7:45, there was a knock on my door.
Aren't you going to invite me in?
Oh, sure. Sorry. You knocked me off balance a little. Come on in, Miss Shelton.
Thank you. I don't suppose there'd be a chance that you just listen to me without asking any questions and then do what I tell you to.
What would you tell me to do?
Pack up and get out of here. Out of town would be better.
Why?
Because without knowing it, you've got yourself mixed up with some bad people.
Who do you mean, Gorrell?
Yeah.
What about him? I didn't realize you knew him.
I don't. I mean, I didn't. Look, you have to ask questions.
Well, I'm sure not going to pack up and move out of here just because you show up with some crazy talk about bad people.
Well, it's true. Gorrell was trying to use you to save his own skin. Did you go after a suitcase for him?
Yeah, but I didn't get it to him. He wasn't in his room when I got back.
I know that. Some men came after him. The same ones that we saw in Blythe. They might have killed him by now. And they're liable to kill you, too.
Where did you get all this?
Just believe me that it's true and get out of here. I can't say any more.
Come in. It's Gorrell.
Don't let him in, please.
I'll be right there. You get in there.
Yeah.
What happened to you?
Got away from him. Came for my suitcase. Good.
Wait.
Gorrell.
Is he dead?
No, not yet. Get my coat off the bed so I can stretch him out.
Well, maybe you'll believe me. I got to get out of here.
Oh, no, you don't.
Look, I didn't have to come here to warn you. I was trying to do you a favor. Is this what I get for it?
I'm sorry, but I can't let you go. Not with a man dying of gunshot wounds in my room. I've got to have some answers for the police. And it looks like you're the only one can give them to me.
I was roped into it like you. I didn't know what it was all about.
But you do now?
Yeah, and I don't want any part of it. 2 guys I knew in Phoenix paid me $200 to take the trip from Phoenix and follow Gorrell when we got here. I was broke, and they said it was only a gag of some kind, so I took them up on it.
Those the 2 guys in the coupe?
Yeah. Then when they got Gorrell tonight, and I heard them talking about robbery and killing, it began to catch on. They were the ones that pulled that payroll robbery in Phoenix.
You didn't know till then?
I sure didn't. Look, I'm no angel, but I'd never have anything to do with this kind of business.
Now, what's the rest of it?
Well, there were 4 of them that planned it, but Gorrell tried to get away with the money by himself. They mentioned something about a phone call from somebody named Polavic. Well, that's all I know.
Uh-huh. When they had Gorrell tonight, they were trying to find out where the suitcase was?
Yeah, that's right. They were hitting him and saying they'd kill him. But all he'd say was that somebody else had it. I figured it was you, and that's why I came. I tried to help you. Now, how about it? Can I go?
Yeah. And you'd better take the same advice you gave me. Go and keep going. You know too much about this mess. After she left, I called Sergeant Mason in the emergency hospital. Gorrell was still unconscious when I opened the door about 15 minutes later. I assumed it would be Mason, but it wasn't.
Back in the room, Dollar. I've got you. Is he dead?
He's close to it. Did that automatic put him where he is?
Stay out of what's none of your business, and you won't get some of the same.
Gorrell made it my business. He talked before he passed out.
That's too bad. Did he tell you he chalked up another killing to his credit tonight?
Oh, I guess he forgot that. The one who came with you from Phoenix?
A friend of mine. I've lost 2 of them over this, so don't you try to play it smart. You know what I'm here for.
You can look the place over. You won't find the suitcase.
You picked it up. Where is it?
Look in the top right drawer of the bureau.
Why?
Go ahead. You'll find a claim check in there. Nobody can get the suitcase without it.
This don't say where it is. Where did you leave it?
It's in a bus station. If you leave by the rear door, you go down the alley to the...
You keep quiet. Quiet.
Paris.
Shut up. I'll get...
Come on in, Sergeant.
I've been knocking. Why didn't you answer? Huh? Which one's which?
That's Gorrell on the bed.
I guess he won't live long enough to profit by this. And I hope you will.
What?
No matter what side of the law you're on, don't pay to play at lone wolf like he was and like you were. Level with the police next time, huh?
Yeah. I'll remember that. Expense account item 2, $63.80. Miscellaneous between Los Angeles and Phoenix. Item 3, same as item 1, transportation back to Hartford. Expense account total, $369.80. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Philip Martin, Johnny. Got your passport ready?
Where to now?
French Riviera, town called Cassis. Just got a death claim from there on a policyholder by the name of Arnold Bernier.
Something wrong with the claim?
Policy's for $75,000. It was written 33 years ago.
Well, so what? Don't you ever expect your policyholders to die?
With fishing spears driven through their backs?
I'll be ready in an hour.
Care to join me in a quick look at the past? Okay, here goes. Back around 1890, Charles Dudley Warner, who was editor of the Hartford Courant, wrote in an editorial, "Everybody talks about the weather, but nobody does anything about it." Well, maybe no one did in 1890, but someone definitely has since then. Our United States weatherman. He's quite a busy gentleman who works for the Department of Commerce. His job is to read thermometers, barometers, anemometers, and other assorted meters which forecast weather conditions so the rest of us will know what to plan or what not to plan, like hanging out the wash or going to a baseball game. Information about weather conditions is also given to aircraft pilots and ship captains so they can plan their flights or cruises accordingly. Of course, they need more than just weather data, and the Commerce Department gives them what they need. For the pilots, the department issues aviation charts and maps and sees to it that air markers are laid out so that the pilots can find their way easily and safely. For the ship captains, the Commerce Department issues nautical charts and tide tables to indicate when and where it will be safe to navigate their ships. The department also inspects the ships to see that they're in perfect operating condition and issues licenses for the operating of the ships. So the next time you look up at the sky and wonder what kind of a day it's going to be, the thought might also cross your mind that many lives and valuable cargo carried by American planes and ships are depending on the United States weatherman who is also looking at the sky.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Washingtonian Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Harpooned angler matter. Expense account item 1, $473.25. Airfare, railroad transportation, and incidentals between Hartford and Cassis, France. Expense account item 2, $50 rental of a snappy 1937 Maybach Victoria. After an invigorating journey from the rental agency, marred only by an engine breakdown and a blowout, I arrived at the office of the man who'd sent in the death claim on behalf of Arnold Bernier's widow.
Welcome, my darling Mr. Dollar. Welcome to Cassis.
Well, thank you. Are you Count Andescu?
But of course, dear man. Huh? Count Laszlo Andescu at your service. You are here concerning poor dear departed Arnold Bernier.
Yes, that's right.
What a ghastly thing to happen. So unfortunate, so sad. Oh, here one moment and the next, poof. But why should we dwell upon unhappy things? You will give me the insurance check for $75,000 made payable to Magda Bernier. I will give you the receipt and, poof, we will have disposed of everything.
No, not quite. Just what is your position in this picture, Count?
Perfectly simple, darling Dollar. Count Laszlo Andescu renders his most capable services to those who require assistance in delicate matters, financial and otherwise, for a slight consideration, of course. You might call me chargé d'affaires for the bereaved and the unfortunate.
I see.
Yes.
Now, what is this business about a fishing spear?
Oh, yes. So inconsiderate of dear Arnold to come to his end in so sordid a manner. A fishing spear. So indelicate of poor Arnold.
Well, at least it's unusual. You mind telling me how it happened?
I thought you knew, my darling Dollar. Dear Arnold was engaged in what has so unfortunately become the sport of the Riviera.
What's that?
Oh, an insanity, my dear man. An incredible insanity which leads one to penetrate the very depths of the ocean, clad only in swimming trunks and a cumbersome, unbecoming helmet of some kind.
Oh, you talking about skin diving?
Well, whatever term one chooses to call it, it is a most incredible, ungentlemanly sport.
Okay, Arnold Bernier was skin diving. Then what?
But, my darling Dollar, it was all so sordid, but so simple. When he had been underwater for over an hour, somebody found him. He was brought up to the surface, and there he was, dead.
With a fishing spear in his back.
Precisely. Now, so, poof, we have disposed of the matter of dear Arnold's passing.
Not if his beneficiary was responsible for having planted that spear.
Oh, my dear Dollar, what a ghastly thing to say. Such a dear, sweet, lovable creature as Magda Bernier couldn't possibly have been so indiscreet as to have done such a thing.
No, why not?
Well, this simply could not be. Think what would happen then to my remuneration for handling this affair.
Yeah.
Poof.
I left the good Count and drove down to the Bernier villa to pay my respects to the widow. Her establishment was located on a bluff overlooking the Gulf de Leon. The scenery was magnificent.
You are looking for me, Monsieur Dollar?
If you're Mrs. Arnold Bernier.
I am. Sit down, please.
Thanks.
A beautiful day, is it not, Monsieur? The sun so warm, the soft breeze so gentle and caressing to the skin.
You're a sun worshiper, Mrs. Bernier?
I worship all the things that are most worthwhile in life.
Oh?
Beautiful homes, luxurious furs, the delicate weight of perfectly matched pearls.
You have expensive taste.
Why should I not have?
No reason, if you can afford them.
It only requires money, Monsieur Dollar.
Most people can't dismiss the word so easily.
Most people are not Magda Bernier. And Arnold was an excellent provider.
I was wondering when you were going to come around to him.
You think I should have mentioned my dead husband sooner?
Sounds reasonable.
But why?
Well, you knew who I was when I arrived. That means Zandescu must have phoned you, so you know why I'm here.
That is quite true.
And you still don't think the subject should have come up sooner?
Why should it? It is of no importance to me.
What isn't? Your husband's death or my investigation of
Both?
it? Your husband was murdered, Mrs. Bernier. Aren't you interested in determining who did it?
It would not give Arnold back his life.
No, but it could affect yours if you were involved in it in some way.
Rather fantastic conception, Monsieur Dollar. If you must pursue this pointless investigation, I suggest you obtain all your future information from the agent de police Inspector Larnier.
Well, there's one thing I don't think he can tell me.
No? What is that?
How you really felt about your husband. Inspector Laniel proved to be a welcome relief from both Count Laszlo Andescu and the lovely, cold-blooded Magda Bernier. But he wasn't a great deal more enlightening.
Yes, Mr. Dollar. Skin diving was a favorite pastime of Monsieur Bernier. He would often indulge in it hours at a time.
He used some kind of aqua lung equipment, Inspector?
A helmet and face mask equipped with compressed air. It enabled him to stay down underwater for approximately an hour at a time. Only this time he did not come up.
Mm-hmm. Who discovered the body?
Monsieur David North.
Who is he?
A young American scientist who is conducting underwater explorations along the Cassis coast. He has a small ship, the Diana, from which he operates, collecting marine specimens.
Uh-huh.
He had reached a depth of some 100 feet and was about to return to the surface when he noticed a small grotto in one side of the bluff. Lying just inside the entrance was the body of Monsieur Bernier.
With a fishing spear through him, huh?
Precisely. So, sometime between 10:30 and noon, someone met Bernier underwater and killed him.
Any idea who it could have been?
At this time of year, the cove is filled with underwater swimmers, indulging in this latest craze of the Riviera.
Yeah. And what about this spear itself?
An ordinary fishing spear discharged from a compressed air tube. Its counterpart may be found in hundreds of hands.
Any personal suspects on your list?
I'm afraid not.
What about Magda Bernier?
Certainly there was no financial motivation.
There's a $75,000 insurance policy.
I assure you, that means nothing. Bernier was an immensely wealthy man.
Well, what about business associates?
He had been retired for 20 years. An attorney by the name of Armand Gauthier in Marseille handles his affairs. We have checks. They're in perfect order.
Any personal enemies?
So far as we have been able to ascertain, none.
Well, he obviously had one. Well, thanks for your time, Inspector.
But, I regret only that I could not have been of more immediate assistance. But if there is anything you wish to... Pardon.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Inspector Laniel. Oui, one moment, please. It is for you, Monsieur Dollar.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
You Johnny Dollar, the insurance man?
That's right. Who's this?
My name's David North. I'd like to talk to you.
What about?
The murder of Arnold Bernier.
What do you know about it?
Well, let's save that for our talk.
Okay. Where do we get together?
There's a cafe in town, the Golden Pheasant. I'll meet you there.
How soon?
Oh, about a half hour.
Who told you I'd be here? Andescu or Magda Bernier?
Magda?
Why should she have called you about that?
Well, who else did you expect her to call, Dollar? We're going to be married, aren't we?
There were some half-dozen sailors and roustabouts seated around the Golden Pheasant, but no sign of anyone who might be an American marine scientist by the name of David North. So I took over one of the tables, ordered a cognac to help pass the time, and waited. More than an hour had passed, and North still hadn't turned up. I was about to call it quits when the place was enlivened by a new arrival.
Ah, Dollar! A magnificent coincidence which just... Oh, Antoine? A vermouth cassis. At once, s'il vous plaît. Yes, as I was saying, a simply magnificent coincidence. You do not mind, my darling Dollar, if I join you?
You already have.
So I have, yes. Which makes it all the more charming, does it not? Now so, you are here? I am here. We may now conclude our affair of business.
You're talking about that insurance check?
A trifling matter, I will confess, and somewhat boring. Nevertheless, it does concern money, and I dearly love money. It has so many uses, you know.
What about the little matter of finding out who murdered Arnold Bernier?
Oh, that. Whew. It is of no consequence now, which is why I have sought you out here.
Oh, that's interesting.
No. You presented a problem to me. And what does the magnificent Count L'Argentesque do when he is faced with a problem? He solves it. Poof.
You know who killed him?
But of course. Who else could it be but that American David North? So, now you will give me the check.
What makes you think it's North?
It is so obvious, my darling Dollar. North has supplied the proof himself by his suicide.
Suicide?
Oh, did I forget to inform you how careless of me? But yes, they are fetching his body up from the bottom of the Gulf even now.
When I got to the beach, about a dozen people were gathered around watching a rowboat heading toward the shore. There were 3 men aboard, dressed in swimming trunks, one of whom I recognized as Inspector Laniel.
Take him to Dr. Geret at once. Use my car. It's fast at the end of the beach. Now, quickly now. There is no time to lose.
What happened, Inspector?
Oh, apparently, Monsieur North decided not to keep his appointment with you. Instead, he went skin diving, and in approximately the same spot off the point where Arnold Bernier was found.
Any idea why?
None. When he had been down approximately 50 minutes, the members of his crew aboard the Diana became concerned. 2 of them went diving for him.
Where did they find him?
In the same little underwater grotto where Arnold Bernier was found. As you saw, he was unconscious. Fortunately, his aqua lung was still working, and so he had not drowned. But there was a bad scalp wound in his head. And this was lying on the grotto floor beside him.
Another fishing spear.
Hey. Obviously, he was attacked in the same manner as Bernier had been.
Any chance that the wound was self-inflicted?
None. And in a way, that is most unfortunate.
Why is that?
If it had been attempted suicide, the case might have been closed. I had just uncovered evidence which could have convinced me that David North had murdered Arnold Bernier.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? In 1770, as one of the leading lawyers in Massachusetts, he defended the British soldiers who fired on civilians during the so-called Boston Massacre. His 4 years as president were perhaps the stormiest in our history, as he fought to keep America out of a war with France. But an official war against France brought George Washington out of retirement as commander of the army and gave birth to the phrase, "Millions for defense, but not 1 cent for tribute." If you don't have his name by now, here are 2 more clues. During his presidency, Washington became the national capital, and the 11th Amendment was adopted. Who was he? John Adams, 2nd President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
We went back to Inspector Lanyell's office. And while we waited for David North to regain consciousness, Lanyell told me about the new evidence.
It was revealed in a court order, Monsieur Dollar. David North's ship was being attached for non-payment of a debt he owed to Arnold Bernier.
What debt was that?
North had run out of funds in the port of Darien on the Red Sea, where he had been collecting specimens. And Destiu ran into him there, saw an opportunity to make a commission for himself, and persuaded Arnold Bernier to lend North the funds.
How much was involved?
Some $2,000.
That's hardly enough for a man like Bernier to get so excited about.
True. But if you compound the money with North's coming here and then becoming friendly with the lovely Magda...
Oh, you figure the two-way motive, then. By murdering Bernier, North saves his ship and gets the girl.
Is it not logical, Monsieur Dollar?
Well, it was before that little accident happened to North.
Oui, but there is no need for us to concern ourselves with idle conjecture. When North recovers consciousness, he can himself inform us.
Well, it might pay to conjecture about one thing, meanwhile, Inspector.
What is that, Monsieur?
The whereabouts of Magda Bernier during the past couple of hours.
I had thought we had seen the last of each other, Monsieur Dollar.
Well, it seems that you forgot a couple of pertinent things, including David North.
Why should I have discussed him?
Well, how indifferent can you be about the man you're going to marry?
Did he tell you that?
He did.
David is like a little child who tries to convince himself that the world of his dreams is the true world.
And it's not?
No. David worships me. There is nothing he would not do for me in return for a kind word or a hint of a smile.
Like committing murder?
Yes, I think he would even do that.
And did he?
I do not have the faintest idea.
Then there's nothing to his statement about marriage between you?
Nothing, Monsieur Dollar.
Do you mind telling me where you've been the past couple of hours?
Right here in front of this fire, Monsieur. Why?
You haven't been swimming?
I seldom swim, Monsieur Dollar.
It was getting dark when I left the villa. I thought I'd better find out if North was well enough to tell his side of the story before I closed up shop for the night. Inspector Lanyell was just leaving Dr. Giret's office as I drove up.
Is that you, Monsieur Dollar?
Yeah, that's right, Inspector. Well, did you learn anything from David North?
No, Monsieur, and we never will. He just died.
Well, after that little announcement, there didn't seem to be much reason for me to hang around the town of Cassis that night. So I started out along the coast road toward Marseille. A little way out of town, a gleaming black chauffeur-driven limousine swept by me. It was just time for me to catch a glimpse of a blonde head lolling back luxuriously against the rear seat cushions. Then it turned a bend in the road ahead and was gone. There were several intriguing possibilities as to why Magda Bernier would leave her fire and head for Marseille. I proceeded toward my destination in Marseille, the residence of one Armand Gauthier, attorney, the man who'd been in charge of Arnold Bernier's affairs.
Oui?
My name is Dollar, Mr. Gauthier. Insurance investigator. I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes.
I am not in the habit of conducting business at my home, Monsieur Dollar. If you care to call my office in the morning, I am certain an appointment can be arranged.
Magda Bernier might be happier if we talk right now.
I do not comprehend your reference, monsieur.
Well, would it help any if I told you that she was number one on the list of suspects in the murders of her husband and David North?
Come in, please.
Thanks.
This way, please. You realize, of course, Monsieur Dollar, that to suspect Madame Bernier of such crimes is sheer nonsense. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Well, if you want a list of possible motives, we could start with, money?
Oh, ridiculous. Magda stood to gain nothing by the death of Arnold Bernier.
No, why not?
At the time of their marriage, he gave her a tremendous independent fortune. One that even a Magda Bernier could not dissipate in a lifetime. And the balance of his estate is willed to charitable institutions.
Okay, then what about boredom? Hatred?
You have met Madame Bernier? Spoken with her?
Yes.
Then you must realize that a thoroughly hedonistic woman like Magda can never become bored so long as she can surfeit herself with the luxuries of life.
Well, there's still one other possibility. Bernier was some 30 years older than Magda. And David North was a pretty rugged specimen of a young male animal.
He was also stupid. A callow youth, one who might be temporarily amusing to a woman like Magda, yes. But one does not risk giving up a way of life, monsieur, for the sake of temporary amusement.
How true. Well, thanks for your time.
I have convinced you, then?
Well, let's say that I found out what I came here to learn.
And what is that?
The possibility of another man in Magda's life.
But we have disposed of that, monsieur.
You should have disposed of Magda's perfume, too.
What?
I couldn't miss it when I walked in here. And after your kind cooperation and character analysis, I couldn't be rude enough to accuse you of wearing it.
I do not understand, Monsieur Dollar. Agreed that the desire for money makes an excellent motive for murder. But what is the connection between that and Arnold Bernier's hobby of skin diving?
Inspector, send a diver down to take a closer look at that undersea grotto where he and North were killed, and I think you'll come up with the answer.
Very well, Dollar. I will have it done first thing in the morning.
No, better do it right now.
This should do it nicely, Dollar.
Uh-huh. You sure you want to make the dive yourself?
But why not? I fancy myself rather efficient at the art, and if what you suspect is true, it might be best to keep it between the two of us.
Okay. Is this the lantern you want to use?
Oui. Now, if you will help me with the helmet and the aqua lung.
Oh, sure. Here. There. How's that?
Oh, I'll see. That'll be fine.
I'll take your word for it. Laniel adjusted the rubber flippers on his feet, shrugged the helmet and aqualung more comfortably on his back and shoulders, and then slipped over the side. "45 minutes is a long time to wait in an open boat at night when you know a man is swimming far below the surface in a spot where two other men had met death before him. And I knew it must seem even longer to Inspector Laniel. But finally, he came to the surface. He held on to the gunwale of the boat with one hand and gave me a small wooden box with the other. A watertight wooden box marked marine specimens. I gave him a hand and pulled him into the boat. Then, as he started to take off the helmet, I turned to the box and opened it. The marine specimens consisted of some insignificant-looking brownish weeds. I didn't have a chance to examine them more closely. It was just about then that I turned my head and noticed that the spear gun was pointing at my back.
How charming that we should meet again under such delightful circumstances. Is it not, my darling dollar?
Where's Laniel?
For the third time, it was necessary for me to leave someone below at the entrance to the grotto. You have no idea how boring this procedure is becoming.
A fishing spear again?
Oh, my darling dollar, how unimaginative do you believe me to be? Particularly after I only succeeded in wounding dear Mr. North. No. The dear inspector is lying unconscious from a blow to the head. Soon his oxygen will run out, and then, poof. This spear I save for you, here, where I cannot possibly miss.
Oh, please, don't bother.
You know, you are magnificent, my darling dollar, incomparable. I had not thought it possible for you to connect me with this affair in so short a time.
Yeah, your little drug smuggling act has run into a few obstacles.
What a pity. Such a magnificent plan. Obtaining the hashish for practically nothing in the Red Sea area with Arnold Bernier's money, transporting it here aboard David's ship, concealing it in the grotto to take it ashore when the time was ripe. A magnificent plan.
Only Bernier put a crimp in it.
Yes, and that was indeed a pity. Poor dear Arnold. But he came upon my underwater warehouse.
No remorse about David North.
How sentimental can one be, my darling dollar?
I suppose North was diving for one of those boxes to bring me the proof when you take it. Things happened pretty fast just about then. The box hit Andescu in the chest. The spear missed me by slightly less than a hair. My fist hit Andescu's jaw, and he hit the water. Oh, a jolly good time was had by all, including Inspector Laniel. I managed to raise some help from the shore and get a diver down to him before his oxygen ran out. Andescu wound up in the local jail where charges are being preferred against him now. 2 counts of homicide, 2 of attempted homicide, and a slight case of drug smuggling. I didn't see Magda Bernier again. I didn't think I could take any more of that. When you honor the death claim, send the check care of Armand Gauthier, Marseille. Expense account item 3, $27.65, hotel bill and miscellaneous. Item 4, $493, planes fare and incidentals back to Hartford. Expense account total $1,043.90. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Sidney Marshall with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Howard Culver, Larry Dobkin, Virginia Gregg, Edgar Barrier, and Lou Krugman. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Harrison, Johnny.
Oh, hiya.
How fast can you get to Beverly Hills, California?
Why?
You've got to find an uncut canary.
Let's take that again, slowly, shall we?
It's a diamond, Johnny. A rough, uncut, orange-yellow diamond they call a canary. Weighs 89 carats, and it's insured by us for $125,000.
Pretty expensive bird.
Yeah, what's more to the point, it took wings sometime last night and hasn't been seen since. How about it, Johnny?
I'll see what I can do.
Right here, I'd like to take a few seconds to talk about dreams. You know, psychologists tell us that dreams are one of the most common forms of escape from the everyday world. But what would you think if you woke up one morning and read in the paper that the president had appointed an elephant to the cabinet? Yes, I agree. That is a ridiculous question. And it doesn't really have anything to do with animals in politics. Actually, it's a question of memory. I was thinking of the Secretary of State when I asked this, and you'll have to agree that with all of the varied and difficult jobs he has to do, the Secretary of State would have to have the memory of an elephant. The Secretary's biggest job, of course, is managing our country's foreign affairs for the President. Since the President can't be in all the foreign countries at the same time, He sends ambassadors and ministers to the various capitals and sets up consular officers in the big commercial centers of the world to assist the Secretary of State. Then, when questions arise, the officials of foreign countries get together with the American ambassadors or ministers or consuls, depending on the country and the type of problem, and they iron out their difficulties. Of course, there are many treaties and international laws which guide these conferences. With their help and the work done by our State Department, we're pretty certain of getting along all right when we tour foreign countries or have business dealings with them. In other words, whenever we have dealings of any sort with countries other than our own, it is the Secretary of State and his department who acts as our intermediary.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Eastern Indemnity and Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Uncut Canary matter. Expense account item 1, $181.60. Airfare and incidentals between Hartford and Los Angeles, California. Expense account item 2, $3.75 cab fare from the International Airport to a rich-looking jewelry store in Beverly Hills. Inscribed on the door in what looked like a thin line of pure platinum was the single name, Johannes. According to Harrison, this had been the last known nesting place of the Uncut Canary. Whoever Johanna may have been, I doubted that it was the tall, artistic type with the heavyweight padded shoulders who was looking down his long, aristocratic nose at me.
Yes.
I'd like to see Johanna.
May I ask who you are, sir?
My name is Dollar, insurance investigator.
Oh, you're here about the Minas Gerais Canary, eh?
If that's the full name of the missing diamond, yes.
I believe you'd better come back in the morning, Mr. Dollar.
Any particular reason why?
No, it's been a trying day for Madame Johanna. She's quite fatigued.
Nobody's too tired to spend a few minutes trying to collect $125,000.
In the morning, Mr. Dollar. I'm certain Madame Johanna will be pleased to interview you then.
Maybe I won't be in the mood then.
Oh, really?
It's a possibility.
Well, that's your affair, of course.
No, not the way I see it. Madame Johanna is claiming the loss. She's entitled to her own opportunity to slam the door in my face.
You're quite correct, Mr. Dollar, and I take this opportunity to open it instead.
Madame Johanna, I thought you were resting in your office. I did not wish to have you disturbed.
The next time, Carter, I would thank you not to be so overly zealous in your desire to protect my health at the expense of my bank account. Come this way, please, Mr. Dollar. Want to sit down, Mr. Dollar?
Thanks.
You wish to discuss the Minas Gerais Canary, Mr. Dollar. What is it I can tell you about it?
Well, you might begin by telling me its history.
I purchased it in Rio from a local broker down there a year ago last September.
Over a year ago.
You find something surprising about that?
Well, you've got a pretty large investment in an uncut stone. That's a long time to have it just sitting around, isn't it?
The cutting of a diamond that size is a very delicate matter, Mr. Dollar. Months must be spent studying it, planning the precise manner in which it is to be finally cut and polished. Correct cleavage of such a stone could enhance its value 3 times over. Incorrect cleavage could prove disastrous.
How's that?
Diamonds are capricious. A slight mistake may cause the gem to fly into 100 bits. A bitter lesson my father learned some 25 years ago with a stone similar to the canary. I do not intend to make the same mistake.
Mm-hmm. When did you first notice the missing?
It was 9:30 last night. Carter and I came down here to watch the cleavage of the stone.
And you were going to have it cut last night?
Yes. We have 2 of the finest diamond cutters in the world working here. Adolf Spears and Hans Plessman. They have been with me and my father before me for over 30 years.
I see. And when you came down here?
Carter opened the vault, The Canary was gone.
Carter has the combination?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Errol? Hans? And of course myself.
Was the vault touched in any way? Any attempt made to break into it?
No.
Well, that boils down the number of suspects.
No, Mr. Dollar. It could not possibly be one of my employees. I would be willing to swear to it.
Well, you wouldn't be the first to make a mistake about something like that.
Oh, you do not know these people like I do. Well, you couldn't say that. During all the years, they've... Your pardon, please.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Yes. Oh, no. I see. Thank you. I will tell them.
Something wrong?
That was Adolf Spears. He said if I would send the police over to his house immediately, he would give them the uncut Canary.
I put in a call to Chief Anderson of the Beverly Hills Police Force, and a few minutes later, Lieutenant Hankins at his office came by and picked me up. How come you're on this, Hankins? You're still in homicide, aren't you?
Yeah, but the head of robbery's been out with a cold, and with this latest development, the chief sent me out to wrap this up and see you on your way. Disappointed?
You know better than that. Always glad to see you.
Yeah, looks like a quick ending to a long trip, Dollar.
Well, I won't complain.
Why should you? Counting traveling time, you'll get 2 full days' pay for a few minutes' work. Not bad.
Jealous?
Not me. You insurance boys can have it.
Rather work on the force, huh?
Maybe it doesn't pay as well, but I know I can figure on a check every 2 weeks. Hang on, we turn here. Well, what's your trouble making that turn? Cutting back at an angle that way, it's not too easy to figure. Now, that's Johanna. There's a woman who'd wring the sweat out of a man. Always got an eye out for a fast buck. I don't think she's going to be too happy to get that uncut Canary back.
Why is that?
Well, the rumor around town is that it can't be cut.
Claws in it?
Oh, the stone's clear enough, but some of them are just shaped wrong. Can't be split clean. The stone's liable to break in the dust if you try to cleave it.
You think that's what's wrong with the uncut Canary?
She's had it hanging around her shop for over a year and a half. Bought it at a price way under the market. There's got to be some reason for it.
Uh-huh. How much you figure the stone would be worth if it could split?
Maybe $250,000, give or take a little. Be easier to sell that way, too. This way, her money's tied up in it, and they say she's tight for cash.
Who isn't?
I don't know what you mean. Well, that's her worry, not ours. Here's Adolf Beer's house. Let's go in and get it. What do you think, darling?
Doesn't seem too anxious to turn it over now.
Door's locked. No lights inside.
Let's try the back.
All right.
Hear that?
Sounds like a car motor running somewhere.
In the garage, maybe.
There's the garage, Dollar. Lights on inside. The door's closed.
Come on. It's no easy job to wrestle some 200 pounds of dead weight out from behind the wheel of a car in a monoxide-filled garage. But Hankins and I finally managed it. Over here. In the grass. Yeah, that'll do it. Adolf Beers?
Yeah. It's a cinch she won't tell us where that uncut Canary is now.
Yeah, it's a cinch she couldn't have told Johanna only 15 minutes ago, either. While Lieutenant Hankins waited for the homicide boys to arrive, I walked down to the corner drugstore and tried to make some phone calls. I was phenomenally unsuccessful. There was no answer at the jewelry store, at Johanna's home, or at the bachelor apartment of the obnoxious Mr. Carter. Expense account item 3, $1.75. cab fare from the corner drugstore to the residence of Johanna's other diamond cutter, Hans Plessman.
Well, what is it? What is it?
Are you Hans Plessman?
Of course I am, of course. And you must be from Albert. Let me have it at once. Do you hear?
I think you've made some kind of a mistake, Mr. Plessman. My name is Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
I'm not interested in your name, young man. I just want the lenses I ordered from Albert for my refractometer. The lenses for my... Insurance investigator. Is that what you said, insurance?
That's right, Mr. Plessman. I want to ask you a few questions.
Questions? Questions? What kind of questions?
About the Minas Gerais Canary.
What did you want to know about it? Insurance investigator, eh? What do you want to know about it?
Could we talk about it inside?
Inside? Oh, yes, inside. Of course. Come in.
Thanks.
Told the police all I know about it. Why are you coming around bothering me? Why don't you question Adolf? Yes, question Adolf.
You think he had something to do with it?
Didn't say that. Just ask you why you didn't question him.
Adolf Beers is dead, Mr. Plessman.
Dead? Adolf dead?
That's right.
Well. Adolf dead.
He might have been murdered.
Murder? Adolf murdered? Nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
Maybe somebody wanted to get the canary from him.
Nobody could have murdered poor Adolf for that. He didn't steal the canary. Didn't steal it.
What makes you so sure, Mr. Plessman?
Because I stole it, that's why. Murdering poor Adolf when I stole the uncut canary.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? During the Black Hawk War in 1832, he volunteered for service and was made captain of his company. As a member of Congress in 1847, he was opposed to the Mexican War. He also opposed the Kansas-Nebraska bill, which favored the extension of slavery. During this time, he was offered the governorship of the Oregon Territory, but refused it. Over 6 feet tall and not particularly good-looking, he was known for his droll sense of humor. If you don't have his name by now, here's an important clue. His unexpected acceptance of an invitation to attend the dedication of a soldier cemetery was responsible for one of the greatest speeches in our history. Who was he? Abraham Lincoln, 16th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
That's absolutely lovely dress. Oh, well, thank you. Brilliant.
Good old Harry. What a host. When Harry throws a party, nobody goes thirsty. Here, let me freshen up that drink. Good old Harry is such a great host. How come Bill and Jean had such a terrible fight?
I want to go home right now.
Why not? When it's a great party.
I don't care.
Such a drink.
No, I want to go home right now. Now,
How come Bob had a little trouble driving home? And how come everybody who felt so good last night feels so bad this morning? Oh. Maybe good old Harry is not such a great host after all. Maybe good old Harry is a pusher, a neighborhood pusher. Harry pushes alcohol. So if you serve alcohol, please, don't be a pusher. And if you're a guest, don't let good old Harry or anyone else push you into drinking more than you want.
A public service message from this station and the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
After his astounding statement about stealing the uncut canary, the heretofore voluble Hans Plessman closed up completely. He refused to say anything about anything. And 2.5 hours later, at the Beverly Hills police station, the situation was unchanged.
Unless Plessman talks or we dig up something else, we won't be able to hold him long.
I don't think he's the only one who's clamming up about that canary.
Johanna?
I'd like to know who really called her on the phone when she sent us up to Adolf Beer's house.
We'll find out when we locate her. She's not at her home or at the office, though.
No sign of the stone at Beers?
Nothing. A couple of the boys still going through the place. They started at Plessman's, too. Hankins. Okay, Doc, thanks. Autopsy surgeon, they're posting Beers now. Looks like homicide, all right. Heavy blows stuck on the back of his head. Doc's offering 8 to 5. There'll be no monoxide in the bloodstream.
Well, I won't cover that.
You going somewhere?
Yeah, the evening's still young. I might as well try to earn some of that big money. You think I'm getting paid for this job? Expense account item 4, $2.25. Cab fare from Beverly Hills to the apartment of Johanna's assistant, Mr. Charles Carter.
Come in. Door's open.
Stripped down to a pair of shorts, Carter was standing on his head at one end of the room, heels resting lightly against the wall.
Oh, it's you, Dollar.
What's the idea of that?
What?
The headstand.
Tones up the system, reverses the blood flow, good tonic for rejuvenating muscular tissue, strengthening the internal organs.
You don't say.
You should try it sometime. Most beneficial.
Amazing.
What do you want here, Dollar?
What? Oh, well, I was just wondering where you were earlier this evening after you left the shop.
Down at the beach. Exercise there for an hour every evening. Why?
Adolf Beers is dead.
Oh, not surprised.
Oh?
Overweight, disgusting, poorly cared for body. Can't abuse the machinery of life, Dollar. It'll refuse to function.
In this case, the refusal wasn't voluntary.
Oh, so that's why you wanted to know where I was. Huh? Well, now you know.
Mm-hmm. Johanna wasn't with you, was she?
No, haven't any idea where she... Oh, now you're going too far, Dollar.
Oh, why?
Johanna's the epitome of all womanhood, a gentle, delicate soul. I'll not have her maligned by you or anyone else. That clear?
Oh, sure. But I'd still like to know where she was. Now, tell me, Carter, how often do you do that headstand stunt?
Twice a day.
And how long do you keep it up each time?
30 full minutes.
Remarkable. I hit a drugstore and tried to call Johanna's residence, but there was no answer. A call to Lieutenant Hankins brought the information that Plessman was still refusing to talk, and that they'd finished searching both his house and that of Adolf Beers. The Uncut Canary was still among the missing. I was drinking a cup of coffee at the fountain when I suddenly remembered something Hans Plessman had said. I grabbed the yellow phone book and started looking for an optical lens manufacturer whose name was Albert. I found one. Albert Schoenbeck. Both an office and a residence phone were listed. At that hour of the morning, the choice wasn't too tough to make.
Yeah, Minnie Dora. I have been making optical lenses for Johanna Vanderwood for many years now. And for her father before her. But to call at this hour of the night with such a Christian...
And did you ever make lenses for a refractometer, Mr. Schoenbeck?
Yeah, for Hans it was.
Hans Plessman?
Of course, Hans Plessman.
Would you mind telling me what a refractometer is used for?
You are asking me questions about this, or you do not even know for what it is used?
It's important, Mr. Schoenbeck.
Yeah, for whom important? For you or for Johanna?
Both of us.
So. All right, then I will tell you. It is for measuring the bend of light through a precious stone. With mirrors, lenses on the scale, this machine measures the stone's index of refraction and tells exactly what the stone is. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I think I get the general idea, yeah. Could you use one to determine the proper cleavage of a diamond?
For cleavage, you ask?
Yeah, would it help any?
I have never thought that. Yeah, it is possible, I presume. If there were some interior flaw, some imperfect strata of crystalline structure, that could possibly show up, yeah. But while you ask, what does all this have to do with Johanna?
I'm not quite sure. Thanks, Mr. Schoenbeck. Expense account item 5, $3.60. Cab fare to 621 West Canyon Road Drive. That's somewhere near the top of the Santa Monica Mountains, about 2.5 miles from Sunset Boulevard.
I'd just come in and was preparing for bed when you rang, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, so I noticed.
Then if you would please tell me quickly why you have come visiting at this late hour.
It's about the rumors.
Rumors?
Yeah, I understand that Jeweler's Row believes that Johannes is heading for the financial rocks.
You came up here tonight to discuss with me the financial status of my business, Mr. Dollar?
Not exactly.
Well, then.
But suppose the rumors were true, and you're hard up for cash with $125,000 tied up in an uncut diamond that can't be sold until it's cut, and can't be cut because it'll fly into bits.
That is utter nonsense.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Why?
It removes any motive you may have had for stealing the uncut canary yourself.
I think you had better leave now, Mr. Dollar.
You haven't denied it.
You've gone too far for that.
Adolf Beers must have gone pretty far, too.
The reference is beyond me.
Beyond Adolf now, too. Or maybe you haven't asked yourself why somebody wanted to murder him.
Adolf? Murdered?
You didn't know?
But how could I have?
Just wondering.
Adolf murdered. But why?
Well, I'd say either Adolf took the stone and somebody got it away from him, or he knew who did steal it and was going to talk. Either way, the result's the same.
Unbelievable.
Not quite as unbelievable as your statement that you talked to him on the phone when actually he'd been dead for 2 hours.
Now it is time for you to leave, Mr. Dollar.
No further explanation?
None.
Okay. Oh, by the way, did you know Hans Plessman had confessed to stealing the canary?
I did.
I suppose you think that's unbelievable, too.
My attorney is arranging his release on a writ of habeas corpus at this very moment.
Oh, that's very interesting. You sure you don't want to change your story about that supposed phone call from Adolf Beers?
I do not.
I didn't think so. The lack of transportation from Canyon Road Drive back to Beverly Hills didn't bother me. The walk would give me a chance to clarify my ideas about the uncut canary matter. It took me a little less than an hour to get back to Sunset Boulevard and an all-night gas station where I called Lieutenant Hankins.
Yeah, that's right, Dollar. Hans Plessman was sprung about 45 minutes ago.
You put a tail on him?
Yeah. He went straight home.
Expense account item 6, $1.65 cab fare again. It took about 15 minutes to get to Hans Plessman's house.
Yes, who is it? Who is it?
Hello, Mr. Plessman.
Oh, it's you, that insurance man. What do you want now?
Have you cut it yet, Mr. Plessman?
It was just about when you interrupted me.
Do you mind if I watch you finish the job?
That's all. Come in.
Thanks.
In here, right in here.
Well, looks like you've got a pretty capable assistant, Hans.
Yes, I think our partnership in diamond cutting will prove quite successful.
Of course it will, of course. The refractometer will make the difference. Told Adolf that, but he wouldn't listen. Was going ahead in his own stubborn way. He would have smashed the stone, just as he did 20 years ago.
So Adolf Beers was the cutter who smashed your father's stone, huh, Johanna?
Yes, that is quite right, Mr. Dollar.
Ruined him and killed him. Couldn't let that happen to my little Johanna, like my own daughter, you know. Couldn't let Adolf do that to her, too. Couldn't.
So you took the diamond to keep Adolf from cutting it?
It was my fault, Mr. Dollar. I wouldn't have listened to Hans's warnings. I was going to let Adolf go ahead with it.
Wouldn't listen to me, who was like her own father. So I had to take the stone. I was going to cut it myself, Johanna, and give it back to you as a gift.
I know you were, Hans.
Only Adolf saw me getting ready. He was going to stop me, so he could cut the diamond himself. He shouldn't have done that. Adolf shouldn't have done that. I had to stop him. Well, we have work to do. Put the stone on the cut, Johanna. That's it. Now, hold the steel blade right on the incline. That's it. That's it. Now, hold it firmly, but without pressure. Not too much pressure. So.
Thank you, Hans. You've done it.
Of course. But it had to be done my way. Only the refractometer showed the proper place. That stubborn fool Adolf would have ground it into bits. Well, I guess everything is all right now for you. Hey, Johanna. I will see if your business all right. And you, young man, no trouble about the stone now, is there? No trouble?
No, Hans. There's no trouble about the stone.
You understand how I couldn't let anything happen to my Johanna. Not to my little baby. Oh, his stone. Beautiful. Once I have him cut and polished, the stones will...
Hans, what is it? Don't you feel well?
Oh. It's all right, Johanna. I'm a little weak and shaky, that's all. I can't understand it. Weak, shaky like this. How ridiculous. I think I'll lie down for a bit.
Mr. Dollar?
Sure. Go ahead.
I can't understand it. Weak, shaky.
Mr. Dollar, now you know.
Yeah. So it was Hans and not Adolf who called you on the phone.
Yes. He told me that he had hidden the stone in my house. But not that he had killed Adolf. I brought the stone to him tonight after his release from jail. And there they are. What was once to me, Monsieur Rice, Uncut Canary. A gift, Hans said. They'll accomplish everything he wanted to accomplish for me. And I'd rather I'd smashed the stone into dust before this all began. I didn't want this gift from Hans.
Expense account item 7, $179.25, airfare and incidentals from Beverly Hills, California, back to Hartford. Expense account total, $373.85. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Sidney Marshall with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were William Johnstone, John Stevenson, Hal March, Virginia Gregg, and Fritz Feld. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. This is Charles Lyon inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when from Hollywood, John Lund again transcribes his expense account as
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as...
Johnny Dollar.
Did I wake you up, Dollar?
Oh, how could you? It's only 4 in the morning.
Sorry, this is Ted Albright. I'm Eastern Indemnity's new branch manager in Chicago.
Congratulations and good night.
Oh, wait a minute, Dollar. I need you out here right away. It's about Frank Harvey.
One of your claim adjusters?
Then you do know him.
I worked on a lot of cases with him, yeah.
Well, you won't work on any more. He's been murdered.
I'll take the first plane out.
Mind if I cut in to say something, fellows? It won't take too long, since a word to the wise is sufficient. And in the English language, there is one word which is important to just about everyone in the world. That word is security. Security has several different meanings, however. Usually, we think of it in connection with the protecting of our military installations and defense industries. But it means more than that. There is a security which applies to every man, woman, and child in America. The security which comes from being in good health, having a good education, and being well taken care of in case things get a little too tough to handle by oneself. This kind of security is the problem of the President's newest cabinet member, the Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare. This department ties together the work of several governmental agencies. First, there is the United States Public Health Service, which strives to make certain that the general health of the people in our country is in the best of condition. Then there is the Food and Drug Administration, which guarantees that the food we eat is pure and safe to eat. The Social Security Board, which takes care of old people, children, and the blind who need assistance, also comes under the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, as does the United States Office of Education. This office does research on the educational possibilities, changes, and opportunities, and passes on its information to the various state boards of education. As you can see, the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare is one of the most important agencies in our government, assuring us, as it does, of a normal and healthy way of life.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Eastern Indemnity and Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the classified killer matter. Expense account item 1, $71.30. Airfare and incidentals between Hartford and Chicago. I was greeted at the airport by Ted Albright and one of Chicago's winter blizzards.
Sorry about this lousy weather, Dollar. It'll slow us up plenty.
Oh, no hurry. It'll give you time to fill me in on Frank Harvey.
Well, I can tell you everything I know in about a half a minute. Wasn't even in town when it happened. The wife and I were visiting her folks in Milwaukee. The police traced me there at 2 this morning.
What did they tell you?
All lousy drivers think they own the whole road.
Yeah, what did the police tell you?
Well, Frank was apparently at the office until 6:45 last night. That's when the night elevator man signed him out in his book. He left the office alone. About an hour later, a truck driver found his body half buried in a snowdrift out on Manheim Road near the Northwest City limits. He'd been shot 3 times at close range. And that's all I know.
Oh, not very much, is it?
Watch what you're doing. All the stupid morons. Everybody thinks he can drive a car.
You're kind of on edge, aren't you?
Well, who wouldn't be? This thing happening to Harvey, driving back to Chicago in the middle of the night, no sleep. Oh, I'm sorry, Dollar. I guess it all piled up on me. I suppose you want to go right to our offices here.
No, I'll check with the police first. You want to drop me off?
Sure.
By the time we got down to 11th and State, the snowplows were out in full force. I went up to Homicide, where I met Lieutenant Franchetti.
A blizzard like this always cuts down the crime incidence rate, Dollar. Homicide particularly. There'll be a rise in deaths from natural causes and yakky-dack, but not much for our department.
Yakky-dack?
Yeah. Anti-freeze. Favorite cold weather drink of the bums on West Madison. They drain it from the radiators of parked cars. It's pretty lethal. Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, thanks.
So you want to know what we got on Frank Harvey, do you?
That's the general idea.
Well, we picked up a little more dope since we talked to Albright. Looks like Harvey was murdered while trying to sell his car.
How do you figure that?
We've been running a classified ad in one of the evening papers for the last couple of nights. Here's a copy of it.
Thanks. For sale, 53 Cadillac convertible, perfect condition, all accessories reasonable. How does this tie in?
Well, according to one of the mechanics in the garage where Harvey kept his car, he met a prospective buyer there last night. He heard him discussing the car, and then Harvey and the man got in and drove off. That was about 5 to 7.
The mechanic give you a description?
Yeah, pretty detailed one. Didn't catch his name, though. Ziegler's checking over the mug books right now.
That's the mechanic's name?
Yeah, Will Ziegler. So far, he's drawn a blank. Anyway, at 8:37 last night, we clocked in a call from a truck driver phoning from a pay station out on Manheim Road. He'd found Harvey in a snowbank.
He was shot to death, huh?
Yeah, 3 bullet wounds, 2 slugs still in him. Third one's missing. .38 caliber. The land and groove marks are clean enough to identify the gun if we ever find it.
What about the car?
It's missing. Put out an APB with a description of the man and the general pickup on the car. No luck so far.
Well, how do you see it, Lieutenant?
Well, my guess is somebody figured out a cheap way to get himself a good automobile. Well, that's it, Dollar. Looks pretty routine from here on in. Nothing much you can do to help.
No, maybe not, Lieutenant, but I'd like to stick around.
Well, sure. Nothing else you can cover. Oh, excuse me. Lieutenant Franchetti. Yes, Sergeant. Oh, good. The address again? Manheim Road. Yeah, I got it, thanks. Would you like to take a ride, Dollar?
Where to?
Manheim Road. I just found Harvey's car.
It took us some 45 skidding minutes to make our way through the storm out to a beer and hamburger joint on Manheim Road. A precinct car and a handful of reporters were already there when we arrived. A detective sergeant filled us in on the background.
The owner of this place came out about an hour ago to open up, Lieutenant. He saw the car parked out there in the parking lot and phoned in.
Uh-huh.
It's Frank Harvey's car, all right.
Been out here a long time, all that snow piled on it.
Yeah. Yeah. No doubt about where Harvey got shot. Not with all those bloodstains on the seat.
Uh-huh. You sure that mechanic said it was a man Harvey drove off with last night?
Does something give you a different idea?
There's a woman's compact back here on the floor. Expense account item 2, $3.80. Cab fare back to your offices in downtown Chicago. We got nowhere talking to the beer joint owner, and there weren't any more physical clues in the car to tell us anything. But I figured maybe Ted Albright could.
Just doesn't make sense, Dollar.
Why not?
Well, you said the garage mechanic saw Frank drive away with a man. How'd a woman get into the picture?
Well, I thought maybe you could help us with that.
Me? How?
Well, you were Frank's boss. You must have got to know him pretty well.
Well, sure. But what's that got to do with this woman?
Well, did he have any girlfriends? Anybody in particular that he went around with?
Oh, no, not that I know of. I'm sure he didn't.
A young, single guy making a good salary, driving a 53 Cadillac convertible, and he didn't have any girlfriends?
Well, I didn't mean it that way. Sure he did, but there wasn't anybody in particular I knew of. No women involved in any recent adjustments either.
Oh, you've been going through Harvey's claim files, huh?
Yeah, I thought it might be a good idea. Didn't come up with anything, though.
What about life insurance?
Yeah, I talked to him about that. All he was carrying was 10,000 GI. Mother was the beneficiary. No motive there. Yeah, looks like the police were right, and somebody was just trying to get himself a car, Chief. Would you get it, Dollar?
Yeah, sure. Hello.
Is this the insurance company where that fellow worked who was killed?
That's right. Who's this?
Well, what I want to know is, you guys willing to pay something for finding the guy who done it?
Do you know something about it?
I know plenty, mister. Yeah, plenty. But I ain't telling nothing without getting paid for it. Not that I don't believe every patriotic citizen should ought to do his duty. But if there's a few bucks lying around, well, a fella's got to make a living these days, you know.
Yeah, sure. Suppose we get together and talk it over.
Well, no, I wouldn't want to do that, mister, unless I was pretty sure of making a deal. Oh, not that I ain't on the side of law and order, you understand. But it ain't too easy for a guy to get along these days, what with the high cost of living and all.
If you have information, you've got a deal. Now, where do we get together?
Well, it ain't that I want to chisel you for anything, mister. Always willing to do my duty as a honest citizen.
Yeah. Where do we get together?
Well, now, my name's Taggart. Spell it with 2 G's. I'm the room clerk at the Biloxi Hotel.
Where's that?
Well, it's at Wells and Grand. Now, I ain't trying to chisel or anything, mister. It's just that I...
Be right there. Expense account item 3, $1.25. Cab fare to the Biloxi Hotel. Expense account item 4, $20. To help the room clerk, Martin Taggart, combat the high cost of living. 2 principal items of which were obviously garlic and bourbon.
That's her name right there. Wrote on the register. Miss Alma Carter, she calls herself.
She checked in here around 9:30 last night.
That's right. All kind of scared and frightened looking. Noticed some stains on her coat, too. Looked like blood to me. Oh, not that it's any of my business. I just give them their rooms and collect their money. That's all I'm paid for.
All right, let's have the rest of it, Taggart.
Well, when she come out here in the lobby every couple of hours or so to listen to the news broadcast on the radio there, and when she wanted me to go out and buy the papers for her 3 or 4 times, well, I started wondering about things.
Very shrewd.
Yeah. Well, when I heard the news about that woman's compact being found in the car, that kind of clinched things. I figured then I'd better put through a call to you.
She's in room 14?
That's right. Room 14. You'll find it right straight down
Thanks.
Yes, who's there?
Miss Carter, I'd like to talk to you.
Who are you?
My name is Dollar, insurance investigator.
Insurance and... All right, come on.
Thanks.
Now, what's this all about, Mr. Dollar? Knocking on a perfect stranger's room, saying you have to talk with me.
Let's get one thing straight first. You're wrong about our being strangers.
Wrong. I've never seen you before.
No, but I've seen you. Or at least your picture.
My picture?
Yeah. On the desk of the Chicago manager for Eastern Indemnity.
On the desk of...
That's right. Mrs. Albright.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? He was president longer than anyone else. Probably no other president since Lincoln had as many friends and enemies. During his administration, many beneficial measures became law, such as unemployment compensation and Social Security. During a serious banking crisis, he reassured the people by declaring, "All we have to fear is fear itself." When he was 63, a brain hemorrhage put an end to one of the most controversial administrations in our history. If you don't have his name by now, here's one more clue. He was the first to broadcast the so-called fireside chat. Who was he? Franklin Delano Roosevelt, 32nd President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Under the proper circumstances, Mrs. Ted Albright could have been a very attractive woman. Under the circumstances in which I met her, she didn't come even close to making the grade.
You know who I am. You know I'm Ted's wife.
You were with Frank Harvey last night?
Yes.
When he was killed?
Yes.
What happened, Mrs. Albright?
Can I have a cigarette, please?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thanks. I ran out a couple of hours ago. Didn't help my nerves any.
Yeah.
Thank you. That helps.
All right. What happened, Mrs. Albright?
Well, Frank was going to give a prospect a ride in the car last night. He asked me if I'd mind going along.
Pretty friendly with Frank, were you?
We were good friends.
Your husband know that you had this date with him?
No, Ted thought I was visiting my folks in Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Frank picked me up at the main entrance of the insurance building about 7.
This other man was in the car?
Yes, in the front seat next to Frank. I got in and sat between him and the door.
Did Frank introduce you?
He mentioned the man's name, yes, but it was in kind of a mumble. I didn't get it.
Okay. What happened then?
Well, the man asked Frank if he'd mind driving out to his house so he could have his wife look at the car. He didn't give the exact address, just told Frank to drive up Mannheim Road.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
We were driving along a lonely stretch of road when the man told Frank to pull over to the side and stop. He had a gun in his hand. Frank asked him what the big idea was. And the man laughed in a kind of crazy way. Pulled the trigger.
What happened then?
Everything was kind of a blur after that. I think I screamed. Tried to get out of the car. I know I fell to the ground. And I got to my feet and started running.
Did the man chase you?
I don't know. I just kept on running, and when I saw that old shack down the road, I ran behind it and hid. I think I fainted then. Sometime later, I got a lift from a passing motorist. He took me into town, and I came here.
You've been here ever since?
Yes.
Why didn't you call the police when you got into town?
Don't you realize what happened? I was out with a man who wasn't my husband. Involved in a murder. I couldn't tell anyone. My only chance to avoid being involved in a scandal. Can't you understand that?
No, I can't. And I don't think Frank Harvey could either. After Mrs. Albright told her story to Lieutenant Franchetti and a police stenographer, she was booked and held as a material witness. Then Franchetti sent out a pickup for Ted Albright.
Looks like it's boiling down, Dollar. Jealous husband hires a gun to knock off his wife's boyfriend. It's a classic pattern.
Yeah, maybe. What about that garage mechanic?
Ziegler?
Yeah. You have any luck with the mug books?
Yeah. Came up with 3 that he said looked pretty close, all ex-cons, long records. We're running them down now.
How does Mrs. Albright's description of the killer fit?
Not too close. I showed her the mugs, and she said no. But then she would.
Why?
Well, once we get the guy, he'll put the finger on her husband. That'll be a stinking mess.
Well, it's not exactly reminiscent of a rose right now. It looked like routine police procedure from then on in, so one of Franchetti's men drove me to the Palmer house, and I checked into my room. I was looking forward to a hot shower, but I didn't quite make it. Johnny Dollar.
This is Albright, Dollar. I've got to talk to you.
Where are you?
Down in the lobby.
Come on up. Come in.
Where's Alma, Dollar? Have the police got her?
Yeah, material witness.
Dear God in heaven.
They got a pickup out for you, too.
For me? Well, why should... Hey, wait a minute. Did the police think that I killed Frank Harvey?
Or hired someone to do it.
But that's incredible. It's insane.
You knew Alma was seeing Frank, didn't you?
Well, I suspected it, yes. I wasn't sure,
You were
but...
pretty sure she was out with Frank last night. That's why you went up to Milwaukee, to check on her story about going to visit her parents there.
Yes, I did. But I didn't get there until almost 10 o'clock, and that's the first I really knew she wasn't there. Don't you see, Dollar? That's my alibi.
The police won't think so.
I don't care what the police think. It's Alma I'm worried about down there in some stinking, rotten cell. There's got to be some way of getting this mess straightened out.
I know what the first step is.
What's that?
You're going to turn yourself in. Expense account item 5, $2.25. Cab fare from the Palmer House to police headquarters at 11th and State, where I dropped off Albright in care of Lieutenant Franchetti, and then went out to the garage where Frank Harvey had kept his car. I found the man I wanted in a paint booth at the rear of the second floor. Ziegler? Your name's Ziegler?
What did you say, Mac?
I'm looking for Will Ziegler. Is that you?
Yeah, that's right, Mac. What can I do for you?
My name is Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
Yeah, that's so.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh, hey, I get it, Mac. Insurance investigator. Yeah, that guy Harvey, he was in the same racket, wasn't he? You know, the guy who got killed.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it was rough. Guy getting himself bumped off that way, real rough. I was standing right there when he and the joker who done it drove off, you know.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah, sure, Mac. Be glad to tell you what I can, but I already gave that lieutenant, what's his name? Franchetti?
Yeah.
Yeah, I already gave him all the dough. I picked out 2 or 3 guys from that Rogues Gallery book that looked like the Joker I seen.
Had you ever seen that man down here before?
I couldn't swear it, Mac. I don't think I ever seen the guy before, no.
What about Ted Albright?
Who?
Ted Albright. He was Harvey's boss. Ever see him down here?
Albright. Albright, Well, the name don't mean anything, Mac. Could be he's a customer here, but I never run across him.
Okay, let's get back to this man who drove off with Harvey.
Huh?
Did you notice anything strange about him? Anything different? Peculiar?
No, that's the trouble. Like I told that lieutenant, you never can tell about them kind of jokers.
What kind?
You know, them psychos. Like that guy is.
Oh, you figure he's a psycho?
Oh, sure, has to be. I got it all figured out.
Yeah? How's that, Dick?
Look, here's a guy, sees an ad in the paper. Car for sale. So he figures he'll meet the guy who run the ad, drive out on some lonely stretch of road, bump him off, and make away with the car. Just don't make sense.
Why not?
Any guy who's in the hot car business don't go through all that trouble. And letting people see him besides. He picks out some nice-looking jalopy parked on the street, picks a lock, jumps the ignition, and he's off.
clean. Get what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Sure, but this guy don't do it that way. He puts himself in a spot where I can see him. And even worse, when Harvey picks up that dame in front of that insurance building, he don't back out of the deal. He bumps Harvey off with one perfectly good witness sitting right there beside him. The guy has to be a psycho.
Seems to make sense.
Sure. I got it all figured. Hey, look, when that lieutenant, what's his name?
Franchetti.
Yeah, Franchetti. When he picks up them three guys I put the finger on, all he's got to do is find out which one's the psycho. That'll be the guy he's after. But look, I got to get back on the job, Mac. Guy wants it by 5 this afternoon. Hey, I hope I helped you out, Mac. Let me know if you get that guy, huh?
Yeah. I'll let you know. Expense account item 6. $1.85. Cab fare back to police headquarters, where I had a talk with Alma Albright.
Tell me Ted's been arrested, Mr. Dollar.
That's right.
Why'd you have to do that to him? He didn't have anything to do with it.
I'm not too interested right now in what happens to you or Ted.
No, I don't blame you.
That man who killed Frank. Do you have any idea what kind of work he did?
Work?
Yes. Did he say anything about what he did, who he was, or where he lived?
No, nothing. All he and Frank talked about was the car.
Was there anything peculiar about his hands or his clothes or anything like that?
No, nothing. Wait a minute, his clothes.
Yeah, what about him?
There was a kind of a faint, sweet odor I noticed, like...
Nail polish remover, maybe?
Yes, that's it, nail polish remover. How did you know? Does that have anything to do with Frank's death?
I'm not sure. Expense account item 7. $1.85. Cab fare back to the garage. Ziegler had finished the paint job and had punched out for the day. Expense account item 8. $2.95. Cab fare to a rooming house out on the west side of town.
Hey. Hi, Mac. Come on in.
Thanks.
Well, what brings you out this way, Mac? Something turn up about that joker who bumped your insurance friend?
I wanted to talk to you about that theory of yours.
Theory? Oh, you mean about the guy being a psycho?
Yeah. I think you've got something there.
Oh, yeah, sure I have it. Figures. Say, look, I was just getting some clothes together to take down to the cleaners. You mind if I go ahead with it while we talk?
No, go right ahead.
Thanks. Hey, about that psycho routine, yeah. That's the only thing that makes sense about the whole business. You know, him knocking off your friend with the girl in the car and all.
I thought of another angle about the girl, Ziegler. He might have had some plans about her, too.
Hey, that's right. Never thought of that. It ties in, though. Yeah, no telling what a psycho will do where a pretty girl's concerned, huh? How do you like this jacket, Mac? Some class, huh? Set me back a C-note.
You kind of go for classy clothes, don't you, Ziegler?
Oh, yeah, I like them fine.
Big cars, too, huh?
Oh, you ain't just woofing, Mac. Nothing gives a guy class like sharp clothes and a real fine car.
What did you think of Frank Harvey's job?
Mac, that was the end. A real dreamboat. Car like that, clothes like these. I could really have the dame standing in line waiting for him, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You always take that many clothes to the cleaners at one time?
Oh, yeah. You gotta take good care of rags like this, you know. Should be cleaned after every time you wear them.
Did they have any trouble removing the acetone odor from them?
Acetone?
Yeah. The solvent you use in your auto paint.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that stuff really cleans.
That's what Mrs. Albright said.
That right? Who's she?
The girl you and Frank Harvey picked up in front of the insurance building last night?
Oh. Yeah. She, noticed it, huh?
That's what she said.
Nice-looking babe, that Mrs. Albright. Real nice.
Just the kind to fit in with classy clothes and a dreamboat car like Harvey's, huh?
Man, you're saying it. A doll like that, a car like that, a guy'd really be sitting on top of the world, huh?
Yeah.
How'd you know, Mike? That acetone stuff tip you, huh?
It helped.
Mm-hmm.
Your crack at the garage about picking up the girl was the real tip.
Yeah, that's right. I shouldn't have known about that, should I? How do you like that? Always did shoot off my mouth too much.
Well, you want to ride in with me or wait till the cops get out here?
Might as well ride in with you, Mac. I'll get my coat and hat, huh?
Don't try it, Ziegler.
Okay, Mac. I quit. I always get excited at the wrong time. Like I did with Harvey. Oh, that was too bad.
Killing him?
No. Doing it in the car that way. Spoiled that great upholstery. Couldn't even use the job after that. That was a mistake.
Expense account item 9, $17.50. Food and hotel bill. Expense account item 10, $68.40. Plane fare and incidentals back to Hartford. Expense account total, $191.15. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as Johnny Dollar.
King, Johnny. Consolidated Indemnity.
Oh, hello, Mr. King.
You got to do this for us, Johnny. I can't take no for an answer.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. King. Do what?
It's a new model car Allied Motors have been testing. Completely under wraps. The top engineers have been working on it.
Your company going into the automobile business?
We're in it, Johnny, up to our eyes. The car's cracked up 3 times, 1 fatal injury. The auto company's as confused as we are. You got to run out there and find out what the story is, Johnny.
Okay, Mr. King. I'll keep you posted.
Mind if I break in a few seconds to discuss games with you? How many of you, when you were youngsters, ever tried to escape from the world of reality by playing cowboys and Indians or cops and robbers? Today's youngsters have added 2 more professions to the world of make-believe. Spacemen and G-men. And speaking of G-men, do you know where that name came from? Actually, it was used about 20 years ago by gangsters to describe members of our Federal Bureau of Investigation. And the name stuck. It's easy to see why youngsters have added G-men as heroes to their play world, since they are a most important part of our country's protective forces. Actually, the Federal Bureau of Investigation is part of the Department of Justice and acts as a kind of detective agency whose duty it is to track down those who break our federal laws. The FBI also does counterintelligence work in ferreting out spies and saboteurs. And here's an amazing fact about our FBI men. Despite the extreme dangers of their work, it wasn't until some 20 years ago that they were given the authority to carry guns. With no other weapons than courage, resourcefulness, and determination, they had to track down and apprehend dangerous racketeers and spies. Today, however, you will find that the typical FBI agent may be a lawyer, accountant, or specialist in some other profession, but thoroughly trained in scientific police methods and handy with any type of weapon.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Consolidated Indemnity Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the road test matter. Expense account items 1, 2, and 3. Taxi to airport, $3.50. Plane ticket to Detroit, $84.75. Taxi to Allied Motors testing grounds, $4.15. I got there before noon. There were a lot of signs around the place reading absolutely no visitors and keep out, no trespassing. So it took me about 10 minutes to persuade the guard at the gate to let me through. They were were still testing cars, but the people watching the test winced as the cars thundered by, just as if they expected the autos to fall apart any second. The man I wanted to see was named McGregor. He was pointed out to me by one of the mechanics.
Well, it's the time of that last lap there,
Mr. McGregor?
Very same.
I'm Johnny Dollar from the insurance company.
Insurance company? What have they got to do with us?
Well, they carry the paper. I'm only here to help you, Mr. McGregor.
Of course. Sorry you thought me cut, Mr. Dollar. We've been having a time around here.
Yeah, I've heard.
You have? Well, come along to the pits. I'll show you what's what. This is the company's model 3 years hence we're testing.
Oh, you worked that far ahead?
Aye. We're planning a radically redesigned automobile. It's a big gamble.
And you're in charge of the whole thing, huh?
I'm to make it work. That's been my job here for 25 years. I've seen a lot of changes, Mr. Dollar, but never anything like this. New materials, new suspension, new steering.
Mm-hmm. What about these accidents?
You tell me. 3 so far. And we've got the best engineers in the world. You expect 1 failure, 2 maybe, but 3. A fiasco like this can cost the company dear.
It's been kept pretty quiet.
Aye, but for how long? It can ruin the company. Well, come on in. I'll show you the baby the men are driving.
Well, there she was. Allied's experimental model. If they'd been taking orders, I'd have signed then and there. Until I remembered that 3 of these dream boats, each hand-tooled and serviced by the best men the company could find, and driven by crack drivers, had fallen apart on the track. The drivers? Well, the orders were to give the car every beating it could take. And the drivers knew this car couldn't take it. McGregor led me into his office on the field.
Sit down, please.
Thanks.
What do you make of it, Mr. Dollar?
Well, it might be an inside job, of course. Someone's got a grudge against someone else, and they're working it out through the car.
So, we strip down every wreck. I do it myself, personally. And do you think there's a sign of sabotage? No. No, it's not that easy, Mr. Dollar.
One of the drivers, maybe.
Oh, they've all been with the company for years. Maybe some of the designers. They're new boys. But our drivers, they're very experienced.
I'm not talking about their experience. I'm talking about their motives.
I'm an automobile engineer, and I wouldn't know about motives. I'll have to leave that to you.
Thanks. Oh, I'd like the name of the man who was killed and his widow's address.
Oh, of course. I'll write it down for you.
Expense account item 4, 85 cents. Taxi to the residence of Mrs. Grace Johnson. She lived in a nice house not far from the track. A for sale sign was posted on the lawn.
We should have called first, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just got in
The
town.
place is a mess.
You're going somewhere?
Well, you know how it is. After a horrible thing like this, you want to get away. Throw that stuff off the chair and sit down.
Don't bother being polite to me, Mrs. Johnson. I'm just doing my job.
You have to make it sound so clinical.
Well, maybe that's the best way, Mrs. Johnson.
I'll try to help you.
Thanks. Who do you think might have wanted your husband killed?
You think someone did?
You knew your husband. Is there anybody who might have wanted him out of the way?
Yes, but I can't be sure.
I'm not asking you to be sure. I'm just looking for leads.
Steve and I, that's my husband, hadn't been getting along. Seems we couldn't live with each other or without each other. I didn't know where to turn.
These things happen, Mrs. Johnson.
Turned to a friend of Steve's. One thing led to another, and pretty soon, well, we were thinking that if only Steve was out of the way. But I didn't think he would do it. I didn't.
Do you know that he did?
Of course not. He hasn't been to see me once since. I'm getting out of this place. It's like a bad dream.
What's your friend's name?
It's Simmons. Joe Simmons.
What does he do?
Do? He used to be a test driver with Allied, same as Steve was.
May I use your phone?
Yes, of course. I'll show you where it is.
Simmons had worked for Allied, all right. One of their best men. He'd quit after the Johnston accident. When I went to the address he'd given as his home, I found he hadn't lived there for 6 weeks. But his landlady said he liked to stop in at Kirby's Bar and Grill down the street. And she believed he still lived in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir?
I'm looking for Joe Simmons.
You come to the right place. Joe, you got a friend. That's him over there.
Thanks. Mr. Simmons?
Yep.
I'm Johnny Dollar. I'm with the insurance company interested in the Allied Motors business.
A cop?
No, we're just the people who pay off the claims. They've asked me to look into it.
Why do you come to me?
I thought you could help me.
Kelly, 2 more. You'll join me, won't you?
Yeah, I'll play with it.
Coming up. How much do you know?
Well, I know Steve Johnson had a pretty wife.
Oh, you've been seeing her. And she told you how she cried on my shoulder. I suppose she also told you I let her on or something? Put him on my tab, Kelly. Right, Joe. I'm a little tin god, Dollar, but Steve was my friend. If I took his wife to the movies or out to dinner, he knew about it, even though she didn't know he knew.
That sounds complicated.
Well, he was crazy about her. He was trying to keep it going. He thought I could straighten her out.
How come you quit driving?
My car's not right. I've been test riding too long not to know that.
Allied makes the best cars in the business.
You're telling me? This one handles like a bar of soap. It does everything but answer your mail. Then suddenly, wham! For no reason, it falls apart on you. You tell me a car like that's all right?
Every car or just some of them?
How would I know?
Well, maybe some of the cars could have little bugs put in them. Like if one driver was in the way.
I get you. You still think I did it because I was going out with Grace?
Yeah, something like that.
There's only one thing wrong with your hunch, Dollar. I'd have to get to the car. They watch them like crown jewels.
You could figure out a way.
And I'd have to want to do it. I told you I wasn't double-crossing Steve. He knew I was seeing Grace.
Do you know you and his wife were thinking how nice it would be if he were out of the way? I'll leave the tip. And, Mr. Simmons, I wouldn't leave town with the widow just yet. Expense account item 5, $2.60. Cab fare to my hotel, where I put in a call to Mr. McGregor. He wasn't available, but they promised me he'd call me back. I left word with the desk to be sure and page me, and I went down to the dining room where I told the head waiter I was expecting a call. I hadn't got around to my coffee when I was paged and told that someone was waiting for me in the lobby.
Dollar?
Yeah.
Sergeant Ferris, Police Department. I hear you're digging into the Allied crack-ups.
Our company's paying for them.
Got any ideas?
No, nothing startling. Open and shut.
Let's get off our feet. I was hoping an outsider would turn up a fresh approach.
Oh, I like the old one, Sergeant. It's neater.
Show me how.
Well, you'll have to bear with me if it sounds familiar. Husband and wife fight. Husband's best friend has a broad shoulder and a narrow conscience. Problem? How to get rid of husband and maybe pick up a piece of insurance on the way. All that remains, Sergeant, is to figure what was done to wreck husband's car and how friend tried to get away with it.
Well, it's neat. I'll say that for your theory. But it won't work.
Why not? It's worked before.
I'll give you one small reason. Joe Simmons doesn't work for Allied any longer, right?
Right.
And they just had another crack up out there.
Ouch.
What happens now?
Oh, I've made my little spiel. You tell me.
Here's a rich company with all the know-how and talent in the world. They can't make a car safer than that. Something's got to be wrong.
Well, that's not a conclusion, Sergeant. That's a beginning.
I'm coming to that. The police department hasn't got enough to go on, so I kind of figure it's your baby.
Meaning what?
Hang on. The insurance company's got to find some evidence of at least criminal negligence before we get interested. Officially, that is. We want you to go to work out there.
Work?
Driving.
Driving? But they're cracking up out
And
there.
if you're lucky, one will crack up with you in it. Then we'll know something.
If I live through it, that is.
We want you to do that for us, Dollar. It's important. Will you?
The things I get involved in. All right.
Good luck, Johnny.
Yeah.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? He never wanted to be president, since he personally felt he was unqualified for the office. When he was only 30 years old, he was appointed member of the Ohio Superior Court. He was President Grant's Secretary of War and Attorney General. In 1908, through the recommendation and support of Theodore Roosevelt, he succeeded Roosevelt as president. If you don't have his name by now, here's another clue. During his administration, the Postal Savings Plan and Parcel Post were established. Who was he? William Howard Taft, 27th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
All right, Jim. Throttle her full. All right, Jim. Get it! Get it! Come on. All right, everybody. Back to work. Back to work. Have her towed to the shop and take her down.
Couldn't we just smell her for scrap and save the trouble?
Come on.
What made it go to pieces, Mr. McGregor?
Ask the engineer who designed it.
I got a better idea.
And what's that?
Put me to work, driving. There are some things you can't learn at second hand.
Oh, you're kidding, of course.
No, Mr. McGregor, I'm not.
Very well. You got a minute, Dollar?
Do I get the driving job or
I've
not?
got something in my office. It ought to give you an idea or two. After you. Care for a wee drop of the stuff? Not elegant, but paper cups will serve. There you are. Cheers. Never used to drink on the job, but believe me, since they put this new model on me, it's a necessity.
What about my job, Mr. McGregor?
I don't think you'll be needed.
Why not?
Come here. Here's something I dictated. For the top brass. You'll see why. It's on the dictating machine now. Yeah. Here it is.
Memo to Mr. William T. Thorne, Chairman of the Board, Allied Motors. From Ken McGregor, Head Department Development and Research. Subject, new model.
It begins with a lot of personal stuff. You know, how I've been with the company for so many years, that kind of thing. And here's where it really starts, I think.
And it is my considered opinion that the projected design ought to be dropped entirely. Further test driving ended in the interest of the company's reputation and my men's safety. Furthermore, if I may suggest, we ought to return to the traditional ways of developing our cars, which have stood us so well.
Well, that's it, Mr. Dollar.
And what if they don't approve?
They've got to.
And if they don't, do I get the job?
Surely. But they've got to, Dollar. They're not crazy.
They'd read the memo in the executive offices by the time I got to them. They were inclined to agree with McGregor, and it took some fast talking on my part to convince them they should keep the experimental models testing. The insurance company had a lot of money invested in those accidents, if they were accidents, and I didn't see folding up my tent and stealing into the night without some explanation. They gave the test 1 week more. Meanwhile, I went to see the man responsible for the car's design.
Come in, please.
I'm Johnny Dollar from the insurance company. Is your chief, Ted Brand, in?
I'm Ted Brand.
Then I'm supposed to talk to you?
Sure. What do you say we do it over something to drink?
Yeah. When he said something to drink, he meant coffee. He was no more than 22 or 3. And that's what threw me when he told me he was the man responsible for the radically redesigned car of the future.
So there you are, new car from top to bottom. Science can't stand still, neither can automotive design. They had lots of trouble with the first jets, remember?
Well, then you think it's, birth pangs?
Did I say that?
Right.
No, Mr. Dollar. That motor, that car is as perfect as anything can be. On paper, it should handle like a dream, and it can. I know it can. Oh, you'll find a lot of old guys who are against anything just because it isn't the way it always was. These are the same guys who are opposed to pneumatic tires, then four-wheel brakes. They just hate progress. You follow me?
Yeah, I think I do.
This car has got to work, that's all. Just like 2 and 2's got to make 4. How about another cup of coffee?
No, thanks. You have a cup on me. I've got somewhere to go. Expense account item 6. Taxi to the residence of Mr. Kenneth McGregor, $1.60. I waited till well after dinner before dropping in.
Yes?
My name is Dollar. Is Mr. McGregor in?
No.
Well, do you expect him soon?
Well, if he's not here by this time, I can figure he won't be home at all. Can I help you? I'm Mrs. McGregor.
Well, I don't...
They're working him awfully hard at the plant these days. He's been staying there nights a lot recently.
Oh? Maybe I can talk to you.
Won't you come in? I'm so glad for the company, Mr. Dollar. With Mr. McGregor away so much, I tell you, I just pine for someone to talk to. Can I fix you a cup of coffee?
No, thanks. Nice place you have here.
Thank you. We like it. The company has been very good to Ken. He's been with them a long time, you know.
I guess he must like his work.
Oh, he loves it. They wanted him to retire several times, but not Ken. Offered him a pension, too. But I guess they realize he knows more about cars than anyone in the whole world, I do believe.
He seems to work hard, staying away so late, missing dinner.
Oh, he wasn't always like that. He works hard, but he's also a family man, do you know what I mean? But lately, he's had so much on his mind. The way I see it, he wants to make one more showing before he does quit.
Yes, I see what you mean. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go.
Oh, do you have to? I was enjoying our talk so much.
So was I. Oh, Mrs. McGregor, I wonder if I could ask something of you.
Of course.
Don't tell Mr. McGregor about this visit. I mean, it's nothing to worry about, but...
I understand, young man. In years past, before they pushed him aside, lots of you boys used to come out and see us. I won't say a word.
Thanks a lot. Good night.
Good night.
And there it was. A man who'd given a lifetime of loyalty. And now he was drinking on the job, staying at the shop all night, hating the new model car. I wondered how I'd feel if I suddenly found myself outdated. Outdated by a kid full of new, fresh, crazy ideas. Then I remembered that a man named Steve Johnson had died, that they'd had 4 crack-ups and might have others. Johnny Dollar.
Sergeant Ferris, Johnny. Can you come out to Allied? It's important.
What's happened, Sergeant? Another crack-up?
Worse. Murder.
Murder? Who?
McGregor.
Excuse us, please. Excuse us, please. Let us through.
There it is. Just the way it was found this morning.
Seems to have been quite a struggle.
It does for sure.
He spent the night here.
How do you know?
I went out to his house last night. He's been staying away a good deal. I guess he was pretty sore at what he thought the company was doing to him.
So he went and got himself killed?
He got me there, Sergeant. Did he go out for dinner or anything last night?
The guard at the gate said he left around midnight. Was back in an hour.
Did he make any calls?
Switchboard's closed at that hour. He had a direct line.
That's all you know, then?
Someone came to see him.
Oh?
Hold your horses. It was early in the evening. He left hours before it happened. They check everybody in and out through the gate.
Uh-huh. I get it.
There's some guy who used to work for him or something. The man at the gate knows him.
Who was it?
Simmons. Joe Simmons. He was checked out before 10, like I told you.
Yeah. Well, I'll leave you to your work, Sergeant. I went to Kirby's Bar and Grill, but Joe Simmons wasn't around. He'd been around last night, but they hadn't seen him today. Well, there wasn't much I could do. It was a police case now, all right. So I grabbed a cab and went back to the hotel. Expense account item 7, cab fares. $120, $260, and $140. I was just letting myself into my room when...
Are you Dollar?
That's right.
Can I come in? I want to talk to you. It's about the car they're road testing over at Allied.
Yeah. Come on in.
Thanks. Maybe I'm a stoolie, but murder's not in my line.
What are you talking about?
This guy who got killed, that driver, Johnson. It was a risk he had to figure on, but now killing the old man, I'm through. I had nothing to do with it. I'll take my rap for what's coming to me, but not murder.
Why don't you go to the police?
Well, I figured you could help me.
Well, don't count on it. All right, go ahead. Tell me who you're talking about.
Simmons.
Simmons was checked out of the test area 2 hours before it happened.
That's what you think. McGregor picked him up later and brought him back. He was crouched down on the floor in back of the car.
Why?
Well, they were worried about you. You were going to drive. That meant that you'd have to get the business like Johnson. Simmons had to talk the old man into it.
They were working together?
Simmons was working for a stockholder who got booted out of the management when it was discovered he'd been mixed up in rackets. He wanted to hurt the company, and he had what it takes to do it. Well, Simmons knew the old man was sore because the company was scrapping him after all these years. Well, little by little, he got the old man to go in deeper. But then they had this beef about you. The old man realized what he'd done, and he wouldn't go for it. Well, you know how it wound up.
Where's Simmons now?
Waiting for me at the Kearns Hotel.
Will you take me there?
Yeah, sure.
Wait till I call a friend and tell him where to meet us.
They got a gun?
Yeah, a service revolver.
All right. Go on in.
Okay. I'm back, Joe.
What took you so long? Did you get the tickets? You're not going to need any tickets.
Wait, you
Expense account total, including return fare, $217.40. Remarks: the name of the stockholder has been submitted above, and he is currently held by the police. It is my belief he'll be able to reimburse your company for all the claims you've paid out. From jail, of course. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by David Chandler with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Fred Mackay, Bill Johnstone, Virginia Gregg, Ted Bliss, Clayton Post, Hy Averback, Eleanor Audley, and Joe Kearns. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when, from Hollywood, John Lund returns as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
As...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
As...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
As...
Yours truly, Johnny...
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Tom Benson, Johnny. Feel like traveling?
Not particularly. Why?
About 6 months ago, we wrote 2 policies. A man and his wife, Harrison and Maida Langley. Double indemnity. $125,000 each.
You got a death claim already?
No, but we're liable to. Got a letter from the underwriter. Says Langley claims somebody's trying to murder both him and his wife.
Where do I go?
Sundown Rubber Plantation, Kuala Lumpur, Federated States of Malaya.
Well, I should have my passport around here somewhere.
the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund and another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Friends, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum present these weekly adventures of Johnny Dollar because they know that millions of you enjoy Johnny Dollar. That's true of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, too. It's enjoyed by millions, day in and day out. People find that chewing on a smooth, delicious piece of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum somehow makes time pass more pleasantly. Whether you're working, driving, shopping, or just taking things easy, that good, tasty chewing gives you enjoyment and satisfaction. So always keep a package of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. And whenever you want a refreshing, delicious treat, chew a stick. You'll like it. You really will.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Washingtonian Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the terrified Tuan matter. Expense account item 1, $1,043.50. Airfare and incidentals between Hartford and Kuala Lumpur. I checked into the Coliseum Hotel and then walked over to Batu Road and the offices of George Allister, the rubber and tin broker who doubles in brass as your Malayan representative.
Oh, filthy climate, Dollar, filthy. No man in full possession of his God-given senses would ever live out here. I don't understand why you came.
Well, you wrote about the possible forthcoming murder of some policyholders, Allister.
Oh, yes, the Harrison Langley business. Utter rot, this talk about murder. Dismal obsession of disordered mentality. I wrote that letter only in the line of duty.
You don't think there's anything to it?
Oh, beastly nonsense. The jungle's breaking Langley down. He's a weakling to start with, no moral fiber. Turn that fan up a bit, huh? Yes, fellas disintegrating under the strain of trying to run that rubber plantation.
Then there haven't been any attempts to kill Langley or his wife?
No, sheer delusion. Concept of a diseased mind. Checked with the police. No reports made. No, jungle's got him. That and the filthy terrorists.
His plantation's in terrorist country?
Sundown some 45 miles north of here. Everything north of Kuala's in terrorist domain. Filthy blighters, ambushing traffic, attacking villages, plantations, murdering, burning, slashing rubber trees. No man's in his right mind would live in this filthy country.
Yeah. How do I get out there?
I hire an armored car. Only way to travel through the jungle. Take your own chances, though. Might be blown up by landmines. I won't take any responsibility.
I'm not asking you to.
So you make your investigation if you have to, Dollar. Won't get you anywhere. Utter waste of time. Then go back home to the States, out of this filthy climate, beastly country.
Uh-huh. If you hate this country so much, Allister, why do you stick around?
Good question. Asked myself that many times. Always came up with the same answer.
What's that?
Making too much money.
Well, that sounds reasonable. Expense account item 2, $120. Rental of a 1949 Ford, completely equipped with armor plating and bulletproof glass. The jungle trip was hot, but fairly uneventful. and only the barbed wire enclosure and the armed Malayan guards at the entrance to the sundown plantation gave evidence that this was anything but a quiet, peaceful land.
Good afternoon, Tuan. May I have your identification, please?
Yeah, sure. Here it is.
Tuan Dollar. You are here to speak with Tuan Langley?
That's the general idea, yeah.
I think perhaps it would be wise for you to speak with Tuan Crawford first.
Crawford? Who's he?
He is the plantation overseer, Tuan.
Why should I talk to him instead of Langley?
Tuan Langley is not well at the moment. He is still suffering from the shock.
What shock is that?
His wife, Tuan. She has disappeared.
Well, in that case, if you don't mind, I think I'll see Mr. Langley. Through the screen door, I could see part of the interior of Langley's house. There wasn't a sign of anyone around, but it looked cool and inviting in there. Too good a bet to pass up.
You take one more step into this house and I'll kill you.
Wow. Thanks for the warning.
I mean it. Every word of it. You're not going to murder me the way you did Maida. No, not a bit of it. You didn't expect me to be waiting here ready for you when you came sneaking in, did you? No, I'll bet you didn't.
You win on all counts, Langley. Now, suppose you put that thing down and let's start talking sense.
Now, move, I say. I know your kind. Sneaky, tricky. Try to get me off balance.
Look, my name's Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator. Washingtonian Life sent me out.
You're lying. George Alistair told me they wouldn't do anything about it. Wouldn't send a man halfway around the world to help me. He was right.
I've got my identification here to prove it.
You have identification?
How do you think I got past those guards at the gate? Here. Take a look for yourself.
What are you...
Thanks. 38 caliber Webley, isn't it?
All right, go ahead. Use it.
I think I'd rather have a drink first.
Over there, the liquor cabinet.
Thanks. You might take a good look at those papers while I'm mixing one.
But these papers say you're Johnny Dollar, an insurance investigator working for... Why, I'm sorry, Dollar. Dreadfully sorry. Please accept my apologies.
Forget it. Now, suppose you tell me what this is all about.
Oh, it's been a nightmare, Dollar. Constant threats against my life. Terrorist raids. Living in fear 24 hours a day. Sleeping with a gun at my side. Seeing this plantation ruined before my very eyes. And helpless to stop it. It's no wonder I'm not responsible for my actions.
Langley, it's not your plantation I'm interested in right now. It's your wife.
Maida?
Well, she's disappeared, hasn't she?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course she has. But, good Lord, man, what do you think's got me all upset this way?
I was beginning to wonder. Well, let's start with your wife and go on from there. What makes you think that she's been murdered?
What's the trouble here, Mr. Langley? Trouble? One of the yard men told me you heard a shot fired.
There was, accidentally.
Guns don't go off around here without a reason, mister. There's nothing to get excited about, Crawford. Mr. Dollar's an insurance investigator.
Insurance investigator? So the vultures are gathering for the feast before the body's even cold.
That's enough, Crawford. Nobody's asking you for your opinion.
I don't need to be asked about something like this. If Mrs. Langley was my wife, I wouldn't be wasting my time talking to insurance men.
Then let me remind you that Mrs. Langley is not your wife. Even though I'm certain that two of you wish she were.
Why, you dirty little...
Okay, Crawford, hold it. If you've got anything to say, suppose you tell it to me.
Yes. That's a good idea, Crawford. Instead of my saying anything, why don't you tell Mr. Dollar all you know about the disappearance of my wife? That might help clarify things in a hurry.
Okay. I'll be outside in the Jeep, Mr. Dollar. I'll take you on a personally conducted tour. That way you'll be sure of getting the truth for once.
Well, there's part of your answer.
Yeah? How's that?
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Crawford's in love with my wife.
They've been carrying on behind my back for months. If anyone has a motive for trying to kill me, it's Crawford.
Yeah, or it could be the other way around.
That's been going on for 3-4 months now, Mr. Dollar. This crazy idea Mr. Langley has that somebody's trying to murder him and his wife.
What makes you think somebody isn't?
Hey, he says he gets threatening notes and telephone calls. Only nobody else has ever seen them or heard him talking to anyone.
Uh-huh. Now, what about Mrs. Langley?
Oh, he was driving her nuts. Walking around afraid of his shadow. Carrying a gun every place he went. Spying on her and me. Trying to find out if something was going on between us.
Now, was there?
If you knew Mrs. Langley, you wouldn't even think of asking that question.
But I don't. And I'm still trying to find out what happened to her.
Well, I'll show you. Hey, you see where the barbed wire's been cut? Those young rubber saplings have been slashed?
A terrorist raid?
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Well, what's this got to do with Mrs. Langley?
The guard who met you at the gate, Bandar. He found the fence and trees that way, making his rounds this morning. He also found a sleeve torn from one of Mrs. Langley's blouses. It was covered with blood. And no one has seen Mrs. Langley since last night.
You figure the terrorist took her with him?
I think Mr. Langley staged the whole thing to make it look like that.
Yeah, why?
He's in debt. A 50,000-pound note on the plantation's coming due in 60 days. His wife's insurance would cover that nicely.
Well, it's an interesting theory. Let's go back, huh? Where's Mr. Langley, Bandar?
He has left for Kuala Lumpur, sir, some 10 minutes ago.
Why? Did he say?
Oh, no, sir. I only know that Tuan Langley received a telephone call, and then he left.
Did he leave any message for me?
I do not know if it was a message, sir, but he made some strange comment concerning yourself.
Oh? What was it?
He was rather excited. I did not get all the words, but it was something about giving you something to really investigate.
And that was all?
Yes, sir, that was all. Then he took a .45 caliber automatic from the gun rack and left.
Where's the phone, Bandar?
Yes, that's right, Dollar. I did speak with Langley a few minutes ago. Nothing important. Just a routine business question about a shipment of rubber.
You're sure that's all it was, Alistair?
Well, of course, man. What's the matter, Dollar? Is filthy heat getting you down, too?
Did either of you say anything about Mrs. Langley?
Maida? Yes, she was mentioned casually.
Casually? And he didn't tell you that she's disappeared, possibly been murdered?
You being serious, Dollar?
Did he tell you anything about it?
No, not a word. Matter of fact, I was the only one who mentioned Maida. Perfectly casual reference, as I told you.
Well, what did you say, Alistair?
Merely that I just finished having a drink with her at the Coliseum bar.
Friends, here's a suggestion that'll help you go through a busy day feeling more relaxed and satisfied. From time to time, especially when you're feeling tense or under pressure, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. You see, chewing is a natural way to get rid of some of that pent-up tension. Chewing on a good, smooth piece of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum not only helps you feel more relaxed, but also gives you taste enjoyment. There's lots of refreshing, delicious flavor in Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. You'll really enjoy it. So do what millions do. Always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy and chew some every day. You'll feel more relaxed, and you'll get more enjoyment out of the things you do. Next time you're at the store, get a few packages of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
I managed to get back to Kuala Lumpur in about half the time it had taken me to get to the plantation. George Allister was still grumbling about the climate, the country, and being involved in the Langley affair.
Oh, confound it, Dollar. I told you Langley was disintegrating, but I didn't think he'd ever take a gun and go hunting his wife to kill her.
Has he tried to get in touch with you?
No.
But he knows you saw Mrs. Langley at the Coliseum bar.
Why, yes, I told him that on the phone.
Did she say anything about a raid at the plantation? About an attempt to kill her there?
No, not a word. Claimed she was in town on a 2-day shopping trip. Seemed cheerful and happy.
And she's staying at some hotel, huh?
Mm-hmm. Room 22 at the Crown House. Small, reasonable rates. She usually stays there when she's in town.
Mm-hmm. Well, you better call the police and brief them while I'm on the way over. The sooner Langley's picked up, the better.
Yes, of course.
Oh, by the way, Alistair, you wouldn't happen to know who holds that 50,000-pound note against Langley's plantation, would you?
Why, yes. I own the note. Why?
Just curious. There wasn't any sign of the Koala police in the Crown House lobby, so I went right up to Mrs. Langley's room on the second floor. Whatever preconceived ideas I might have had concerning what Maida Langley would be like didn't even come close.
So you're an insurance man, Mr. Dollar. That outfit of yours must have a hole in its head, sending you all the way to Koala because of those crazy ideas of Harry's.
You don't think there's anything to him, Mrs. Langley?
But nothing. The lad got himself into a lather with that crummy plantation that's riding his back. Been working too hard, that's all.
You think that's all there is to it? Overwork?
What else? All he needs is a good long vacation away from that stinking plantation.
What went on out there this morning?
What do you mean?
Well, you were at the plantation when the terrorists made that raid, weren't you?
Oh, that, sure. I'm getting so I don't pay any attention to those things anymore. They're happening all the time.
Where were you when it took place?
My room, packing for this trip to town. Why?
Well, both your husband and Crawford have the idea that somebody staged that raid in order to kill you.
Kill me?
They both said you disappeared right after it.
Well, sure I did. I drove to town.
Anybody see you leave?
Bandar was at the gate. He let me out. And Harry knew I was coming here.
Your husband knew that?
Sure, Harry's going to join me here. This place has got a kind of, well, you might call it sentimental feeling for us.
Oh, yeah? How's that, Mrs. Langley?
I'm staying here when I first met Harry. Lots of show people stay here.
Oh, you were in show business?
Oh, couldn't you tell? Sure. I was traveling around the Orient with a girly show. Nothing big time, you understand, but it was a living. Funny how those things turn out. Never figured I'd wind up someday being the wife of a rich plantation owner.
Must have been quite a change.
Well, I know what you're thinking. Just another chorus cutie on the make who managed to snag herself a gold mine.
I didn't say that.
Well, don't. I happen to love that guy of mine. When he meets me here, I'm going to make him take me to Singapore for a month. Just the two of us. A real vacation. And then he'll forget all this crazy business about people wanting to kill him and me. Everything will be okay then. When we get back, we'll go...
Get down!
What was it?
Get down!
Mr. Dollar?
Yeah. You didn't get started on that vacation soon enough. The shots had come from the rear of another hotel just across the alleyway from the Crown House. When I got over there, I found just about what I expected. A room filled with babbling tenants, the smell of burnt cordite, and an excited room clerk.
Yes, Tuan. It was a gentleman who rented this room. He had registered here 30 minutes ago. I do not understand why he's not here now.
Happen to remember his name?
Oh, yes, Tuan. I take great pride in my work here. I remember the names of all the hotel guests.
Well, I'm only interested in one, the man who rented this room.
Oh, yes, I remember quite distinctly. He registered here under the name of Harrison Langley.
I went back to Maida's room to get her out of there and under police protection. I could have saved myself the trip. She was gone. I spent the next 3 hours going round and round with the Koala police. Eventually, they decided they'd try to pick up Langley and see what they could do about protecting Maida. Expense account item 3, $10 for a double scotch on the rocks and a half-eaten dish of mame at the Coliseum bar. I don't think the bill would have run that high, but when I saw the face in the crowded bund outside the window, I didn't feel like waiting for change. Still looking for her, Langley?
What? Oh, it's you, Dollar.
Still looking for Maida?
Then you knew I came here to Koala to kill her.
That's the general impression I've received, yeah.
It's a terrible thing. What a scheming woman can do to a man, Dollar. Terrible thing.
You want to tell me about it first, or do we go straight to the police?
Doesn't really matter now, does it?
Probably not.
There's a little garden across the square. I used to meet Maida there. Do you mind if we talk about it there?
Sounds like as good a place as any.
I don't know, Dollar. Maybe it's because I'm a weakling. Maybe it's because when a man marries late in life, as I did, it hits him harder when he learns that his wife no longer loves him.
You still think that's the real story?
I know it is. She and Crawford.
That's not the way she tells it, Langley.
I should have known better. A cheap dance hall tramp. She only married me for my money.
And you're convinced Maida and Crawford intended to murder you?
Oh, no. Don't underestimate my sweet, darling wife, Dollar. She didn't want me killed. Then Crawford could force her into marrying him. No. All she wanted was to have me adjudged mentally incompetent. Then she'd have control of my money and no strings attached. That's why she was so brazen about her affair with Crawford. Why they tried to break me down with all those threats against my life, take those terrorist raids against the plantation. To make me crack, break down under the strain, commit some unreasoning act of violence.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they almost succeeded. I came here to Koala today to kill Maida, to get rid of her once and for all. I couldn't see any other way out. No other answer for me.
Murder's never an answer for anything, Langley.
I'm not sure. I spent the whole afternoon walking the streets, thinking about it, trying to bring some semblance of sanity back into my life. I don't know, Dollar. Maybe I shouldn't have changed my mind. Maybe if I'd gone to that hotel and killed her. I don't know.
You still have the gun with you?
Yes. Yeah. Here it is.
Thanks. Well, the magazine's full. Gun doesn't look as though it's been fired.
Why should it? I told you I changed my mind about killing her, didn't I?
Yeah. So you did. I asked Langley to wait in the garden and went across to the Coliseum Hotel, where I made 3 quick phone calls. The first was to the Koala police. They told me the slugs they dug out of the wall in Maida's hotel room were .38 caliber. The second call was to the Sundown Plantation.
Yes, sir. That is correct. Tuan Langley's wife left the plantation early yesterday morning.
Then why did you tell me she disappeared?
It was at her request, sir. She said to tell everyone that. She was planning some surprise for Tuan Langley.
Uh-huh. What about Crawford? Is he around?
No, sir. He left for Kuala Lumpur shortly after you did.
Did he say when he was coming back?
Oh, yes, sir. He said he would return by midnight tonight.
Uh-huh. He had a gun with him, of course.
Yes, sir. He not only took his, but also Tuan Langley's .38 caliber Webley.
The third call was to the room clerk of the hotel where the shots had been fired. His memory was still good concerning the man who'd registered as Harrison Langley. 6 feet tall, brown hair, heavy set, about 30. It was a perfect description of Crawford. I drove back to the garden in my armored Ford, picked up Langley, and we headed out on the jungle road leading back to the Sundown Place. Sure, I'd get the proof I needed when we got there. But I was wrong. I got it when we were still 15 miles away. Must have been a landmine.
If some ever ran over it in his car.
Well, we'll find out.
There it is, Dollar. An armored car. Blown clear off the road.
Yeah.
Is there any?
Not a prayer for either one.
The gun he's wearing. That's my Webley.
I know. He used it this afternoon. Looks like I was the target and not Maida.
So, she died out here like this. Instead. Cheap chorus girl. All she wanted was money. So she married for it. But that wasn't enough. She had to scheme and connive to break me down, destroy me. So it could be all hers, alone. Well, she didn't succeed, Dollar. And I'm well rid of her. She deserved to die like this by violence. Just another dead animal in the jungle.
Mr. Langley, let's...
Cheap, no good tramp. That's all she was. Believe me, I'm well rid of her. Well rid of her. She deserved to die like this. Nothing but a cheap, gold-digging... Maida, darling, Maida.
Expense account item 4, $39.70. Hotel bill and incidentals in Kuala Lumpur. Expense account item 5, $1,083.25. Airfare and incidentals from Kuala Lumpur back to Hartford. Expense account total, $2,296.45. Remarks? Sorry I couldn't save you the loss on Maida Langley's death claim, but if it's any consolation, you're in good company. Everybody concerned seems to have lost something. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Friends, when you've got a package of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum with you, you're all set for refreshment and enjoyment at any time. At work, at home, in your car, wherever you are. Just slip a stick of delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum in your mouth and keep on with what you're doing. See how refreshing that lively spearmint flavor tastes. How it cools your mouth and helps keep your throat moist. Enjoy the good chewing, too. It'll make the time pass more pleasantly for you. And remember, chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum helps keep breath sweet and teeth clean. So it's a nice thing to have with you at all times. Get some next time you're at the store. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Sidney Marshall with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Howard McNear, Ben Wright, Jack Edwards, Bill Johnstone, Jack Moyles, and Virginia Gregg. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when from Hollywood, John Lund returns as
yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
This is the CBS Radio Network. 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 This is the CBS...
Lund as Johnny Dollar.
Dave Hopkins, Johnny. Camden Life and Fidelity. Got a German visa?
Oh, I sleep with it under my pillow, Davy.
If you want, Berlin, your next port of call. Want it?
Now, what's the story, Davy?
It's like this, Johnny. A client of ours, Sam Harvey, category 50,000, 20 paid life. A couple of years ago, Harvey went to Berlin as consulting engineer for a machine tool firm. 6 months ago, he upped his policy from 10 to 50,000.
Good head on his shoulders.
Just listen, huh? Also, he changed beneficiaries from his mother to a woman he married over there.
Well, that's allowed, isn't it, Davy?
Well, maybe, maybe not. Yesterday, we got a cable from Berlin police. Herr Sam Harvey is newly dead in the Rhineland. Well, Johnny?
Okay, Dave, you named it. Berlin.
How about taking a minute or so to talk about seals and fish that have some connection with the government of the United States? Now, that isn't as strange as it sounds. You take the matter of seals, for example. There are two types of seals that are the responsibility of the Secretary of State. First, there's the Great Seal of the United States, which is stamped on all official documents. The Secretary of State makes sure it's always on hand when it's needed. The other kind of seals he takes care of are the ones that swim in the ocean, since it's up to the Secretary to work out agreements with representatives of other countries and let them know how many seals can be caught in what is called international waters and when. The Secretary of State works out similar deals for the catching of fish and lobsters because these agreements are actually treaties. Before they can be put into effect, they have to be approved by 2/3 of the Senate. As a matter of fact, any time our government wants to work out a deal with a foreign country on trade, mutual assistance, fish, seals, or lobsters, it's done by treaty. And all treaties are signed by the President, though some of them aren't drawn up until after the Secretary of State has worked over the rough spots in order to pave the way for prompt ratification. So, just remember, the Secretary of State is a mighty important wheel in the machinery of your United States government.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Camden Life and Fidelity Company Limited, Camden, New Jersey. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Berlin matter. Expense account item 1, $546.73, airfare and incidentals to Berlin via New York City. Item 2, $3.10, cab fare, Tempelhof Airport, American Zone, to the Waldenstern Hotel, where I registered, sent my luggage to my room, then went on to the red granite file called Police Headquarters on the Wilhelmstrasse. Here, a sub-lieutenant saw my credentials, listened to my story, and ushered me to the proper Oberlieutenant.
Meissner, Wilhelm Meissner.
I'm Johnny Dollar.
And you wish to know of the death of Sam Harvey, no?
Everything you can tell me.
So, last Tuesday, the body of Herr Harvey was found in the harbor there. Papers he carried made possible his identification, and his being an American national, therefore proper authorities were notified, as well as proper information on proper forms, as well as...
Can I see these forms, Lieutenant?
Of course. Here, as you please.
Thank you. Says here his body was found just north of Spandau. Where's Spandau, Lieutenant?
British zone.
Well, what would Sam Harvey be doing there?
Please.
Well, it says here Sam was employed by Koenig Machine Tool, which it also says here is in the American Zone. So I'd like to know, Lieutenant, if you have any idea what he was doing.
I will show you something. It will make things easier.
Good.
Map of Berlin. French zone, British zone, American, Russian.
Uh-huh.
And here is Spandau, on the harbor there. Above it, north, French zone.
So?
My guess is your Sam Harvey died somewhere in the French zone, was thrown into the harbor river, which current carried him down to here, to the harbor there, where he was found.
But that's only a guess.
Unofficial. Official, it would be written down, but it is not.
Why do you make a guess like that, Lieutenant?
You see, here, the suburb, Eagle, and the French zone, it is trackless.
What does that mean?
Rough. Tough. Now, Sam Harvey is certainly not the first man who was dumped into the harbor river.
Dumped? Dump means murdered and pushed, Lieutenant.
Murdered and pushed.
Okay. What else?
You see here, in the file, positive identification made by Paul Turner.
Who is Paul Turner?
A friend of Herr Harvey. He claimed the body and buried it. Also, he took it upon himself to notify Herr Harvey's wife.
Why does it say wife?
Nowhere, but I recall Herr Turner said Paul Harvey was in Vienna and that he would inform her of the death of her husband.
Well, I think that's real friendly, don't you?
Please.
Never mind. Well, thanks, Lieutenant. Can I do something for you in return? A beer or something? Expense account item 3. 90 cents for 2 rounds of brown beer with my newly found friend, Lieutenant Willie Meister, at the beer stube across the street, where I told him all I knew about Milwaukee and got in return a promise of continued cooperation. Expense account item 4, $1.20 to number 15 Kendenstrasse in the American Zone, the address of Paul Turner.
That's right, Dollar. I identified him.
Who killed him, Mr. Turner?
No, now listen.
Yeah?
Don't get cagey with me and say who killed him and lean closer to me to see if I'm going to go to pieces. I didn't even know he was killed.
He was pushed into a river.
Listen, there was a beer festival up in the French zone last week. Tegel, a suburb. So you can figure it.
Sam got drunk and fell in the river? Not pushed?
That's the way I read it.
Did he ever say anything to you about all that insurance he carried?
No. Carried a lot, huh?
First it was 10, then a while back he upped it to
50,000?
That's right.
Well, she's worth it.
Who? Paul's wife?
Worth every nickel of it.
Which comes to a question.
Oh, you mean, where is she?
I mean, where is she?
She'll be here.
Her husband's been dead for 4 days.
Well, she's in Vienna.
Well, it must take all of, 3 hours flying time to get here from Vienna.
Listen, Dollar, I'm going to tell you something. Don't ask questions with raised eyebrows, like everybody's lying or covering up. A guy named Sam Harvey died, and there's been a lot of tears on account of it, so gentle your way around. Huh? Make the questions come out polite.
You know, I'm going to try that.
Good.
What are you doing here in Berlin?
I have a civilian job with the Army. I interpret.
Oh? How do you like it?
Nice. See how we can get along if we try?
How come Paul's wife hasn't showed up for 4 days?
Oh, I have a wire here. Wait a minute. I'll read it to you. Illness gone. Arrived Tempelhof Airport this evening. 18 hours. Elsa.
Let me see it.
You read German, Johnny?
No. Are you going to meet her?
Right. Sure be glad to have you along, Johnny. Be nice. Fine.
Expense account item 5, $3.40. Full tank of petrol for Paul Turner's Volkswagen. He had his hand trapped in his pants pocket. We had a little time before Elsa's plane landed at Tempelhof, so we rode around Berlin, a 3-zone. The 4th didn't encourage sightseers. At a little before 6, we got to Tempelhof.
Flug 39 vom Tag Budapest und Wien, Passagiere und Gepäck, Ausgang 3.
Wow, she's a little ahead of schedule.
Yeah. You'll know Mrs. Harvey when you see her?
You know, you ask polite, but you don't listen polite, Johnny kid. I told you Sam's wife is worth every penny the 50 grand you say he left her. Now, would I say a thing like that if I didn't know her when I saw her?
Well, you hadn't mentioned it.
Now, before he married her, the 3 of us went around a bit in Vienna. Then Sam married her. And Elsa stayed in Vienna. I haven't seen her since. 6 months now.
Why did she stay in?
Yeah, that must be Elsa. See? Black dress, heavy black veil, black gloves. Classy dresser, that Elsa.
Yeah. Come on.
Elsa?
Bitte?
Paul Turner, Elsa. Don't you remember?
Oh, this veil, it is so... I will lift it. Oh, hello, Paul.
It's been a long time since we were together, Elsa.
A long time.
I'm sorry about
Oh, you, my husband's close friend, his dear friend, Paul.
Mrs. Harvey?
Bitte?
I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator.
Bitte?
Insurance investigator means that I was sent here to investigate your husband's death for my company.
Well, it means he's got $50,000 for you, Elsa, but first he's got to ask.
Please, Paul, let the gentleman speak.
I'll have to ask you where you were when your husband died.
In Vienna.
Why did you live in Vienna, Mrs. Harvey, and your husband in Berlin?
I have work in Vienna. Work I cannot leave. With the Refugee Commission. Sam had his work here. We lived there as we wanted and as we needed. You are finished, Mr. Dollar?
Well, no, I'm not quite finished.
Paul, please.
You finished, Dollar. For now. Come on, Elsa. I'll get you through customs.
Expense account item 6, $2.20. Cab fare back to the Walden Stern Hotel. Item 7, $1.50. Supper. Knockwurst and sauerkraut washed down with black beer. After which, 10 hours sleep with no dreams.
Dollar? Johnny Dollar?
Sir? Oh, yeah, this is Johnny Dollar.
Good morning. Here is William Meissner.
Oh, good morning, Willie. Goodbye, Willie.
Oh, do not wish me farewell, Herr Dollar.
No? All right, Willie. You want to chat?
Yeah, I would like it. However, this is official, or else I would apologize for awakening you. I have just received word from the police in the British Zone.
About what?
About a barge.
A barge?
Yes, a barge. The river barge Liebfrau on the harbor there. The touches Pier 12 of Spandau. You will come.
Wait a minute, Willie. I'd like to...
An official car will be outside your hotel. You will awake, dress, and come.
Here, on the barge, Dollar. Come here. Yeah, here, Dollar.
Well, only yesterday it was Willie and Johnny. What's happened?
Come here, please, to the pilot's cabin. In, Herr Dollar.
Wow. Who's he?
The man who is dead, with a bullet in the nape of his neck?
Yeah, that one.
Kurt Hausmann, captain pilot of this barge. Observe what else, Herr Dollar.
What?
On the desk, under his arm. Come please close with me. A letter Herr Pilot Hausmann has begun to write. It is, of course, in German. I will translate it. If you wish of Sam Harvey to know, come you to the barge. Now I will move his arm. You see to whom this letter is addressed?
To me.
To you, Johnny Dollar. What do you say to that?
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? He was the second vice president to become president. The son of a poor family, he was indentured to a clothmaker as apprentice at 15. And when he was 19, he bought his freedom for $30. As a congressman from New York in 1837, he opposed the entrance of Texas as a slave territory. During his administration, the country was strongly pro-slavery. And as a protest, Harriet Beecher Stowe wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin. The anti-slavery group in his party strongly resented his signing a bill which penalized anyone who refused to return runaway slaves to their rightful owners. If you don't have his name by now, here's one more clue. His administration saw California's entrance into the Union. Who was he? Millard Fillmore, 13th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Herr Dollar, since you have arrived, you have talked with people. With me, with Paul Turner, and at Tempelhof Airdrome with a widow. What words did you speak to them, Johnny Dollar, that makes this man dead?
Read it this way, Willie. I'm on a job. Insurance investigator.
Yeah, into the dying of Sam Harvey.
Into the murder of Sam Harvey. $50,000 worth.
So, perhaps you have discovered a thing which I, too, should know of the death of Sam Harvey, which will explain this death. If that is so, then tell me.
So far, I've found nothing. Nothing you don't know already. Not one thing.
Please.
I tell you, I don't...
Please. I believe you.
Well, you've got a way with you, Willie.
Schöne Danke.
You want to tell me things now?
Happily, I do.
This Kurt Hausman, who is he?
Pilot of a river barge.
What else?
Thief, petty, also grand.
What else?
Before he grew out of it, a black marketeer.
And after that, what?
Smuggler. From west to the east zone. Also vice versa. Very rich.
And still you let him get away?
Please.
Go ahead.
Kurt Hausman, besides what he was also an eel. You understand? A slippery eel. Many times arrested, many times released. Insufficient evidence. An eel.
And he's murdered on the Havel River and found at Spandau, near
the French zone, where also was found the body of Sam Harvey, where...
Please.
Forgive me.
Near the French zone, where also was found the body of Sam Harvey. And he begins a letter to me saying if I want to know about Sam Harvey...
Which will become an exhibit on the official files.
Which figures he knew something about Harvey's death.
I would say so.
Then someone stopped him from getting the letter to me.
I would say so.
And that's all?
No. Kurt had a friend. A beloved friend. Fräulein Mary Fuller. She came with a troop 4 years ago to entertain your occupation forces. She entertained them. When they left, she stayed. Unter den Linden was what she wanted, she says.
Where do I find her?
Where do we find her?
Yeah, you and me. Where?
At Zehlendorf. There's a carnival there.
A carnival?
Yeah, waxworks, the hula dancers, knife throwers. Fräulein Mary stands in front and beckons so.
Well, we just better see this Fraulein, Willie.
Yeah, after the ambulance has taken away the body of Herr Hausmann. There she is.
Hey, now, Yank, your culture's right inside. We got a snake charmer and we got a... Now, here's a Yankee Doodle, if I ever saw one. And dandy.
Hiya.
And look who you've got to be with.
Fräulein.
Go away, Willie. I'm earning a living.
It is necessary to talk to you, Fräulein.
You too?
It'll be my pleasure.
Doll.
Something has happened, Fräulein. Kurt.
What about him?
He is dead. Fräulein, I'm sorry, but sometimes it becomes necessary for me.
There's a bench over there.
He's a bum. You know that, don't you? Sure you know that.
Fräulein, please, sit down.
Thank you, Willie. How did Kurt die, Willie?
By a bullet in the back of the neck.
How else would he die?
He was writing a letter to me when he was shot.
Oh?
Why would he be doing a thing like that, Mary?
Who are you?
Johnny Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
Why? I mean, why? Why are you here now talking to me in front of a tourist trap? And with Willie here, what's happening?
Just take it easy.
That's the latest word. Just take it easy. All right, okay. Brave smile. How is it?
Fine. Great.
Questions, Fräulein?
Whenever you're ready.
Do you know who killed Kurt, Fräulein?
No.
Fräulein, 5 days ago, an American by the name of Sam Harvey was found in the harbor there, drowned. Did you know him?
Old Sam Harvey.
What about him?
He was a thief.
How?
The barge on the river.
Kurt's barge?
Sam owned it with Kurt. Anything illegal that could be done on the river. Smuggling, black market, name it. Anything from Potsdam and up the canals all the way to Hamburg. If it was illegal and could be carried by barge, My Kurt and good old Sam Harvey.
I thought Sam was a machine tool engineer.
Only when the barge business was slow.
Did you know his wife?
Practically.
What does that mean?
I was their shopper. Sam would give me money and say, buy for Elsa. Presents. Silk stuff they make over in the French zone. Leather from the British zone. Lots of these ceramic earrings, see, like I'm wearing?
Yeah, real nice.
Just make them for pierced ears. Sam showed a pair of them to Kurt, and Kurt made me pierce my ears so I could wear them, too.
Yeah?
Sam would get me to buy sweaters and woolens for her. Buy them and send them to her.
To Vienna?
Sure.
One more thing. You know a lad named Paul Turner?
No. You want me anymore, Willie? Thanks. Hey, mein Herr, Fraulein, now come on in. Now come on in. We got a snake charmer. We got a nice
I asked Willie to drop me off at Paul Turner's in the American zone. There, I asked Turner the address of Sam's widow, Elsa Harvey. He sent me to the Tyrol Hotel, where on the third floor rear, Elsa opened a door to me.
What do you wish here?
To make an apology, Mrs. Harvey.
Consider you have done so. Good day, Herr Dollar.
And to do another thing. To give you the papers you'll need to sign, so you can get that $50,000 insurance of your husband's.
Come in. Give them to me.
Sure. Take your time about it, Mrs. Harvey. Read them over. I'll wait till you're finished.
A messenger will bring them to you.
Yeah, sure he will. Mrs. Harvey.
Yes?
You're a very beautiful woman.
Thank you.
Very beautiful. You always wear your hair like that? Long, falling to your shoulders? Do me a favor.
What?
Put your hair up for me.
Put my... I don't understand you.
Oh, please. Just to see how you look. I've been wondering. Yeah. Yeah, like that.
Und what, Herr Dollar?
Well, I've already said it. You're a very beautiful woman.
You must go.
Sure. Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen, Herr Dollar.
Expense account item 8, $1.30. Cab fare to the small carnival in Zehlendorf. And a girl who stood there and dared people to come in. To ask her for an address, I guess she must know. She'd sent so many presents to it. Expense account item 9, $63.95, airfare and incidentals to Vienna. Expense account item 10, cab fare, $1 even, to a red brick apartment building 5 stories high and a block square.
Frau Harvey?
That's right.
Mrs. Harvey is dead.
When?
Yesterday morning, early.
Listen, did she get a wire from Berlin last Tuesday?
Yes, she did. But of course she could not read it. I gave it to the other lady.
What other lady?
Her friend, who lives across the hall, who was kind to her and took care of her, who paid for her funeral.
And who moved out right after it was over?
Yes. But how did you know?
Yeah. Oh.
The widow Harvey inside, Paul?
Uh-huh.
You answer her door for her now?
Mm-hmm.
So I have to get past you to speak to her, huh?
Elsa,
Yes, Paul.
it's Johnny Dollar.
Good.
Come on in.
Hello, Frau Harvey.
Here are the papers, Herr Dollar. I have signed them.
Oh, fine. Thank you.
What are you doing?
Tearing paper.
Are you going crazy, Dollar?
No. I always tear up policies this way, Paul.
What is the meaning of this?
What's your real name?
My name?
Cut it out, honey. This Dollar's no slob. How much do you know, Dollar?
All of it.
For instance?
Well, I just got in from Vienna. A girl died there. Sam Harvey's wife.
Mm-hmm. See, I told you he wasn't any slob, honey.
She was sick. Then she died. Her husband died. Why shouldn't I have the money in the policy? I took care of
It's
her
just
and
not legal. That's all, honey.
How could he know, Paul?
How could he possibly know?
By a stupid little slip. Earrings for pierced ears. Like Sam's wife had and like you don't. Which made me go to Vienna to make sure. And I did, and I'm sure.
Okay, Dollar.
Okay, what?
You tore up the policy. Blow.
Paul, you knew this girl was a phony right away at the airport. But you went along with her. I asked myself why.
You got an answer?
You're trying to hide something, too. Murder?
Yes, something's got to give, Dollar.
Sam's murder? Carl's?
You know what you know, and I know what I know. One of us has got to go.
Killed Sam because you wanted in on the barge business. The smuggling, the black market. But Carl. Why Carl, Paul? Why did you kill him?
He didn't want me in. So bad he didn't want me in, he threatened to get to you.
He almost did.
And you almost got out of Germany, Dollar. But now I don't...
Mr. Dollar?
Yeah?
I hurt no one. I took care of her when she was sick. Even when she died, I paid to bury her. I took a chance, and I lost Mr. Dollar. Who can say I harmed anyone? And in Vienna, it's not very pleasant. Oh, please.
It's not for me to say. It's for another fellow. Name of Willie. Nice man. Very nice. Expense account item 11, $67.70. Hotel bill and incidentals while in Berlin and Vienna. Expense account total, $693.03. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Benny Rubin, Edgar Barrier, Jerry Gaylor, Hal March, and Virginia Gray. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at the same time when from Hollywood, John Lund returns as yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Johnny Dollar. Johnny Dollar. Johnny Dollar. For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as Johnny Dollar.
Bob Creel, Johnny. Tri-State Limited.
Oh, hiya, Bob.
Listen, I want to read your letter. It says, if you want to know who killed Martha Williams, you pay no mind to that person or persons unknown. Look close to home. Real close to home. Well, there you are.
Signed with that famous old name, I suppose.
Yep, anonymous. It's postmarked Piney Corners, Pennsylvania. Martha Williams was killed a month ago. Shot. And we carried a $10,000 policy on her.
Who's the beneficiary?
Her husband, Ben Williams. He's a farmer there. The coroner's jury brought in an open verdict. We're about ready to pay off the policy, but now... How about it, Johnny?
Piney Corners, huh? All right, Bob. Provided I can find it on the map.
If I cut in for a few moments, fellas, I hope it won't start an argument. But if you'd like to get into an argument that will pay off 9 times out of 10, you just bet someone that the Treasury Department has its own Navy. Well, that happens to be true. It's a fact that the United States Coast Guard is an agency of the Treasury Department and has the job of seeing to it that any activity involving the coastal waters of our country is strictly within the law. The Coast Guard has many responsibilities to keep it busy. It assists ships and aircraft in distress, protects game, seal, and otter fisheries in Alaska, and maintains the International Ice Patrol in the North Atlantic. It operates lighthouses, light ships, beacons, and other aids to navigation, and removes wrecks and other floating dangers. In addition,
The Coast Guard enforces laws and regulations relating to customs, navigation, neutrality, immigration, and quarantine. All peacetime jobs under the supervision of the Treasury Department. During wartime, however, the Coast Guard is attached to the United States Navy and acts directly under that branch of our military service. But whether it operates under the Treasury Department or the United States Navy, the Coast Guard is a mighty bulwark in the protection and defense of our country.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Tri-State Assurance Company Limited, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Piney Corners matter. Expense account item 1, $48.40. Transportation to Piney Corners. A town of 1,200 people, 1 inn, 1 restaurant, 1 general store, and 1 constable. A lantern-jawed man of middle age named Jake Finley.
Lived here all my life, Mr. Dollar. First murder we ever had. Don't rightly know just how to go about dealing with it.
Well, maybe between us we can come up with something.
I hope so. Ain't much I can give you in the way of facts, though. Clues, I guess you call them. The woman's dead, and that's about it. Could have been an accident, even.
What do you mean, accident?
Hunters from the city come through here regular, shoot at anything that moves. One of them might have done it unintentional, then got scared and run.
A city hunter with an old-fashioned squirrel rifle? That's what this bullet was fired from.
Well, I said it could have been accidental. I didn't say it was. I reckon somebody meant to kill her, all right. Only trouble, though, I can't figure anybody that might have had a reason to.
What about this slug? The ballistics boys make anything out of it?
Nope. Too flattened out. Sent it clear to Philadelphia. They said there wasn't any way of telling what particular rifle it came from. And pretty near everybody in the township's got one of them guns. No, it's like I said. No clues, not to speak of.
There are people, though, Jake, with different motives and different capabilities. And one of them did it.
Not the one you're figuring most on, though, Mr. Dollar.
Her husband, you mean, Ben Williams? Why not?
Ain't the type. Like you said about capabilities, he wouldn't kill anybody. You'll see when you meet him.
Well, then suppose we meet him.
All right. Farm is just outside of town. I'll drive you out there. But the township's kind of frugal with money, and I will have to ask you to pay for the car expense.
Fair enough. Maybe we could make a couple of other calls, too. I'd like to talk to the coroner.
You already have. I'm the coroner. Well, let's go.
Expense account item 2, $4.50. Car expense from Piney Corners to the Williams farm. Or at least part way to the Williams farm. After stopping several times to point out local landmarks, Constable Finley pulled up beside 2 people who were building a rock wall along the road and introduced me to Williams' neighbors, the Keelers.
How do you do, Mr. Dollar?
I'm pleased to meet you.
Mr. Dollar's an insurance investigator, Ira. He's checking into Martha's death. Oh, I see.
Tri-State Company.
Why, yes, that's right, Mrs. Keeler.
Oh, it was a terrible tragedy. Sad thing for all of us. The Williams have been neighbors for years. Good neighbors. And then this, after all the other trouble they'd had.
What sort of trouble, Mr. Keeler?
Oh, Martha's illness. After that operation last year, she was almost an invalid, you might say. Ben had to care for her, along with doing for the house and running the farm, too.
A lot of time he spent caring for her.
Now, Agnes.
Not half as much time as he spent hanging around that girl.
What girl is that, Mrs. Keeler?
Oh, that little celebrity Jim.
Agnes. I'm afraid my wife is just repeating gossip she's heard, Mr. Dollar. Ben Williams is a fine young man. Any stories to the contrary are idle rumors. I know the girl, Mr. Dollar. It's Flora Lane, a waitress at the Piney Corners Inn. You can talk to her when we get back to town.
Good.
I reckon we better get on over to Ben.
Oh, by the way, Mrs. Keeler, the company appreciated your letter.
How'd you know it was me?
Oh, I just guessed. Nice to have met both of you. Goodbye.
It ain't much farther now. Williams' house is right ahead of us.
You figure this is how the killer got away, down this draw, huh?
Yep.
as far as the road, back where we left the car. Couldn't have been seen from either the Keeler place or the Williams house. The brush is too thick.
Yeah, that all right.
Let's see now. Over about there is where I calculated the shot was fired, Broughton. Right next to that survey marker. Here, come on, I'll show you.
What was the survey for?
Well, they was figuring to build a turnpike through here last year. Finally picked someplace else a few months ago. Too bad. It'd have made this land worth something. Now, let's see. Martha Williams was sitting in that big front window there. Ben's put the glass back in since. It was long about dusk. Miss Keeler was in the room with her. She'd brought over a cake or something.
And somebody standing above where we are now fired at her through the window with a rifle and killed her.
And got away. Back down the draw there, I figure.
Tell me something, Jake. This waitress at the inn, Flora Lane. She pretty?
Well, tastes differ. She's pretty enough.
Was it just a rumor? Or was Ben seeing her before his wife was killed?
Oh, he stopped by the restaurant once in a while. Cup of coffee, piece of pie. He was doing all the cooking at home. He got mighty tired of it, I reckon.
And what about now? Is he still seeing her?
He eats most of his evening meals there, if that's what you mean.
How about his wife? Did she have any chance of getting well eventually?
Not according to the doctors. They said she'd be an invalid as long as she... You're barking up the wrong tree, Mr. Dollar.
It adds up, Jake. A pretty girl in the offing, young and alive, an invalid wife and a rundown farm. Now, he wouldn't be the first man who's gone wrong trying to get out from under a burden like that.
Yeah. Not Ben, no. It ain't his nature. Come on, let's go up and talk to him. You'll see when you meet him.
Why would Mrs. Keeler go out of her way to get him into trouble?
Send him that letter? Well, she's always been a good friend of Martha's, but she never has like Ben. I don't know why. That's just the way she is. I wouldn't put no stock in what she said.
I don't see much sign of life.
Well, Ben's in and out. You never know.
Sounds like somebody's coming around the house.
Guess he was working out in the barn.
You're looking for... Oh, a constable.
All right, Tom.
Fine, Mr. Finley.
Ben around?
Nope, he ain't here. I've been working out back, fixing a spreader. Mr. Williams ain't here, though.
Any idea when he'll be back?
Nope, he didn't say. You can go in and set, though, if you want.
Yeah, maybe we will. Oh, this is Mr. Dollar, Tom Smith.
Howdy.
Why?
Tom does odd jobs for Ben, some of the other farmers. Works around here and there.
I see. Were you working here the day Mrs. Williams was killed, Tom?
No, I wasn't even near here. Anybody that says so is lying. I was clear over on the other side of town.
Shall we go inside, Mr. Dollar?
Okay. I'll see you, Tom.
He gets kind of excited when he thinks he's accused of anything. He's not much on brains, you know.
Has he ever been in trouble with the law?
Well, petty stuff. Shooting game out of season, mostly.
Oh? Is he a good shot?
Dead shot. Never misses.
We waited in the parlor for a while. The room where Martha Williams had died. Gradually, the sun dropped behind the hills, and Ben still hadn't come back. We finally left and drove into town. I arranged to meet Jake, the constable, later at his office. Then I walked over to the Piney Corners Inn to eat dinner. There were half a dozen tables in the place, all empty. I was the only customer. The waitress was pretty and friendly and fitted the description.
Feels like it's turning out to be a cold night.
Yeah, it sure does.
We have some awful good pot roast this evening. I think you'll like it.
All right, fine.
You're a stranger in town, aren't you?
Yeah. I'm here looking into the death of Martha Williams.
I see.
Are you, by any chance, Flora Lane?
Yes, I am.
Well, I guess you're the person I'm looking for.
You worked very fast. I thought it would take longer.
Oh?
I knew you'd find out, of course. Sooner or later. I was hoping Ben and I would at least have a little time to ourselves first.
Well, it looks like it didn't work out that way.
Never does. Once you've been knocked down, life never gives you another chance.
Did Martha have a chance?
I wouldn't have done anything to harm her marriage. Didn't let on to Ben how I felt. Not once. Not until after she'd been killed.
That's considerate of you.
And I know he didn't give me one thought as long as she was alive. Not in his nature.
So I've heard.
Doesn't it mean anything at all when a person's acquitted?
Acquitted? Acquitted of what?
Well, that other... I thought you knew. I thought that's what you...
Maybe you better tell me about it, Flora. I'll find out anyway. Now that I know what to look for.
Yes, you could, easy. 4 years ago in Chicago, I was working as housekeeper for a family. The wife died suddenly. They said I did it because I wanted to marry the husband. I was tried for murder.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? He was third vice president to become president through the death of the man holding that office. A man of limited education, he was taught to read and to write by his wife. In 1862, when Tennessee threatened to secede from the Union, he was appointed military governor of occupied Tennessee by President Lincoln. As president, by a threat of war, he stopped Napoleon's attempt to seize control of Mexico. And his administration saw the beginning of the Reconstruction era. A senator before he became president, he was reelected to the Senate after his presidential term of office was over. If you don't have his name by now, here are two more clues. During his administration, Alaska was purchased from Russia, and Nebraska became a state. Who was he? Andrew Johnson, 17th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account item 3, $1.60. Pot roast special at the Piney Corners Inn. I finished it, left, and walked down the empty street to the constable's office.
Pull up a chair, Mr. Dollar. This old oil burner don't throw much heat.
Oh, thanks, Jake.
You find Ben?
No. I met his girlfriend, though.
Flora? I reckon you found out about her, too, from that look on your face.
Yeah, she let the whole thing slip. Thought I was already onto it.
It don't have no bearing, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, maybe not. The way it stands, though, I could make out a pretty good case against Ben.
Except you haven't met him.
It adds up, Jake. An invalid wife, a pretty girl, a rundown farm that doesn't look as though it's made a profit in years, and a $10,000 insurance policy just dangling.
Yeah. In fact, it's even worse a picture if you look at it that way.
What do you mean?
That farm's not only run down, it's mortgaged to the hilt. Ben needed money for that first operation last year, and the others later. The bank wouldn't touch it.
Well, what happened?
Our keeler came through and helped him out. $7,500. That farm wouldn't bring $4,500 if it was sold tomorrow. Naturally, Ben feels pretty obligated.
And $10,000 would take the pressure off all the way around. Huh. I've been wondering about something. You said that nearly everybody in the township had one of those old-fashioned squirrel rifles. What about Ben?
No, just a shotgun.
Yeah. I saw it when we were out there, hanging over the mantel. And I noticed something else at the same time. The hooks the gun was hanging on. They hadn't been put there for a shotgun. They were too far apart. But I think they'd fit a squirrel rifle just fine.
Ben's not one to lie, and he told me he didn't have a rifle. But that's something else I've been studying about, Mr. Dollar. I kind of half remember seeing a squirrel gun hanging over that mantel in years gone by.
Expense account item 4, $4.50. Car expense for another trip with the constable out to the Williams farm.
The lights are on.
Oh, evening, Jake.
And Ben? I'd like you to meet Mr. Dollar.
Hi.
How are you?
Well, turning sort of cold out, huh?
Yes, it is. Mind if we come inside, Ben?
Oh, sure. Sorry, Jake. Come on back to the kitchen. That's the only room I keep a fire in. Pull a couple of chairs out from the table there.
Thanks.
I'll see if I can shake this grate down a little. Get the draft started. You, got some business out this way, Jake?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, we're here to talk to you, Ben.
Oh?
Mr. Dollar here is an investigator for the insurance company that's got the policy on Martha. He aims to find out who killed her.
Oh, I see. You got any idea about it yet, Mr. Dollar?
Yes, an idea, but nothing more than that.
You mind telling me?
No, I don't see any reason not to put the cards on the table. The way things stack up right now, looks like maybe you killed her, Ben.
That's a lie. Well, I wouldn't harm a hair on her head.
I said looks like. Looks can be deceiving.
What do you mean?
Mr. Dollar's been checking here and there, Ben, talking to people, the Keelers and Flora Lane.
What's Flora got to do with it?
Nothing. Or she could be part of your reason.
Well, I didn't even make her acquaintance hardly before the last week or two.
What about Mrs. Keeler? She's a friend of yours, isn't she?
Well, she's a good friend of Martha's. Why do you ask?
She thinks you killed your wife. She wrote a letter to the insurance company.
Why, she's crazy. I always knew she never liked me, but I didn't figure she'd go that far.
Ben, whatever happened to that squirrel rifle you had around the house?
The week before Martha died, somebody... Well, how'd you know I had it?
What happened to it, Ben?
Jake, I didn't lie to you, actually. You asked me if I had a rifle, and I said no. And I didn't then. You didn't ask me if I had one.
Where's the rifle now, Ben?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Dollar. It was stole the week before Martha was killed, and I ain't seen it since.
You didn't say anything to me about it being stole. How come you didn't report it?
Because Martha asked me not to. She thought she knew who took it, and she wanted to give them a chance to make good. And she was like that, always giving people a chance.
But after she was gone, after she'd been shot by that same kind of rifle, you still didn't report it.
Because of how it would make things look. Reporting afterward that the gun had been took before. Don't you see?
Who had a chance to steal the rifle, Ben?
I don't know. The only ones I can think of that was in the house that week are Mrs. Keeler and Tom Smith.
Tom Smith? Jake, is that the kid we met here this afternoon?
Yep. He's taken things before, Mr. Dollar, and he's crazy about guns.
Oh. Maybe we ought to check into it.
It's around here back to the feed store, Mr. Dollar. Kind of a shack on the corner of the lot. They let him use it in return for keeping an eye on the store at night. I think the door's here at the corner, if I recollect. It's been a long...
All right, now. You stop right where you are.
It's Constable Finley, Tom. Mr. Dollar's with me.
All right. I figured it was somebody trying to break in.
Well, now that you know it isn't, I wonder if I could have a look at that gun you're holding.
Well, I reckon so, Mr. Dollar. Sure, here.
Thanks. You got the flashlight, Jake?
Yeah. Just a second now. There we are.
Well, no luck. It's a 22.
What you fellas up to, anyhow?
Tom, what did you do with Ben Williams' squirrel rifle?
How'd you find out?
Never mind. What did you do with it?
I ain't got it now.
Where is it?
I sold it. I did. I sold it to Mr. Keeler. He gave me $3 for it about 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks. That'd make it a week after Martha Williams was shot. And you took the gun the week before she was shot. Well, Tom?
Well, what? I don't know what... Are you saying I shot Mrs. Williams?
I'm asking.
She was the best friend I ever had. The only one in this town. Ever treated me like somebody. I wouldn't do nothing to hurt her.
Now, Tom...
Besides, that gun ain't even been fired for 3 or 4 years, maybe. Miss Williams never did use it. Well, it's even got rust inside the barrel.
Tom, for your sake, I hope it has. Expense account item 5, another $4.50 for the loan of Jake Finley's car to drive out to the Keeler farm and pick up the stolen rifle. As I walked up to the porch, the door opened.
Oh.
Evening, Mrs. Keeler.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Dollar.
Is your husband at home?
Oh, yes. He's in there working on his accounts. Mr. Dollar, about that letter, it was a terrible thing to do.
Well,
I don't really think Mr. Williams had anything to do with Martha's death. And I don't hate him either. In fact, not that Ira isn't steady and reliable, but, well, life on a farm isn't easy for a woman at the best. And she wants more than just cold, hard profits and grasping for more and more money. She gets silly notions.
Mrs. Keeler, I don't...
She wants warmth, that's all. Nothing more. And Ben wouldn't even pay any attention to me, Mr. Dollar. You understand.
Yes. I think I do.
You go right on in. I have to take these preserves over to Miss Daly. I don't know why I told you all that.
Good night, Mrs. Keeler. Mr. Keeler?
In here. Come on in.
Sorry to bother you this time of night.
Oh, Mr. Dollar. Just finishing up my last year's account book. What can I do for you?
Well, unless I've been misinformed, you bought a squirrel rifle from Tom Smith a while back.
Yeah, that's right. Hanging there over the fireplace. $3. Quite a bargain. Of course, I wouldn't be surprised if he stole it somewhere.
He did. From your next-door neighbor, Ben Williams.
I'm out $3. And I'll take it over to Ben in the morning.
I wonder if I could look at the gun, Mr. Keeler. We're trying to check on Tom's story.
Of course. Go right ahead. I'll just finish this total while you're doing it, and we'll have time for a chat.
Fine. He went back to the ledgers on the table in front of him, and I reached up and took the rifle down from the hooks over the mantel. Tom Smith had told the truth. There was rust in the barrel and on the breech. The gun hadn't been cleaned nor fired. But I saw something else, too. The hooks over the fireplace. They were old and rusted and set firmly into the mortar. They'd been there for years.
Find out what you were after, Mr. Dollar?
More than I was after. I know who killed Martha Williams.
Tom Smith?
Murders are ordinarily committed because of hate or for gain. Now, hate didn't seem to fit in this case, but gain did. Who benefits? At first glance, Ben Williams, the beneficiary of the insurance policy.
Oh, I don't believe it.
No, neither did I, not completely. Didn't quite add up. Maybe it was too obvious. No, it wasn't Ben, Mr. Keeler. It was somebody who stood to benefit even more than he did from that $10,000 policy.
Who?
Somebody who made a $7,500 loan out of kindness. That in itself should have tipped me off, Mr. Keeler. As Jake says, it wasn't in your nature.
My nature?
And of course it wasn't kindness. It was good business at the time, because a turnpike was being planned that would make the farm worth twice that loan. But the road fell through, and you were stuck with a worthless farm, unless Ben could get money to pay you. I imagine that's when you started thinking about murder.
You're accusing me of murder, Mr. Dollar?
Those hooks over the mantel have been there a long time. Where's the rifle that hung there before you bought this one from Tom Smith?
There might not have been one.
The neighbors will remember.
Let me just put down this final total. There. I had a good year last year. Very good year. I doubt it's going to be that good this year. Well, no regrets, Mr. Dollar. It's like farming. You take risks on drought, frost, insects. Sometimes you lose. Make a mistake. I knew I'd made a mistake the second I pulled that trigger.
We're just a matter of time. The gun's buried out behind the barn.
Expense account item 6, $57.20. Incidentals and transportation back to Hartford. Expense account total, $120.70. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Philip Martin, Johnny. What do you know about hydroelectric power dams?
Not a thing, should I?
The Travers Construction Company is building one at Sierra de Avare. That's a couple of 100 miles west of Caracas, Venezuela. Thought you might like to run down there and take a look at it.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you, but no thanks.
There's a time penalty clause in their contract, Johnny, and we put up the completion bond. Now, if the dam isn't finished by a week from Friday, it starts costing us $5,000 a day until it is.
You sound worried.
We got a radiogram from Asa Travers yesterday claiming that attempts are being made to prevent the completion of the dam on schedule. Last night, Travers got himself involved in a premature dynamite explosion.
Did it kill him?
No, that was accomplished by two .38 caliber slugs they found in him afterwards.
I wonder if coffee's any cheaper in Venezuela. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Eastern Indemnity Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Sulphur and Brimstone matter. Expense account item 1, $273.50. Airfare and incidentals between Hartford and Caracas, Venezuela. I was met at the Macatilla airport by the deceased Travers' partner, Senor Getulio Matarsa, who wasted little time on the amenities. 10 minutes later, we were aboard a twin-engine Cessna with Matarsa at the controls, flying west toward the Sierra de Avare Dam.
As to who may have killed Senor Travers, or why, I can tell you nothing. It is possible Capitan Boros of the Federal Police will have more information for us when we arrive.
Why federal authorities on a homicide matter?
The Sierra de Avare Dam is being partially financed by governmental funds. Naturally, the federal authorities are interested.
Mm-hmm. What's your opinion about Asa Travers' report that somebody's trying to sabotage the dam?
While it is true we have had some breakdown of equipment, some vital materials lost or stolen, I do not believe anyone is attempting to delay construction by physical means.
What do you believe?
In many police organizations, Senor Dollar, even in yours, in the United States, there will always be a small percentage of dishonest men.
You talking about Captain Boros?
On a project such as the Sierra de Avare Dam, too diligent police investigations could cause disastrous work stoppages. Vital delays which could carry us far beyond the contract deadline.
And at $5,000 a day, that could turn out to be pretty rough. Did either you or Travers try to prove this little theory of yours?
We will be at the dam shortly, Senor Dollar, and your investigation can begin. It would not perhaps be wise of me to attempt to give you any preconceived ideas.
Maybe you should have thought of that before you tried so hard. Some 20 minutes later, Matarsa put the plane down on a bare earth field in the midst of a jumble of giant steam shovels, earth movers, and bulldozers. Overlooking it all was the great bulk of the Sierra de Avare Dam. Matarsa made some excuse about having to check on a turbine installation, So I made my way alone to the shack which was construction headquarters of the project. Oh, I'm sorry.
Excúseme, señor.
My fault.
No hay de qué. Hasta luego, señor.
Yeah?
Yeah?
My name is Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator. I'm looking for Captain Boris.
Insurance investigator. That's all we need out here now. Who's paying you off, Boris or Matarsa?
Maybe we better start over again. My name is Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator. Who are you?
Bill Anthony. I'm straw boss of this outfit. And let's get one thing straight right now. I'm here to build this dam, and it's going to get built in spite of you or Boris or Matarsa or anyone else.
Very admirable. Now, where's Captain Boris?
Last I heard, he was going over to Travers' house.
And where's that?
Near the town of Puerto Cáceres, some 10 miles north of here.
Uh-huh.
We got some jeeps parked down on the other side of the hill. Told one of the boys I said he should drive you out there.
You're mighty accommodating all of a sudden.
It'll get you out of my hair for a while.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Oh, by the way, who's the girl I bumped into on my way in?
Philomena Travers.
Aza's daughter?
His widow. Why?
You must have been discussing some pretty important business.
What makes you think so?
Neither one of you remembered to wipe the lipstick off your chin. There were a few questions I wanted to put to Matarsa regarding Bill Anthony and Asa Travers' comely young widow, Philomena, but I didn't see him around. So I made my way to the motor pool and got myself transportation and a guide to take me to Asa Travers' home.
It is true, then, that the Senor Norteamericano has come here on the sad matter of Senor Travers' death?
Well, the word's gotten around pretty fast, hasn't it, Pedro?
Well, when one has lived in the Sierra Roja as long as has Pedro de la Cuesta, anything strange or different becomes quickly known.
Well, then maybe Pedro de la Cuesta knows something about why Senor Travers was killed.
I know only that when men make an evil thing, Senor, it will bring evil.
You're talking about the building of the dam?
Si, senor.
Why should that be an evil thing?
It is not right for men to change the things which are natural to the earth, senor. To force the flowing waters of a river backward upon themselves. This is not a good thing, senor.
You talk like a plantation owner, Pedro.
No, senor. My father was but a poor farmer who worked hard that I might go to the school of the workers here. But Pedro knows it is not a good thing what is being done here today. The evil that man creates will destroy him as it has already done to Senor Travers. And there will be more it will destroy, senor. Many, many more.
Now that's a happy thought. Asa Travers' house was a neat white stucco bungalow, half hidden by a mass of flowering bougainvillea. I left Pedro de la Cuesta with his gloomy thoughts while I went up to see if anyone was around. It soon became evident that somebody was. The shots came from a low barn-like building at the rear of the property, and I wasted no time getting over there to see if Pedro's prophecy had already been fulfilled.
Buenas tardes, senor. So we meet again, huh?
Yeah.
But you look so startled, senor. Almost as though you had expected to find a body in here.
Well, I hadn't expected to find a shooting gallery, Senora Travers.
Asa had it built for my amusement. I have always found firearms fascinating ever since I was a little girl. And there is little else with which one may amuse oneself out here in this wilderness. I have become quite proficient at it. You see?
Not bad. What's the gun? 38 caliber on a 45 frame?
Si, senor. And you are thinking perhaps that it is the same caliber bullet which caused the death of Asa?
The thought had occurred to me, yeah.
Well, it is regrettable one must disappoint you, senor. Capitan Boros has already shed the gun.
I see. Where is the good captain?
Oh, he left perhaps 20 minutes ago.
We didn't pass him on the road.
Are you always so suspicious of other person's statements, Senor Dollar?
Let's say I'm curious.
And you find something to be curious about concerning me?
Oh, a number of things.
Oh?
Well, I haven't told you who I am or why I'm here, but you seem to know.
But of course, senor. Bill Anthony has called me on the telephone and so informed me.
And you don't seem particularly grief-stricken over the death of your husband.
I have a philosophy of life, senor. It is always to look forward, never back. It is only the future one may possibly control. Never the past.
Sometimes the past has a nasty habit of affecting one's future.
Only if one has been guilty of some crime.
And you haven't?
Would you believe me if I said no?
Senor Dollar. Senor Dollar.
In here, Matarsa.
Senor. Senor, you must return with me to the dam at once.
Why? What's up?
It is that Capitan Borros. He has just ordered an immediate stoppage of all work on the dam. You see, Senor Dollar, already the work has come to a halt. Nothing is moving. The steam shovels, the concrete mixers, nothing.
Uh-huh. Where's Captain Boris?
In a construction shack with Bill Anthony.
Let's talk with him.
I tell you, Senor Dollar, there is only one answer for this action. Capitan Borros is looking for the payout.
We'll talk to him.
I'm about ready to... Well, it's about time you got here, Dollar. Maybe you can talk some sense into this bull-headed jackass who calls himself captain of police.
I have listened to enough of this kind of talk, Senor Anthony. I'm willing to talk sensibly and calmly with anyone. But violent words or actions will not sway me in the least.
Well, that makes sense, Captain. Can you do the same about this sudden clampdown order of yours?
Quite simply, Senor, I had no alternative. It was necessary to halt work upon the dam in order to prevent possible irreparable damage to the construction.
What kind of nonsense is that, Capitan?
It is a statement of fact, Senor Metarsa. I discovered this afternoon that Senor Anthony was about to dynamite a passageway for the new riverbed. He was employing an excessive amount of dynamite that would bring the hillside down upon the cut that has already been made.
You're lying in your teeth, Boris.
I am no engineer, Senor Anthony. But when the specifications call for 25 cases of dynamite, and I find 50 such cases are being employed, drastic action of some kind is certainly called for.
How about that, Anthony?
He's off his rocker, Dollar. I issued the specifications for the job. 25 cases were called for. And only 25 cases were taken out of the powder house.
Seems to be a little difference of opinion, Captain. Suppose we go down and take a look at those dynamite charges.
If you wish, Senor. But I can assure you, you will be able to learn nothing that will alter my decision. Until I get to the bottom...
Dynamite! The charges we sent to blast the new riverbed. Somebody sent them off.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our subsequent investigation showed that Bill Anthony's specifications for 25 cases of dynamite had cleared through the powder house just that way. And the explosive experts there said that only an amount greatly in excess of that could have caused the damage that had been done. And we discovered that the blast had been touched off by a crude homemade sparking contraption we found in the brush on one of the nearby hills. It was dark by the time we got back to the construction shack. Matarsa was waiting for us with a report on the results of the investigating he and Bill Anthony had done.
The original damage is not as great as we feared, senores.
Yeah? How's that, Matarsa?
While it is true the explosion buried the new cut, it is only for a relatively short distance. We can bypass it through a natural canyon on the other side of the hill. The work will be completed by Friday.
You are forgetting something, are you not, Senor?
Your work stoppage order, Capitan Borros?
Mm-hmm.
No. I am flying to Caracas tonight. There are higher authorities there who can quite easily countermand your orders. I'm certain they will prevent you from interfering any longer in the construction of the Sierra de Abarre Dam. Buenas noches, senores.
Looks like he's calling your hand, Captain.
See. And I have no doubt he will succeed, Senor. There are those in Caracas who, for a handful of silver, will sell practically anything, including their souls.
You know, Matarsa has the same idea about you.
He's not the first, nor will he be the last. A police official is always suspect. There are but few who realize
that there are other considerations besides those of money.
How about naming me one, Captain?
8 men have died so far in the construction of this dam, senor. All of them during the so-called accidents which have occurred. What if I should tell you that my reason for holding construction until we get to the bottom of this consists solely of a desire to save more lives?
Well, I'd say it sounds reasonable. On a construction project like the Sierra de Avari Dam, there's not much to do at night except eat and sleep. In the mess hall, I was served up a beautiful thing called cazuela. I was seriously considering presenting my compliments to the chef when I was called to the phone in Bill Anthony's office.
I trust I did not interrupt anything too important, Senor Dollar, but I am about to leave this dreary wilderness for the much more pleasant surroundings to be found in Caracas.
Getting tired of target practice?
Oh, I'm tired of many things, Senor. Tired and bored. So perhaps when you're finished with your business there, you would care to look me up in Caracas. I will be at the Gran Palacio.
That's not what you called me about.
Not everything, perhaps.
What's the rest of it?
Well, after you left, I happened to recall what my dear husband Asa once said to me concerning the dam and the accidents which had been occurring there.
What was it?
He said, strange how the works of the devil always carry the odor of sulphur and brimstone with them.
What else did he say?
Well, it is all, Senor.
Pretty cryptic, isn't it?
It means nothing to you?
Should it?
Would it help any if I were to tell you that very close to where the dynamite explosion occurred this afternoon, there's an old abandoned sulphur mine?
It might. What do you know about an old sulphur mine somewhere around here, Pedro?
I know that there is one, senor, but it has not been worked. There has been no one near it for many years. It could be of no importance to anyone.
Suppose we find out.
There is evil in here, senor. Much evil. What is it the senor hopes to discover here?
I'm not sure, Pedro.
Senor?
Up ahead there. What's your guess?
Those wooden boxes? How would I know?
You've been working on a construction job, Pedro. Take a closer look.
It is the explosive, senor. The boxes of dynamite.
Yeah. Some empty, some full. Well, that answers one question.
What question, senor?
Where the excess dynamite came from that blew up half that mountain today. And take a look behind those stacked cases.
Ay, Santa Maria.
Yeah. Looks like we got more answers than we bargained for. When we got back to the camp, I rounded up Captain Boros. He agreed with me heartily in all respects.
Si, Senor Dollar. I would say your little trip to the sulphur mine has supplied us with several answers. Finding the dynamite, the body of Senor Bill Anthony.
Let's not forget the gun, Captain.
38 caliber. The same caliber that killed Senor Travers. The initials on the butt are GM. And when you consider that the sulphur mine is owned by Senor Getulio Metarsa...
Yeah. How soon are you leaving for Caracas?
Immediately. Perhaps you would like to return with me.
That's the second best offer I've had in Venezuela.
Oh? And the first, senor?
Well, I should find the answer to that at the Gran Palacio. An hour and a half later, I checked into the Gran Palacio. Valet service did a fairly good job of removing the clinging yellow sulfur dust from my clothes, while a hot shower did the same for my skin. But nothing could help the chemical reaction of the sulfur dust that had tarnished the silver coins in my pocket until they were almost black. When I asked for Senora Travers, I was told she would be at the Hippodromo Nacional. Expense account item 2, $3.50. Cab fare from the Gran Palacio to Caracas' sumptuous Hippodromo Nacional. Good evening, Senora.
Senor Dollar.
Surprised?
In a way. I was not expecting to see you here tonight. Do you always accept invitations so hurriedly?
Well, only under unusual circumstances.
Do you find this one unusual?
Well, let's say the widow's lack of grief over her husband's passing was rather marked.
You're not being very amusing.
Neither was your explanation about that sulphur mine. It's leading Captain Boros to Gatulio Matarsa just about now.
Gatulio? He's the one who... Oh, that is too bad.
Why?
He had promised to take care of my expenses during my stay here in Caracas.
Well, you'd better start looking for another philanthropist.
I do not suppose...
I don't think I could afford it.
Oh, how unfortunate. Well, in that case, I would not consider asking you to pay for my drink.
I'm still not too happy about that sulphur mine explanation.
There is nothing more I can tell you, senor.
Not even where you got that coin?
Coin?
The one you just threw on the bar. Tarnished. Almost black. In case you didn't know, that's what sulphur does to silver.
I see.
Well?
It was given to me day before yesterday, senor. It was the wish of the giver that I purchase a candle with it to burn for my husband.
Who gave it to you?
Pedro de la Cuesta.
It didn't take long to find Captain Boros or to make the return flight to Sierra de Ovalle. Locating Pedro de la Cuesta was another matter. When we finally made it, dawn was already hitting the hills. Unfortunately, it looked like we were a little too late.
Senor Dollar.
Yeah, I see him.
That box he has with him. Another sparking mechanism. The dynamite must be buried in the hill beside him.
Isn't the river on the other side?
It is. If he explodes that dynamite, the river will break into a new channel and sweep down upon the dam.
Hold it, Boris.
There is no other way, senor. Only a bullet can stop him now. He can explode the charge at any time before we reach him.
Let me take a crack at it.
Por favor, senor Dollar. Conozca mi causa, por favor.
It's no good, Pedro. What you're doing is no good.
It will destroy the evil, senor. It will prevent the good earth from being drowned by the wicked water.
For a while, maybe, but only for a while. No matter what you do here today, that dam will be built.
No, senor. It will be taken as an omen, as a sign from heaven. The evil thing will be left alone to drown in its own water, as they wish to drown my Maria.
You're Maria, Pedro? Who is she?
Mi esposa, senor. My wife. She who came with me to this land almost 40 years ago. Maria, who worked with me in the soil, who bore our children, who gave of herself for me, our family, for our land. Our grave lies there beyond those hills, senor, where the evil ones will release the waters.
Is that why you want to destroy the dam, Pedro? Because of Maria's grave?
She belongs there, senor, in the good earth to which she gave so much of herself. And they wish to destroy her grave, senor. To drown it in those filthy waters so they can make money. To wash away the only thing that ever meant anything in my life. How could I allow that, senor? How?
Is that why you killed Senor Travers?
He would not listen. On my knees I begged him, but he would not listen. An evil man, senor.
And Senor Anthony?
Well, he suspects me. Follow me to the sulphur mine. I had no choice, senor. And you have given me none now.
Put the box down, Pedro.
No, senor. It is unfortunate you must die with me.
Put it down.
It is too late, senor. Perhaps somewhere we will meet again.
Senor Dollar, you're all right?
Yeah. Thanks, Boris. How come you missed him?
But it was necessary that I miss. What if I'd hit the box and it caused contact? A most unhappy thought.
So was the one I had.
What was that, Senor Dollar?
The same thing could have happened just now when it hit the ground. Expense account item 3, $41.60. Hotel bill and incidentals in Caracas. Expense account item 4, $267. Airfare and incidentals from Caracas back to Hartford. Expense account total, $585.60. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Bill Randall, Johnny, and are you ever a lucky stiff?
Well, coming from you, I have my doubts.
How can you say that, man? Getting away from all this rain and cold, basking amidst the sweet-scented blooms of Magnolia and Honeysuckle?
Uh-huh. Where is this springtime paradise?
Charleston, South Carolina.
And what caught fire down there?
The Ambrose Cooper Paper Company, Johnny, burned halfway down to the ground last night. Second fire there in 2 years. Cost one of their secretaries their life and could cost us around $100,000.
Well, you can afford it, even if she couldn't.
Not if it's arson, we can't.
Well, maybe the mint juleps are in bloom down there, too.
Now for just a few words on the subject of getting things done. Within the past few years, a new plan of activity has sprung up in America, the do-it-yourself plan. Whether you want to build a better mousetrap, a house, a rocket ship, plant a garden, or have some new clothes, you can buy the plans or patterns and do it yourself, which is a good idea. But there are still many things which can be done better with advice and help from the experts. For example, if you want to know the best way to plow the land, irrigate fields, or terrace your sloping acreage, there are experts who are always at your service. The engineers who are employed by the Department of Agriculture. They are also the ones to ask for advice in constructing the buildings and potato cellars and seed beds on your farm. If you need electrical power on your farm, the department's electrical engineers will give you the help you need. Perhaps you may want to know the best way to can vegetables, what special shoe to buy, or how to plan the right kind of meals. If you do, the Bureau of Home Economics issues booklets on almost everything that goes into a home. If you want to set up a practical bookkeeping or accounting system to help budget and control your farm expenditure, the Department of Agriculture will help you work out the system which is best for you. It will also give farmers advice on financial matters, even help with cash loans, and help the farmer establish prices for his products which are fair to both him and the buyer. All in all, the Department of Agriculture is a right neighborly organization to deal with, and an important part of your United States government.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Eastern Fire and Casualty Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Magnolia and Honeysuckle matter. Expense account item 1, $53.40. Airfare and incidentals between Hartford and Charleston, where I checked into the Colonial Hotel. Expense account item 2, $50 rental of a cream-colored convertible, which I drove down to police headquarters. Lieutenant Hervey of their arson division was working at the scene of the fire, so I went over to see how he was making out.
Only been a couple of hours since it cooled down enough to dig into Dollar, but you sure didn't make the trip down here for nothing.
You figure it was torched?
No question about it. Come on over here.
Yeah, sure.
This is where the offices was. The plant itself was back over there. Damage isn't too bad back there, but she sure got hotted up in a hurry out front here.
Mm-hmm. Looks like this was a private office of some kind.
It was. Norman Cooper.
The insurance policy shows that Mrs. Alice Cooper is sole owner of the outfit.
That's right. Norman's her son. There's another Cooper who works for the outfit, too. Robert. Younger brother of old Ambrose Cooper, who died about a year ago.
In that other fire.
Yeah. But here's what I want to show you. Take a look at that floor.
Uh-huh. Deep charring flaring out from the center.
Yeah. Probably some highly inflammable liquid. Kerosene, gasoline, something like that. Amateur job, too. No professional bug would leave a trail that plainly marked.
Who turned in the alarm?
Night watchman. He was at the far end of the plant making his rounds when it broke out. By the time he got here, there wasn't anything for him to do but pull the bar. It was clocked in at 4:17 a.m.
Where's he now?
Over at General Hospital getting some burns doctored up. He got him trying to pull the girl out.
What about that girl?
Name's Felicia Farrell. Norman Cooper's secretary. She was lying on the floor right over there.
The fire killer?
They're posting her now. Coroner should let us know in a couple of hours.
Well, it doesn't make much sense, does it, Lieutenant?
Not so far. An amateur Tote job. The Farrell girl being down here at 4 in the morning, Norman Cooper might be able to clear it up for us, though.
Yeah? How's that?
He took the Farrell girl out last night.
Well, what's he got to say about it?
We don't know. Haven't been able to find him since.
There was nothing more I could do at the scene of the fire, so I went to pay my respects to our policyholder, Mrs. Alice Cooper, whom I found silver-haired and gracious, serving tea in her mansion on Laguerre Street. She fitted perfectly into a picture of the Old South. Her brother-in-law, Robert Cooper, was also present. He struck a more discordant note.
It was so nice of you, Mr. Dollar, to find time from your pressing duties to come calling on us.
Actually, I should think that the interests of Mr. Dollar's insurance company would be more properly served in some other way.
Just what did you have in mind, Mr. Cooper?
From what Lieutenant Hervey tells us, there's definite suspicion that the fire was deliberately set. Your time might better be spent among the criminal elements of Charleston rather than here.
No, really, Robert. I'm sure that Mr. Dollar is a more qualified judge than either of us as to what procedures he must follow. Some tea, Mr. Dollar?
No, thanks, Mrs. Cooper.
Robert?
If you please, Alice.
I presume one of the first things you'd like to know, Mr. Dollar, is the present whereabouts of my son, Norman.
Do you know where he is, Mrs. Cooper?
He's away on a hunting trip, Mr. Dollar. He left last night, around midnight. Norman loves to go hunting. It's his favorite sport, you know. He'll be back in a few days to answer any questions you might have.
Uh-huh. Isn't midnight a rather unusual hour to leave on a hunting trip?
Now, look here, Dollar. I strongly resent the implications in this line of questioning you're pursuing.
I imagine Felicia Farrell strongly resents the fact that she's dead, too.
Norman had nothing to do with that. Or with the fire.
Of course he didn't, Robert. But Mr. Dollar's certainly entitled to the information he desires. Mr. Dollar, midnight's the time Norman prefers to leave on his trips. That way he arrives at the hunting preserve at dawn. He always says it's the best time for shooting.
Mm-hmm. I understand he had a date with Felicia Farrell last night, Mrs. Cooper.
Yes, that's right. It took her to a company dance at the country club. It was over at 11. He brought her back home and then left on the trip.
Just how friendly were your son and Felicia Farrell?
Why?
I'll answer that, Alice. And I'll put it bluntly, Mr. Dollar. Felicia Farrell was extremely attractive, but hardly the kind of girl Norman would consider marrying. And so far as I know, there's still no law against the sowing of a few wild oats.
There is if the harvest turns out to be murder.
Alice.
I'm sorry. That was terribly clumsy of me. Are there any more questions, Mr. Dollar?
Not now, Mrs. Cooper. And thanks. Back at the paper factory, I learned that Lieutenant Hervey had returned to police headquarters. So I went to a lunchroom across the street to call into him. Expense account item 3, 55 cents. Phone call, hamburger, rare, and a cup of coffee.
Hey, mister, one hamburger rare with the works. I figure it's done the way you wanted it.
Oh, it looks fine.
And that was coffee you said you wanted with it, isn't
That's right.
it? There's sugar and cream.
No, black.
I see. Sure thing. See, that sure was a mighty big fire they had across the street last night.
Yeah, I guess it was.
Yeah, kind of run into bad luck with fires, the Ambrose Cooper folks. The second one in 2 years they had.
Uh-huh.
My, it was real pretty, though it was. Much prettier than the first one. Old man Cooper himself got burned to death in that one, you know.
You saw the fire last night?
Oh, yes. It was real pretty. The place sure looks like a mess now, though.
How did you happen to be around at 4 in the morning?
Well, the night man was sick, and the boss made me take his turn. Oh, he's always doing that, the boss. He kind of makes the fellow mad, too, having to take another fellow's turn like that.
Yeah. Did you see anybody around the place last night?
Well, no, there wasn't nobody around that I seen. Of course, it was nobody but old Horace, that is.
Horace?
Old Horace Singleton. And the night watchman over there. Oh, it's no wonder they're always getting fires with old Horace around.
Yeah, why is that?
You wouldn't ever need to ask that question, mister. If you'd seen him the way he was in here last night.
He came into the restaurant last night?
Oh, yes, he always does. He gets to nipping at that bottle of his, and then somewhere around 3 or 4 in the morning, he begins to feel like having a little bit of company.
So he'd been nipping last night, too.
Nipping? Man, he was drunker than 40 hoot owls. Oh, he was real happy. Real happy, old Horace was. Said he was kind of celebrating his retirement.
What time was that?
Well, let me see. That was maybe 10, 15 minutes before the fire broke out. But I never figured old Horace would be rich enough to retire, though. I always thought every extra cent he made went for booze.
How come you didn't tell the police all this?
Well, I don't know. Well, I never thought about that, I guess. You think maybe I ought to tell them something about that? They ought to know something about that, huh?
Well, they might be interested. I relayed the information to Lieutenant Hervey at headquarters, and he checked with General Hospital. The watchman, Horace Singleton, had been treated for superficial burns and discharged an hour before. We started out in Hervey's car to see if we could pick him up for questioning at his home.
It might make some sense, Dollar. We figured Singleton might be suspect in that other fire when Ambrose Cooper died. Never could dig up any proof against him, though. Can't figure out this crack about his retiring. The old coot's dead broke, so far as we know. This is his street here. Charleston's not very proud of this neighborhood with all these shanties and shacks.
That shack in the middle of the next block. Is that where he lives?
That's the place, the one with Dollar.
Yeah, looks like we're just in time to pull the box on a third fire. By the time we got there and broke down the locked front door, the fire was really getting underway. Right in the middle of it was a rickety iron cot, and in the middle of the cot was the body of Horace Singleton. An empty whiskey bottle was still clasped firmly in his hand. We managed to get him outside just as the first pumper rolled up in answer to some neighbor's call.
Now, here, dear Dollar, I didn't think we were going to make it.
Well, we could have saved ourselves the trouble.
Yeah. Not going to answer any questions for us now.
Well, he answered one.
How's that?
Whatever else he might have done, he didn't set that third fire. Not even the worst corn liquor smells like raw gasoline. We waited around just long enough for the coroner's man to come out and pick up Horace Singleton's body, and then went back to headquarters.
Looks like we're in kind of a rut, Dollar. 3 fires, 3 bodies. And we're getting nowhere fast.
Well, at least we've got a pretty classic arson pattern.
Yeah, the use of fire to destroy the evidence of another crime. This ties in, too. The coroner's report on Felicia Farrah.
Lung tissue not seared or burned. Definite evidence of oxygen starvation. Probable cause of death, asphyxiation prior to exposure to fire.
And I'll give you 8 to 5 right now. We got the same type report on Horace Singleton.
So we've got a pattern.
I know. Still doesn't tell us who or why. And sure like to... Excuse me. Lieutenant, hurry. Yeah? Where? Uh-huh. Did you search your car? Yeah, I got it. Bring them down here to headquarters. I'll be waiting. Thanks. That might help clear up a few points, Dar. Young Norman Cooper was just picked up by the highway patrol for speeding.
Did they happen to find some hunting equipment in his car?
Yeah. Some other things, too.
Like what?
Felicia Farrell's handbag and a couple of empty gasoline cans.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? He has been called a lawyer by profession, a fighter by choice, and a politician by force of circumstance. And he was outstanding in all three fields. In 1788, at the age of 21, he was appointed public prosecutor for the region which is now Tennessee. As president, he was the first to introduce the National Convention for the nomination of presidential candidates. During his campaign for the presidency, his opponents attempted to smear him by an unwarranted attack on his wife, Rachel, who never recovered from the ordeal and died just before her husband's inauguration. If you don't have his name by now, here's one more clue. During the Battle of New Orleans, as Major General of the Army, he accepted the help of the pirate Jean Lafitte. Who was he? Andrew Jackson, 7th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
It took about 45 minutes for the highway patrol to bring Norman Cooper down to headquarters. When we sat down with him in Lieutenant Hervey's office to talk things over, he didn't seem too upset at the prospect.
I caught the news on the radio up in Marlboro County, turned right around, head back home. That's why I was speeding.
You sure that's all you know about it, Mr. Cooper?
Of course it is, Lieutenant. How could I know anything else?
You had a date with the Felicia Farrell last night. What time did you bring her home?
Why, somewhere around 11:30, 11:45. Must have been around there. I was ready to shove off for my trip at midnight.
Anybody see you bring her home?
Why, no, not that I know of. I just dropped her off at her apartment and drove on home. No, I don't think any... Say, what is this? Are you trying to accuse me of having something to do with that fire and Felicia Farrell dying?
We're just trying to get some information, Mr. Cooper.
Well, I don't like the way you're going about it, Lieutenant, holding me down here, questioning me this way. I think I've got an explanation coming.
Maybe you'd better explain how come Felicia's handbag was found in your car.
She left it there. Forgot it when she got out.
Did she forget those empty gasoline cans, too?
Gasoline cans? What do they got to do with this?
Mind telling us what they were doing in your car, Mr. Cooper?
No, I always carry extra gas along with me in case I run out on the road. That's what happened this time. Look, you're just trying to build up a great big thing out of nothing. Why should I want to kill Felicia? Well, I hardly knew the girl.
She worked as your secretary. You took her out dancing last night?
Sure I did, to a company dance. It was the only date we ever had. The only reason I took her was the girl I usually go with stood me up.
Who's that, Miss Cooper?
Well, her name's Marianne James, lives at 611 Crescent Drive. She's the girl I've been going with. She can back up what I'm telling you.
We'll check with her.
How come you thought I was Felicia's boyfriend anyhow? Didn't the fellow who was really taking her out square you away on that?
Who are you talking about, Cooper?
Well, the man my mother's going to marry. My uncle, Robert Cooper.
While Norman Cooper was giving his statement to the police stenographer, Hervey made a few calls around town trying to locate Robert Cooper. He came up with nothing, so I drove to Marianne James' address. Nobody was home at 611 Crescent Drive, but a gossipy neighbor informed me that Marianne James worked as a hostess and guide at the Botanical Gardens, 15 miles north of town on U.S. Highway 52. Expense account item 4, $1.50, entrance fee to the gardens. According to the modest sign out front, I was entering 250 acres of the most lush and beautiful flora to be found in South Carolina. Marianne was one of 10 Southern belles whose job it was to paddle enraptured tourists around artificial canals in flat-bottom boats, while intoning the glories of nature to be found there. I waited until her boat was free, then stepped aboard and we pushed off.
You'll notice over there on the left bank, sir, the border of azaleas for which botanical gardens are justifiably famous. There are over 47 different varieties of these lovely, delicate blooms, ranging all the way from the purest of virginal white to the deepest shade of passionate red.
Okay.
Now, straight...
Okay, Marianne. You can relax now.
I beg your pardon, sir.
We're out of sight of the dock. Suppose we talk about something more interesting for a change.
The rules of the garden, sir, forbid us girls to enter into any personal conversation with the visitors here.
Must get pretty boring.
Oh, you don't know the half of it. I get so sick of azaleas and magnolias and honeysuckle at times I could just... Say, now, wait a minute. You're not one of those company spies, are you?
No, not this time. My name is Johnny Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
I can't say I rightly know what that means, Mr. Dollar.
Well, boiled down, it means I'd like to ask you a few questions about Felicia Farrow.
Felicia Farrow? I don't think I rightly know anyone named... Oh. Now, you're not talking about that poor girl who got herself burned to death in that fire last night.
Yeah, that's the one.
I read about that in the papers this morning. That poor, dear thing. What a perfectly nasty way to die. But I'm afraid all I know about her is what I read in the papers, Mr. Dollar.
That's not what Norman Cooper says.
Norman? Did he say I knew anything about Felicia Farrow?
That was my general impression, yes.
He's just a darling old thing, Norman is, but he sometimes gets the craziest ideas. A poor girl like me working out here hardly gets a chance to meet anyone.
Oh, is that so?
I should say it is. After all, a girl needs clothes to go out and meet people, you know. And you can't possibly imagine what perfectly miserable salaries they pay us here.
Yeah, I think I can. Well, what do you know? Looks like somebody dropped some money in the boat.
Now, did one of those careless visitors here do that? I swear, some people would lose their heads if they weren't fastened on.
Yeah.
If you'll give me that bill, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, sure. Here.
Now, what were we talking about?
Felicia Farrow.
Oh, yes. The poor dear girl. Of course I knew her. What was I thinking of to say I didn't?
You know where she was last night?
I ought to.
Oh? Why is that?
I had a date to go to the company dance with Norman, but at the last minute I got a silly old headache. I didn't want to spoil Norman's fun, so I asked Felicia to go with him instead.
Has she ever gone out with him before?
With Norman? Well, hardly. He's been escorting me around for the past year or so.
Who did she go out with?
Felicia? Oh, no one in particular.
Well, what about Robert Cooper, Norman's uncle?
I heard Felicia talk about him once or twice, but that's all. I know for certain she never went out with him.
Well, Norman said she'd been going out regularly with his uncle.
He did?
That's right.
You know, that's very embarrassing, Mr. Dollar.
Oh? Why?
Well, Norman's such a darling old thing. I sure hate to get him into any trouble. But it stands to reason that one of us is lying. And I sure know it isn't me.
After floating around the gardens for 30 minutes more without Marianne changing her story, I headed back to town in the Colonial Hotel. There was a message from Lieutenant Hervey asking me to call him at headquarters the minute I got in.
Been checking the bank accounts of the people involved, Dollar, and it looks like it's paying off.
Well, it's about time something did.
Felicia Farrow made a cash deposit of $500 over and above her salary checks each and every month for the past 2 years.
What about Norman's account and Mrs. Cooper's?
Nothing there. But Robert Cooper's account shows a correspondent cash withdrawal of $500 2 to 4 days before each of Felicia's deposits.
Have you picked them up yet?
No, but we will. And it's not too tough to figure now.
Well, a blackmail motive might be a little hard to prove without knowing what Felicia had on him.
Felicia Farrow has a safety deposit box in the same bank.
Can you get a court order to open it?
We're getting one now. Care to join us?
I don't mind if I do. We found that the safety deposit box was held jointly by Felicia and Marianne James. The vault records showed that Marianne had been in to open the box earlier that same day. And the box contained a marriage license, issued a year before to Felicia Farrow and Robert Cooper.
You can't ask for a better blackmail motive, Dollar. Robert wanted to marry Mrs. Alice Cooper while he's already secretly married to Felicia. She really had him over a barrel. No wonder he killed her.
Yeah. The death of the watchman makes sense now, too.
Sure, he must have stumbled into it while Robert was killing her. And figured he could do a little blackmailing, too.
Well, it looks like 2 down and 1 to go.
What?
Somebody else could have the same idea.
Mary Ann James?
The license isn't proof of marriage, but a certificate would be. And she was into this box for something today.
If she figures on trying the same thing, Dollar, and Robert Cooper follows the same pattern...
That's just what I was thinking. A phone call to the Botanical Gardens brought no answer. It was after 5:30, and the place was obviously closed. There was only one place left to go. 611 Crescent Drive.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. Mr. Dollar?
What are you doing here, Norman?
Well, I'm waiting for Mary Ann to get home. You see,
You mind if we come in?
Why, no, not at all.
Thanks.
Miss James hasn't come home yet?
No. I've been expecting her. She's usually home about this time. We had a date, but she phoned and said she'd be a little late.
Did she say why?
Yeah, she said she had to meet someone at the gardens after closing time. Some kind of a business deal or something. Why, did you want to see her about something important?
You could call it that. We covered the 15 miles out to the Botanical Gardens in something like 11 minutes flat. The place was dark and deserted looking except for 2 cars in the parking lot. The hood of one of the cars was still warm, and it was registered to Robert Cooper.
He's in there with her, Dollar. No question about it. Where?
I don't know, but with 250 acres to cover, we better get started. We split up and headed into a night-blackened mass of tropical foliage. There didn't seem to be a prayer of finding anyone in there, but I figured that 47 different varieties of azaleas was as good a place to start as any. But it didn't look as if I was right.
Cooper! Cooper! Where is it, Dollar? Can you see him?
In that clump of magnolias.
Get away from here! Get out! Dollar!
I don't know. Cooper! Throw your gun out, Cooper.
All right. All right. Here's the gun. All right.
Yeah.
I threw my gun down, Dollar. I threw it down.
I see it.
What about the girl, Dollar?
It seems all right. Passed out with shock.
She shouldn't have tried it. Blackmailing me. Refusing to let me go. Wasn't my fault. Nothing else I could do. There's no crime worse than blackmail.
Felicia Farrow could think of one. Expense account item 5, $18.30. Hotel bill and miscellaneous. Expense account item 6, $52.70. Airfare and incidentals back to Hartford. Expense account total, $176.45. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
This is Mitchell, Dollar.
Oh, how are you, Mr. Mitchell?
Fine. Are you available?
Oh, completely.
The company insures a Mr. Nathan Swing, former resident of Los Angeles.
Where's he living now?
He isn't. His body was found floating in the Los Angeles harbor.
How did he get there?
Somebody shot him first. Check with Sergeant Matthews, Central Division Homicide. He'll give you all the details.
I'll get on it right away.
I'd like to borrow a few moments from our show to ask you a question. Suppose a little man with 3 arms and 5 eyes should skim past your ear in a flying saucer and ask you, what is the biggest business on earth? To be truthful, you would have to tell him that the biggest business in our world employs about 350,000 people, handles 25 billion items every year, transacts $14 billion worth of business in all of its 43,000 branch offices each year, but never clears a profit. Well, maybe such a business sounds out of this world to you, but it actually exists and functions. That big business is the United States Post Office Department, headed by the Postmaster General. Naturally, the work of the post office isn't only the collecting and delivery of mail. Some of the employees of the post office are bookkeepers. Some are engineers. Some plan building layouts and devise gadgets to give you better mail service. Others keep mailbox keys and locks and the 5 million mail bags in good condition. And here's an interesting sidelight for you. Did you know that mail bags have 13 stripes on them to represent the 13 original states? The Post Office Department has many other types of employees, such as the Post Office Detective Force or Postal Inspectors. Their job is to see that no money is stolen from the mail and to track down racketeers who try to sell worthless merchandise by mail. Then there are the workers in the Postal Savings Department. That's a government-operated savings bank with branches in the various post offices. It comes under the supervision of not only the Postmaster General, but also the Attorney General and the Secretary of the Treasury. All in all, the Post Office Department of our United States government is a mighty busy organization, working on behalf of each and every one of us.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Great Eastern Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Nathan Swing matter. Expense account item 1, $198.35. Plane fare and incidentals from Hartford to Los Angeles. Approximately 7 hours and 15 minutes after leaving a cold and rainy New York airport, I stepped off the plane into a 75-degree California spring afternoon. I rented a car, drove to my hotel, registered, and called Sergeant Matthews at the City Hall. At 2 o'clock, I was sitting in the squad room of Central Division Homicide.
Well, there's all we got on Swing. We knew him pretty well. Been picked up 4 or 5 times in minor charges. 1 conviction, bookmaking, June of 48.
Mm-hmm.
Shot once in the chest, once in the right shoulder.
You got any leads?
Well, nothing definite. Ever heard of Jimmy Durando?
Yeah, big operator out here, isn't he?
About the biggest. Stooley claims a couple of Durando's boys made contact with Swing. Of course, we can't prove it. And as far as we know, Durando hasn't ever had too much to do with Swing. Swing used to book his bets, but they're never very friendly. Swing's small time, not the type that would particularly appeal to Durando.
And why have him killed?
I don't know. But something's happened that involves Durando. It happened right after this killing. Daniel Fletcher, special investigator on a vice crusade, has been after Durando for a long time. And Durando is due to appear before the committee tomorrow. You seen the morning paper?
Fletcher calls off Durando investigation.
Huh. In his statement to the press, Fletcher said he felt there just wasn't enough evidence to warrant investigation.
Well, what did he call the investigation for in the first place?
Yeah. I know Fletcher pretty well. He'd never have gotten a subpoena for Durando unless he figured he had enough to convict him. Now he calls it off. The morning after, a small-time hood named Swing is pulled out of the bay.
Well, there may not be any connection.
May not. So far, that's all I've got. And I have to solve a killing.
Fletcher is an honest man?
I've always thought so. Done a fine job so far.
Well, I got a job, too.
Going to see Fletcher?
I thought I might. Any objections?
Not to seeing Fletcher. But if you decide to pay Jimmy Durando a visit, tell me about it first, huh? That harbor at San Pedro is awful cold in the morning.
The sergeant gave me the address where I could find Daniel Fletcher. I walked over to the Equitable Building on Spring Street. Fletcher's secretary informed me her boss wasn't coming into the office that day, so I checked back with the sergeant, and he gave me Fletcher's home address. I drove out to Beverly Hills and turned north off Sunset on a beautiful winding street fronted on both sides by big, expensive homes. The Fletcher house was the last one on the block. A white colonial set back a few hundred feet from the street.
Yes?
Is Mr. Fletcher in?
Who may I say is calling, sir?
Johnny Dollar. Tell him it's about...
Mr. Dollar, sir.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Well, I'd like to talk to you, Mr. Fletcher. I'm from the Great Eastern Life Insurance Company.
I'm not insured with your company.
Yes, I know.
Well, what do you want?
I'd rather talk to you alone.
That's all, William.
Yes, sir.
Couldn't we take this business up at my office, Mr. Dollar?
I went to your office. It's about a killing, Mr. Fletcher.
Killing?
A murder. A man named Swing. Nathan Swing.
And what's this got to do with me?
I don't know.
Come in. Now, what about this Nathan Swing?
Well, I thought maybe you could tell me.
What would I know about him?
Well, you know who he is.
I'm in the habit of reading the morning papers, but I'm not in the habit of discussing matters like this in my home. I think we'll let the matter drop until tomorrow. You can call my office for an appointment.
Okay. I'll see what Jimmy Durando has to say about it.
Now, wait just a minute. What do you think you're doing? What's all this about?
Well, I just said I was going to talk to Durando. If that makes you sore, I apologize.
What's Durando got to do with this killing?
I didn't say he had anything to do
Now,
with it.
listen, Dollar. I'm an old hand at beating around the bush.
Yeah, obviously.
I mean dealing with people who beat around the bush. I don't like it.
That makes us even.
And I don't like guys who try to throw their weight around.
Well, we agree on a lot of things.
What's the matter with you? Don't you like your job?
Oh, it's a living.
Well, I suggest if you want to keep it, you'd better start doing things a little differently.
I suggest you tell that to the people who pay me.
I had that in mind.
Well, suit yourself. I have to solve a killing. And until my company says lay off, I'm going right ahead.
I told you, Dollar, I don't like people pushing their way into my home.
Who pushed? You know, I think Sergeant Matthews had a pretty good hunch.
Matthews? What's he got to do with it?
Give him a call. He'll tell you all about it.
Dollar, I'm going to give you a warning.
I'll make it quick. I want to get out in the fresh air.
Dad,
Mary, what are you doing out of bed?
I thought maybe...
Sweetheart, get back up in bed. William, you shouldn't have come down, my dear.
Who are you talking to? Is it about Jimmy?
It's nothing important now. Come on, honey. William!
I feel so terrible.
Now, dear, it's all right.
Yes, Mr. Fletcher.
Take Miss Fletcher back up to her room.
I don't want to sleep anymore. I keep dreaming. Dad, please.
Come on now, dear. It's going to be all right. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Hello, miss.
My daughter. I think you'd better leave now, Mr. Dollar.
I drove back to my hotel and put in a call to Sergeant Matthews. I told him about my interview with Fletcher and asked where I could find Jimmy Durando. He advised against it, but suggested the safest way to see Durando would be at night in Durando's restaurant. He gave me the address and promised to have a couple of his boys in the place just in case. I spent the rest of the day relaxing in my room, and around 8 went down to the dining room and had dinner. At 9:15, I walked into Durando's expensive restaurant. There was an empty stool at the bar.
Yes, sir?
Where can I find Jimmy Durando?
I don't know if he's in yet.
Take my word for it, he's in. Up to his neck.
I'm just a bartender, mister. If you want Mr. Durando, you better handle it yourself. Now, do you want a drink?
Scotch and water.
Yes, sir.
The bartender brought me my drink, and in about 2 minutes, just as I expected, a well-muscled gentleman walked up behind me and breathed down my collar.
Good evening.
Yeah, it is.
I understand you're looking for Mr. Durando.
Well, you've understood just right.
What do you want to see him about?
Nathan Swing.
Okay. Let's go. What's your name?
Johnny Dollar.
You a cop, Mr. Dollar?
Insurance investigator. Waiter.
Okay.
Sit down, Mr. Dollar.
Thanks.
Tony says you're an insurance investigator?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Just what are you investigating?
A murder. Nathan Swing's murder.
Why come to me?
You don't know anything about it?
Well, I heard somebody killed him, but I couldn't care less.
You knew him?
Slightly. I never shook hands with him. I'm surprised your company would insure a crumb like that.
Who are you insured with, Mr. Durando?
I carry my own insurance.
You must pay pretty high rates.
What do you mean?
Well, one day it looks like you're going to be locked up for keeps. The next day, the whole thing's called off. You got a pretty good policy.
I thought you came here to talk about Nathan Swing.
I thought I was.
I don't know what all this is about, Dollar, but I don't like you. You want some advice?
Oh, by all means.
Don't bother me anymore.
That sounds a little bit like a threat, Mr. Durando.
I'm glad you noticed.
So am I. Well, see you around. Oh, now, Tony, you're not being very nice. How am I going to open the door with your big stomach in the way?
You want him to open the door, Mr. Durando?
You can open it for him.
Thanks, Tony.
My pleasure.
I walked back to the dining area and started for the front door. Then I saw her, crossing the room in my direction. The same girl I'd seen that afternoon standing on a staircase and looking very sick. Mary Fletcher, Daniel Fletcher's daughter. I watched her walk back to the hallway that led to Durando's office. I waited in front of the cafe for 20 minutes, and finally she came out. She looked sicker than she had that afternoon. She climbed into her car and drove west. I followed. She drove to the beach and parked at the end of a deserted fishing pier. I got out of my car and walked through the darkness to the end of the pier. She was standing near the rail, looking down at the water.
No, let me go.
Come on, stop
let
it.
Let me go away.
Take it easy. I'm sorry I had to hit you, but a high dive never solves anything. Come on. Let's go sit in your car. Come on. Go on, move over.
Why did you stop me? Why did you let me jump?
Now, just try and relax. Here. Have a cigarette.
Oh. Who are you?
You saw me this afternoon at your father's. My name is Dollar.
You should have let me jump. I couldn't have done anything then.
Who couldn't have done anything?
Oh, please, I don't know what I'm saying. Please take me back home and just leave me alone.
It might help you to talk about it.
I don't want to talk about anything. I just wish I were dead. I wouldn't have to talk about anything or think about anything.
Come on now. Get hold of yourself.
Who are you? What do you want? What are you doing here?
I'm an insurance investigator.
Insurance?
I followed you from Durando's. I'm investigating the death of Nathan Swing. Did you know Nathan Swing?
I only saw him once.
When was that?
The night I killed him.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? On August 2nd, 1923, his oath of office was administered by his father, a justice of the peace. Within 3 years after he became president, the national debt was reduced by $2 billion. His presidency was marked by continued national prosperity. The country's income increased, and the people's wages were high. He improved relations between the United States and Mexico with the help of his goodwill ambassador, Dwight Morrow. He was known for his dry humor, common sense, and the faculty for measuring his words before he spoke. If you don't have his name by now, here's one more clue. During his administration, the soldiers' bonus bill was passed. Who was he? Calvin Coolidge, 30th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Mary Fletcher sat in the darkness facing me. She wasn't crying anymore. If she were telling the truth, I'd found the murderer of Nathan Swing.
That's right. I killed him. I don't know why I'm telling you. This will ruin my father. I just have to get it out in the open. I can't keep it locked up anymore.
Well, why don't you tell me the whole thing?
All right. I'll have that cigarette now.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. You'd have found out sooner or later you saw me at Jimmy's.
Durando's?
Yes. I've been seeing Jimmy for quite a while. I know it's pretty terrible. I guess I knew how wrong it was when I was seeing him.
Your father didn't know about it.
No. He didn't find out about it until Jimmy told him.
Puts Durando in a pretty nice spot. Going around with the daughter of the man who's trying to send him to prison.
I'm not going to try to justify it. I was in love with him.
And he told your father?
He told him I'd killed Nathan Swing.
So your father called off the investigation.
Protect me. I would have come right out and admitted everything, but I knew what the publicity would do to my father's career.
Durando's blackmailing your father?
He has the gun I used.
How did it happen?
Well, I'd never seen this Nathan Swing before. I was with Jimmy one night, and Swing came in and said something about a bet. Something about some money that he had coming. There was an argument, and this man, Swing, pulled out a gun. Jimmy grabbed him, and they began fighting. Jimmy knocked the gun out of his hand, and when Swing hit him and grabbed one of those pokers from the fireplace, I got the gun and shot him. He just kind of stood there for a second, and...
What did Durando do?
I don't remember too much about it. I got hysterical, and Jimmy put me in my car and told me to go home. Not to say anything, that he'd take care of it. I wanted to go to the police right then, but Jimmy said it would ruin Dad. I don't know what'll happen now. I've told you, and it'll ruin Dad anyway, but I just can't keep something like this quiet.
Only trouble, if you make a confession to the authorities now, Durando's in a better position to beat the rap. Your father still won't prosecute for fear of what Durando might bring out at the trial.
What can I do?
Just keep quiet for a little longer.
How will that help?
Durando hasn't got a thing if he hasn't got the gun you used.
Nobody's ever going to get that gun away from Jimmy.
Well, it's worth a try anyway.
You mean you're going to... Why should you try to get the gun? What difference does it make to you?
Guys like Durando make a lot of difference to me.
But he'll still swear that I killed Swing.
Without the evidence, it'll be your word against his. You can lie for a little while. You can lie long enough for your father to prosecute Durando. After that, you can go to the police and tell them the truth.
I don't think my father would do it under those circumstances.
I think he would. I'll have a talk with him. I think he'll go after Durando just like he's always wanted to. The only thing that's stopping him now is that gun.
What are you going to do?
See Mr. Durando again.
Be careful.
I always try. I watched her turn out on the Malibu highway and head back for town. Then I drove my rented convertible back to Durando's cafe. It was close to 1 a.m. when I pulled up across the street and sat for a while, trying to figure out what to do. An alley ran between the cafe and another building. I remembered Durando's office. He'd been sitting with his back to a window that faced an alley.
That thing's ready to crack up.
She won't.
How can you be sure? You saw her tonight. You really think she can hold out long?
Look, it's my neck. I got to do the work.
I got a stake in this, too, remember.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I'm going to shut the window. Look, as long as you're worried, why don't you go?
I couldn't hear them anymore, so I stayed close to the building and looked in. Durando had crossed to a wall safe and was taking something out. It was a snub-nosed .38. He crossed back to his desk, put the gun in a box, and handed it to Tony. Tony nodded and left the office. Tony wasn't hard to stay with. I picked him up in front of the cafe and tailed him east across town to the Union Station. He headed for a row of public lockers and stopped at one. What you got in the box, Tony? Huh? Let's have it. Running down the ramp to the passenger tunnel. At the end of the ramp, he stopped and drew his gun. After the shot, he turned into one of the tunnels and ran up to the loading platform.
Tony!
Tony was dead. The yard would be full of cops in a few minutes. I didn't want to hang around to make explanations. I took the box with the gun in it and cut across the yard.
Sergeant Matthews.
This is Dollar.
Oh, I was just on my way out. I've been trying to get you.
I'm calling from a gas station phone booth. I want Durando's home address.
I don't think I should give it to you.
Look, I'm onto something.
I know. I had 2 men staked out in Durando's tonight. They saw the Fletcher girl come in and reported you followed her.
She's home by now. I'll tell you all about it after I see Durando.
Okay. I have to check on a shooting at the Union Station. I'll meet you in my office in an hour.
No, meet me at Durando's in an hour.
All right. He lives in Beverly Hills, 1818 North Foothill.
Thanks. I couldn't tell Matthews about the shooting until I'd seen Durando alone. And when he found Tony in the train yard, he'd be over to Durando's soon enough anyway. I drove out Wilshire and turned north when I reached Beverly Hills. I found Durando's house and parked on a side street. The house was dark. Durando was obviously either in bed or still at the club. I climbed the high fence and dropped down into the garden, cut across the flower beds to the rear of the house, and located the big French doors that led to the study. I tried them, but they were locked. I was just turning away when...
You're pretty clumsy, Dollar.
Yeah. But you're not, Durando.
Who hit you?
You kidding?
No, not a bit. One of my guards found you lying on the terrace and brought you in here. You're lucky you're unconscious or he would have shot you.
Well, it looks like you're going to take care of that anyway.
You're trespassing. It'll be very legal.
Oh, that's a new wrinkle for you.
Who hit you?
Well, if you don't know, I certainly don't.
Where's Tony?
How do I know?
I found the box lying next to you. Where's the gun?
Well, if it's not in the box, I couldn't tell you.
You killed Tony?
Unless he's got 9 lives.
How'd you find out about the gun?
You got an alley in back of your cafe.
You couldn't have heard much. You must have talked to Mary.
Suit yourself.
Okay, get up. Now tell me all about it, or I'll blow you apart right here.
Maybe I'm lying. Maybe I do know where that gun is.
I doubt it.
I don't think you'll take a chance.
I've been taking chances all my life, Dollar. And you know, I'd like to kill you.
The police will be here any minute.
Yeah, sure.
I called Sergeant Matthews right after Tony died at the station. How do you think I got your address?
I want to know where that gun is.
And you better ask the guy who hit me over the head.
All right. You're going to get it right in the face.
No, he isn't.
She'd been standing back in the shadows near the door that led to the hallway. When she stepped out, she was pointing the snub-nosed .38 right at Durando's middle. He turned, and they both fired together. Where did he hit you, Mary?
He deserted me.
Where did he hit you?
This side. Is Jimmy...
Yeah, I think so.
He did deserve it to me.
Yeah, he sure did.
I'm sorry I hit you in the dark. I didn't know.
It's all right.
I went home. Started worrying about you. I went back to the cafe. And he wasn't there. So I came here. Saw you sneaking through the garden.
Now, just take it easy.
I found the gun in the box. Tell Dad I'm sorry, but
Mary. Mary. Was dead, and Fletcher wouldn't have to prosecute. After he buried his daughter, Fletcher closed his office and took a long vacation. Maybe it helped some, but I doubt it. Expense account item 2, $45.75, hotel bill and incidentals. Item 3, $35, car rental. Item 4, $156.85, plane fare and incidentals back to Hartford. Expense account total, $435.05. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Clayton Post, Tim Graham, Dick Ryan, William Johnstone, Virginia Gregg, David Young, and Jay Novello. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at this time when, from Hollywood, John Lund returns as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Truly, Johnny Dollar. Truly, Johnny Dollar. Truly, Johnny Dollar.
For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Bradley, Johnny. Read any good books lately?
Now, that's a brilliant conversational bit.
I'm referring specifically to the books of Martin Venneberg.
Venneberg. Is that the novelist who made such a big splash about, 20 years ago?
The same. The self-styled genius of Chicago's literati, who wrote 2 smash sellers back in the 30s and hasn't been heard from since. Not until yesterday, that is.
And what happened yesterday?
Well, at the height of his heyday, he bought a $25,000 paid-up trust policy from us. We had a request from him yesterday asking for some change of beneficiary form.
Oh, what's so unusual about that?
Nothing except that his wife's the present beneficiary. And the Chicago police have been looking for her ever since Vandenberg was murdered last night.
Wow. Might be a good idea to brush up on my reading of that.
Mind if I break in here to ask you a question? Here it is. How much do you know about your United States government? For example, do you know what the work of the Department of Agriculture entails? Somebody, someday, may recommend that the Department of Agriculture be called the Department of General Scientific Progress, because employees of this branch of our government have been responsible for the improvement of our shoe leather, our mattress stuffing, and the rubber tires which we put on our automobiles. But these improvements are somewhat of a sideline, since the main duty of the department is to assist the farmers of America. Now, back in the days when it was just getting organized and explaining to Congress why it needed more money, the Department of Agriculture acted only as a sort of clearinghouse for information which farmers picked up and passed on about better ways to grow corn, raise pigs, and so on. Then, the farmers began asking questions about getting rid of blight and parasites and other such farming problems, and the department had to come up with the right answer. That's when the department began to expand and take a direct part in improving farm operations. As an example of its success in farming improvements, there's the item of egg production. In the past 50 years, the production of eggs has been increased over 300% as a result of the expert advice on the feeding and raising of poultry developed by workers in the Department of Agriculture. Other important developments have been made by the department's chemists, such as the improvement of insect killers, fertilizers, and the discovery of new ways in which to use products which farmers have been growing since the beginning of time. For example, do you know it is now possible to make mucilage from sweet potatoes, paper from corn stalks, paintbrushes from milk, and wood as strong as steel? These are just a few of the advancements made by the Department of Agriculture. Future advancements will add much to our American way of life.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Washingtonian Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the frustrated Phoenix matter. Expense account item 1, $63.30. Airfare and incidentals between Hartford and Chicago. Expense account item 2, $1.20. Cab fare from the Sherman House to the editorial offices of the Daily Examiner. I figured a quick brush-up on Martin Veneberg's recent history might come in handy. But as it happened, I didn't get past the city editor's desk.
Sure, you can use the morgue dollar. Might have a better idea for you, though.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
Have a talk with Richard Hanley.
Who is Hanley?
Freelance literary critic and columnist. We buy a lot of his stuff. He can tell you everything that's in the morgue and then some.
Sounds like he knew Veneberg pretty well.
Yeah, he was his disciple, friend, father confessor, and psychiatric social worker, for 20 years.
That sounds like a pretty good recommendation.
If you can find Vandenberg's wife, she could give you a better one.
Oh, how's that?
Hanley was her first husband.
Expense account item 3, $1.35. Cab fare to Richard Hanley's modern studio apartment on Elm Street. The severe functional appearance of the studio seemed to be reflected in Richard Hanley.
Which Martin Vandenberg did you want me to tell you about, Mr. Dollar, the man or the writer?
There's a difference?
As a writer, he'd been touched by the gift of genius. As a man, he was dissolute, depraved, contemptible.
Would you mind explaining that, Mr. Hanley?
In 1933 and 34, he published two of the greatest novels ever written. They burst upon the muck heap of the creative writing of the times like twin comets blazing a pathway to the stars. For the next 20 years, he drowned that brilliant light in a foul sea of alcohol dissipation and moral dissolution. In short, the Martin Vandenberg who was killed last night, Mr. Dollar, was a drunken bum.
I was told that you were a friend of Vandenberg's. Seems I was misinformed.
For 20 years, I've been trying to get that man to write again, write as I knew he could, as he'd done before. I nursed him through his alcoholic stupors, counseled him, pleaded with him, even financed him for a year or two.
And how did he react?
Well, the vows were many, the accomplishments nil. Whatever I gave him, he used to sate his appetite for dissipation.
Well, 20 years is a long time to spend in the face of all that. Not to mention the loss of your wife.
I hadn't contemplated giving him Helene, too, Mr. Dollar.
Mm-hmm. Where is she now?
I have no idea. I'd finally given up on Vandenberg some 5 weeks ago. I haven't seen either of them since.
Well, anything else you can tell me, Mr. Hanley? Any ideas as to who might have killed him or why?
No. He had no personal possession. Possibly no longer even a talent for anyone to be jealous of. I can't conceive of any possible motives, Mr. Dollar.
Well, there's always that $25,000 insurance policy. I walked over to the Chicago Avenue police station and introduced myself to Lieutenant Vorschach, who was in charge of the investigation.
For what it's worth, here's what we got on it, Dollar. Vandenberg was killed in the one-room rat nest he called home by two .25 caliber bullets fired at close range. Ballistics just classified the gun Beretta automatic. Time of death was approximately 11 p.m. last night. Nobody heard the shots.
Nobody saw anybody come in or out. Nobody knows any reason why Veneberg should have been killed.
Who discovered the body, Lieutenant?
A man by the name of Dalton Towler. Seems to be an old friend of Veneberg, strictly a screwball bohemian type, you know?
What time did he come across it?
3 o'clock this morning.
Unusual hour for him to come calling, wasn't it?
Well, not according to Towler. It seems he was working on some earth-shattering poems at home. He finished them and tore right over to show them to Veneberg. According to him, the womb of night is the birthplace of genius, and time is an artificial dungeon created by benighted Philistines in which to imprison men's souls. Unquote.
That's very descriptive, but not very illuminating.
Well, the same could be said about everything else about this case so far. Until we came across that insurance policy, we had a blank right down the line.
You figure that's the motive for Veneberg's murder?
That's the only one that even looks close.
What about the wife, Helene?
Yeah, that's got us beat, too. As far as we can find out, she disappeared 5 days ago. Nobody in the neighborhood's seen or heard of her since. We got an APB out on her, though. We'll pick her up sooner or later.
Anything in Veneberg's recent actions to give us a lead?
Well, one unusual thing popped up. Don't know if it means anything, though.
Yeah, what's that?
We found a nearly new portable typewriter up in his room. Clean, oiled, ready to go. The neighbors tell us that for the past week, Martin Veneberg has been writing again. Only we couldn't find a scrap of manuscript.
Well, there wasn't much more Vorschach could tell me. Veneberg's history during the past 10 years was summed up on the police blotter. Arrest for drunkenness, vagrancy, disorderly conduct. And the coroner's jury would write the epitaph. Homicide at the hands of person or persons unknown. I found Dalton Towler where his landlady said he would be, in Newberry Park. 1 square block of tired grass and scraggly bushes in the midst of a dreary section of Chicago's near north side. Towler was addressing a couple of dispirited-looking squirrels.
Come, you beady-eyed scavengers seeking the humorous fruit of the goober. There are no gleanings here save those unpalatable ones scraped from the moldering refuse of the ash heaps called the minds of men.
Do you think the squirrels understand that?
Oh, far better, perhaps, than the 2-legged protoplasmic dullards who stalk the earth under the guise of Homo sapiens.
Well, I have to take your word for that, Mr. Towler.
A unilateral knowledge of identity, which indicates you have the advantage of me, sir.
Well, my name is Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
In other words, a brazen delver into the secrets of man?
I'd like to ask you a few questions about Martin Veneberg.
Yes. A final degradation of genius. To be dissected, piecemeal, upon the cold, impersonal autopsy slab of a park bench.
All I want to do is find out who killed him and why.
An impossible task, sir. You ignore the simple fact that Martin Veneberg is not dead.
That's not what the police records say.
An abysmal conclusion, reached by pygmy-minded illiterates. A soul such as that of Martin Veneberg can never die. It will rise again from the ashes of its mortal remains like that fabled bird, the phoenix, and soar on glorious wings of deathless prose forevermore.
Well, let's get back to the police blotter and sordid realism, shall we?
Very well, sir. What do you wish from me?
Any information you can give me about who might have wanted to kill Martin Veneberg?
Their names are legion, sir.
How's that, Mr. Towler?
Any of the incompetent, the jealousy-ridden, the hacks who spew out their clumsy, illy-informed words could have killed Veneberg cheerfully out of sheer, frustrated envy.
Well, I'm looking for a little more practical motive.
Well, what more practical motive could there be, sir? Worldly goods? Of these he had none.
What about his wife?
A ridiculous implication.
Why?
Helene is a lovely soul, one who worshipped at Veneberg's shrine, who was dedicated selflessly to her tireless task of catering to his genius.
I can think of 25,000 reasons why she might get tired of it.
Sure you're not referring to that insurance policy?
Well, it supplies motive. Helene's disappeared. Unless she turns up fast with an airtight alibi, it looks pretty bad for her.
Yeah, I'd never considered it in that light before.
Well, now that you have, how does it look?
Would it be of any assistance to her if I were to inform you where she was last night?
It might.
You realize, of course, that my antipathy towards the minions of the law prevented me from divulging this sooner. But if it might be of possible aid to
Where
her...
was she, Towler?
Where she'd been every evening for the past month. Typing manuscripts, sir. At the apartment of Richard Hanley.
Yes, that's right, Dollar. Helene has been coming here evenings to type my column for me.
How did you forget to mention that little fact earlier?
My attorney was out of town. I wish to consult with him first.
What about Helene or yourself?
There have been no official charges made against her, and I've nothing to be concerned about.
Mm-hmm. Where is Helene now?
I can tell you only what I just finished telling Lieutenant Borzak over the phone.
And what was that?
I expect Helene here as usual at 8 o'clock tonight.
No objections if the lieutenant and I are here.
Not at all. My attorney will be here, too.
Do you mind telling me what time Helene left here last night?
It was a little past midnight.
Are you sure about the time?
Just as certain as you are that Veneberg was killed at approximately an hour before then.
Well, he got an alibi ready, too. You seem to have thought of everything, Mr. Hanley.
Under the circumstances, I thought it a reasonable thing to do.
Expense account item 4, 65 cents. Cab fare to the Chicago Avenue police station. I just paid off the driver and was heading for the entrance when Vorschach came hurrying down the stairs toward a squad car parked at the curb.
Oh, Dollar, you got here just in time. Come on, fella.
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant. What's up?
A break on the Veneberg case.
You picked up Helene?
No, but this might be better. County Hospital, Joe. Some woman took an overdose of sleeping pills with an old picture of Veneberg's in her hand. A personally autographed copy of one of his books was on the bed table beside her. Sound interesting?
Yeah, maybe. What are you holding out, Lieutenant?
They found a .25 caliber Beretta automatic under her pillow.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? He rose to the presidency through successful careers as lawyer, army officer, and statesman. Though President Garfield offered him a cabinet position, he turned it down to become a senator from Ohio. Later, as president, he recommended the annexation of Hawaii. But his term expired before the bill could be acted on. He also helped the admission of North and South Dakota, Montana, Washington, Idaho, and Wyoming as states. If you don't have his name by now, here's another clue. In 1890, he signed a bill giving pensions to American war veterans. Who was he? Benjamin Harrison, 23rd President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
The run out to Wood Street and Cook County Hospital took us approximately 12 minutes. One of the interns on duty at the emergency entrance gave us a briefing in one of the admittance rooms.
Here's all we've got on her. It isn't much. She only came in about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, we know. What's the dope on her?
Yeah, Jane Doe, white, female, American, about 30 years of age. Reported symptoms, overdose of barbiturates. Stomach-comatose condition, pulse, respiration, blood pressure normal. Stomach contents removed, stimulant administered hypodermically, patients temporarily in 312. Yeah, there's the highlights, gentlemen.
Uh-huh. Seem to be a few discrepancies, Lieutenant.
Now, the normal pulse, blood pressure, and respiration, huh?
They don't fit in with my ideas about the symptoms of barbiturate poisoning.
They very definitely don't. I'd say the odds are about 10 to 1 that the lab report will show stomach contents to be normal.
Uh-huh. Well, let's have a look at her, Dollar.
Martin, darling. Forgive me, Martin. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to do it, Martin. But it's all right now, darling. We'll be together again.
We'd like to ask you a few questions, miss.
No, go away. Leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Oh, Martin, darling. Martin.
I'm a police officer, Miss Lieutenant Vorschach.
Police officer?
And this is Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator.
I don't care what you are. Now go away, please. Go away. and leave me here with my memories of Martin.
What was Martin Veneberg to you?
He was my one and only true love. I worshipped at the shrine of his genius. Life isn't worth living without him. He was the shining beacon that was my one and only guiding light.
You're sure that shining beacon isn't a spotlight at that grindhouse on North Clark Street?
What are you talking about?
You're Dolly Darling, aren't you? The one who's billed as the tempestuous sweetheart of Terpsichorean delights?
So what? What's that got to do with my love for Martin Veneberg?
You better be able to prove it.
What do I got to prove? It's enough for me that him and me were secret lovers. What right have you got to come around prying into a person's secret life?
Well, there happen to be a few laws concerning attempted suicide, Miss Darling.
Laws? You mean that there's a law?
Not to mention a few about filing a false crime report.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't do nothing wrong.
You better start talking, Miss Darling.
That low-down, dirty, stinking Sammy Farwell.
Your press agent?
Yeah. It was his idea. I told him it was nuts that we couldn't get away with it, but no, he's got himself delusions. The greatest gimmick since Barnum, he says, so look what happens. I get myself in a jam in this lousy pill factory. Got to wrestle with a stomach pump yet, and for what? What am I going to get out of it now?
Probably 30 to 90 days, depending on the judge.
Back at the Chicago Avenue station, Borshak went through the routine on Dolly Darling and her publicity agent, Sam Farwell. It turned out just about as we expected.
Well, there it is, Dollar. Ballistics clears the .25 caliber Beretta they had planted as a prop for the publicity stunt.
Mm-hmm. Any previous arrests?
A couple of lewd performances for Dolly, some old ones for Farwell, dissemination of pornographic literature, assaults, no convictions. Veneberg's name doesn't show in either package, though.
Well, it doesn't help much in the little matter of who killed him, does it?
And I'm waiting for Helene Veneberg to do that.
Expect her to show up at Hanley's tonight?
Yeah, it could be.
And if she doesn't?
Well, we got a tail on Hanley. He might lead us to her. If not, our APB will pick her up eventually.
Maybe.
You don't sound very convinced.
I guess I'm just not the optimistic type. I spent the rest of the day covering the bars, bookie joints, and assorted dives on the near north side that had been notoriously frequented by Martin Veneberg. I wound up in Dalton Towler's neighborhood no wiser than when I started. I figured I had nothing to lose by paying a little social call.
I take it, Mr. Dollar, that your visit has no connection with whatever impression my charm, wit, and brilliance may have had upon you earlier today.
Oh, maybe you're being too modest, Mr. Towler.
Oh, modesty is an attribute only of the mediocre, sir. It is unbecoming in the realm of talent and utterly irreconcilable with genius.
Well, into which category do those poems of yours fall?
Poems, sir?
The ones you were rushing to Martin Veneberg when you found his body.
Oh, they're not worthy of discussion. Insignificant in conception. Puerile in realization. I destroyed them.
Is that what you did with Veneberg's work, too?
Your meaning escapes me, sir.
Veneberg was working on something. The first writing he'd done in 20 years. He'd been at it steadily for a week, but the police didn't find a trace of manuscript. What happened to it, Mr. Towler?
I trust my impression that you're accusing me of having pilfered is erroneous, Mr. Dollar.
You found his body.
True, but I found no such manuscript.
Well, have it your way. But the police are bound to dig up that manuscript sometime.
One moment, sir.
Yeah?
There is something I can tell you.
Well, let's have it.
Martin Veneberg was writing. It was being done under contract to someone. For money.
Who was he writing it for?
So far, I've been unable to ascertain. But he showed me some of it. It was incredible, Mr. Dollar.
Badly written?
Martin Veneberg was utterly incapable of writing even one inferior line, sir. No, it was the contents to which I refer. Indescribable filth. I still find it impossible to believe.
So you took the manuscript and destroyed it?
It's what I would have wished to do. Unfortunately, there was no trace of the manuscript when I arrived there.
Uh-huh. He started writing this stuff just about the time his wife disappeared. Any connection?
A definite one, sir. Helene had stood by him all these years because of her faith that someday he would write again. When he began, and she learned what he was doing, it was impossible for her to bear. She left him.
I suppose that's why he wanted to take her name off that insurance policy.
Such, I believe, was his intention.
Why tell me all this now, Towler?
It was your reference to the police, possibly finding that manuscript.
You're hoping that I'll find it first and destroy it?
If the rebirth of the soaring phoenix that was Martin Venneberg should be frustrated because of that writing, it would be the most heinous of all crimes, Mr. Dollar.
Worse than murder?
In my humble opinion, sir, yes.
It was getting on toward 8 o'clock when I left Towler's, so I called Lieutenant Vorschach to see if he was ready to keep our appointment with Richard Hanley.
We don't have to bother going over there now, Dollar.
Why not, Lieutenant?
We just found Helene Venneberg
Yeah, where?
in the Chicago River, floating face down.
The preliminary examination shows she died about 12 to 24 hours ago.
Well, the time could match pretty closely with Martin's death.
Yeah, so could the probable cause of death. A couple of small caliber bullet wounds. Too soon for ballistics to identify yet, though.
Uh-huh. Well, what about Richard Hanley?
Right now, he's under physician's care. Broke down completely when we gave him the news.
Uh-huh.
It's possible he did it, of course. Jealousy could give him a pretty good motive for Martin's death.
Doesn't tie in with Helene very well, though.
No. That'll be our headache from now on. Well, at least your job's over.
Yeah, it looks like it, but I'm in no hurry.
Oh? You got something on your mind?
Two things. A missing manuscript and a .25 caliber Beretta.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe I got the gun figured, so let's try the manuscript first, huh?
Well, Venneberg was writing again. According to Towler, it was the kind of literature they sell in back rooms and dark alleys.
Yeah.
Towler thinks somebody who peddles that stuff gave him a commitment.
Yeah. Yeah, that starts to tie in with the gun pattern at that, doesn't it?
Somebody knew enough to use a Beretta as the plant in that publicity stunt of Dolly Darling's. Even ballistics didn't know the type gun that had killed Venneberg until maybe an hour before. That's on pornographic literature.
Only thing missing seems to be a motive.
Why don't we drop over to Dolly Darling's press agent and see if we can find one? The offices of Sammy Farwell, publicist, were located on the third floor of an old office building on North Wells Street.
311.
Down that way.
Yeah. Come on, Dollar.
Farwell, open up, police officers. Open up! Better break it down. Oh, wait a minute.
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome to the sacrificial ceremony.
Dollar.
Something's burning in that wastebasket.
Pray do not trouble yourselves, gentlemen. It's much too late. The last works of Martin Venneberg have already been reduced to ashes.
Where's Farwell?
In the inner office, sir. Oh, no need for haste. He's quite incapable of leaving there under his own locomotion.
Looks like Towler's right.
Yeah. There's the Beretta he used.
I trust you agree that this is a most satisfactory evening's work, gentlemen.
All right, Dollar, let's hear about it.
But of course, Lieutenant. I must confess I feel quite proud of myself for what has just transpired.
You knew Farwell had killed Martin and Helene?
Not his actual identity, no. But there had been word around of a violent disagreement over the unwelcome attentions Martin's sponsor was paying to Helene. It obviously ended in the shooting. Then he disposed of Helene later as a possible witness.
Why didn't you come to the police with this?
My dear Lieutenant, it was only the manuscript that was of concern to me. It was vital that I get to it before you did. And not until Mr. Dollar departed my humble abode did I learn Farwell's identity through the good offices of an old confrere.
So you came up here, shot him, and burned the script?
In essence, yes. There was a bit of disagreement involving that gun in there.
Yeah.
No need to appear so disconsolate, Mr. Dollar. I would say that all in all, when the phoenix does eventually rise from the ashes, he will agree that things have turned out quite well.
Expense account item 5, $19.40. Hotel bill and miscellaneous. Expense account item 6, $67.60. Airfare and incidentals back to Hartford. Expense account total, $153.50.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. As Johnny Dollar.
Jim Bates, Johnny.
Oh, hiya, Jim.
Johnny, when a chief of police gets shot and killed, what would you say is the most likely reason for it?
Well, most likely because he's a chief of police.
Right. Only I've got a hunch on this one.
Like what, Jim?
The insured the chief was middle-aged, shot to death with his own gun in his own house. The beneficiary, his wife, is 27. They've been married 8 months. The policy's been in force 7 months. The face value is $50,000. And the wife filed a claim on it only 24 hours after he was killed.
Well, fast girl. She didn't waste any time.
What do you think, Johnny?
Same thing you do. Maybe I'd better look into it.
How about taking a minute or so to talk about seals and fish that have some connection with the government of the United States? Now, that isn't as strange as it sounds. You take the matter of seals, for example. There are 2 types of seals that are the responsibility of the Secretary of State. First, there's the Great Seal of the United States, which is stamped on all official documents. The Secretary of State makes sure it's always on hand when it's needed. The other kind of seals he takes care of are the ones that swim in the ocean, since it's up to the Secretary to work out agreements with representatives of other countries and let them know how many seals can be caught in what is called international waters and when. The Secretary of State works out similar deals for the catching of fish and lobsters because these agreements are actually treaties. Before they can be put into effect, they have to be approved by 2/3 of the Senate. As a matter of fact, any time our government wants to work out a deal with a foreign country on trade, mutual assistance, fish, seals, or lobsters, it's done by treaty. And all treaties are signed by the President, though some of them aren't drawn up until after the Secretary of State has worked over the rough spots in order to pave the way for prompt ratification. So, just remember, the Secretary of State is a mighty important wheel in the machinery of your United States government.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Commonwealth Mutual Assurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Dan Frank matter. Expense account item 1, $76.40. Transportation to the Great Lakes town of Middleborough and taxi to the home of Dan Frank, former chief of police, now deceased. It was a rambling 2-story house, well-trimmed hedges, smooth lawn, quiet neighborhood, good place to live. And the last place you'd think of as a setting for murder. I was halfway up the walk when a man came out the front door, down the steps, and then stopped and waited for me, rocking on his heels.
A copper. I can tell him a block away. You're a copper, right?
Wrong.
Private eye, maybe?
Oh, you're getting warmer. Insurance investigator.
Insurance. That's what I just asked her about, and she threw me out. Said I was drunk. She was right. I am. Usually am. A little bit. Pete Parker, Daily Herald.
Johnny Dollar. Glad to know you.
Insurance. He had some or you wouldn't be here. And who gets it? Laura, of course, his ever-loving little wife. Only question left, how much?
No comment.
I like you, Johnny. You don't talk too much. I do. Let me give you a little advice. Watch yourself.
Meaning what?
This town, it looks sleepy, dead. Don't let it fool you. It's wide open. Rackets, everything. A guy could get hurt.
What about Dan Frank? Was he in on these rackets?
Johnny, The police chief here gets $6,000 a year. Take a look at that house. Go in and take a look at Laura. Even more expensive. Dan was in.
He's out now, though. Be seeing you, Pete.
Right, do that. I'm always around. Pete Parker, that drunk that works for the Herald. Ask anybody.
Well? Mrs. Franks?
Yes?
Johnny Dollar is my name. I'm representing the insurance company.
Oh, come in, Mr. Dollar. I hardly expected them to pay so promptly.
I'm not here to pay you, Mrs. Frank. I'm an investigator. The company wants a little more information about your husband's death.
Why? I told them everything in the claim I sent.
I know, but there are always a few
They're
details.
trying to get out of it. I know how those companies operate.
Oh, you've had experience with them before?
No, of course I haven't. But what information? What is it you want to know, Mr. Dollar?
Well, how it happened, for one thing.
Right here. This is where he fell. His gun was laying beside him. Someone had taken it from the table there by the door and waited for him to come down the stairs.
Middle of the night, wasn't it? Why did he come downstairs?
I'd heard a noise. I woke him up and he came down to see about it.
Mm-hmm. Were the lights on?
Not down here. I turned on the hall light upstairs and then the shots. 4 or 5 of them. Someone ran out the front door.
And got away without being seen?
Yes.
Who do you think that someone was, Mrs. Frank?
I don't know. Dan had a lot of enemies, of course, because of his job. But
What about his friends? You suppose they could have done it?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, who were his friends? Who heads up the rackets here in Middleborough?
What racket?
Okay. Without your cooperation, though, it's going to take a lot longer to get this settled.
Tell me something. Does the insurance company think I'm the one who killed him?
Well, I think 24 hours is pretty fast for a grief-stricken widow to shoot a claim into the office.
I'm not grief-stricken, Mr. Dollar.
So I've noticed.
You go see Max Bealey. Talk to him.
Max Bealey?
The city attorney. Get his story before you jump to conclusions. See if he thinks I'm guilty.
All right, I will.
Then we'll talk. Afterward. Maybe I'll even cooperate. Maybe you will be a little nicer to me.
Sure, I'll tell you why she sent you to me. So I could tell you she didn't kill him. That she couldn't possibly have killed him.
Why not, Mr. Bealey? Late at night, the two of them alone in the house. The chief shot with his own gun. That mysterious prowler story has been used before.
Yeah, I know. But you're wrong about one thing. They weren't alone in the house. I was there.
Oh?
You see, Dan and I were leaving early in the morning on a fishing trip, so I was staying all night. I woke up and heard somebody in the hall outside my room. About the time I opened the door, Laura snapped on the hall lights. Just then, the shots blasted downstairs. She was standing in the door of her room, not 10 feet away. She couldn't have done it.
No, apparently not. She sure couldn't have had a better alibi. The city attorney himself. Were you and Dan Frank good friends, Mr. Bealey?
No, we didn't have much use for each other.
Well, then why were you...
I know. I was spending the night in his house, and we were going fishing together. You're thinking maybe I needed that alibi as much as Laura does.
Well, it does work both ways, Mr. Bealey.
No motive.
Laura could be a motive. She's a beautiful girl. A lot younger than her husband, I understand. About your age, in fact.
Again. I know her too well. Sure, she's a knockout, wild honeysuckle and a handful of stars, but inside there's a little cash register bell, and when you put money in, it rings real pretty. And when you don't, nothing. Dan found out.
Is that why he got mixed up with the rackets here?
Sure, he needed dough. You do get around, don't you? Who told you there were any rackets here?
Max, I wonder if you'd go over that... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you...
Oh, come on in, Commissioner. This is Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator. He's checking into Dan's killing.
A terrible loss.
Commissioner Corbett, Mr. Dollar.
How do you do?
How are you?
If there's any way at all we can help, Mr. Dollar, just speak out. The entire facilities of City Hall are completely at your disposal, sir.
Well, thanks, Commissioner. Just what is the theory on the shooting?
Find Eddie Sales and you've got the killer.
Eddie Sales?
And Chief Frank sent him up a couple of years ago. Eddie swore he'd get him if it was the last thing he did. Eddie was paroled last week. Seen here in town the morning before the killing. Hasn't been seen since. We've combed the town for a week. No luck.
Well, it seems to add up. Would Mrs. Frank know anything about the rackets her husband was tied up with?
Rackets? Why, that's...
No, Commissioner. He's been talking to people. Found out our fair city's not as lily white as it looks.
Oh. Well, then there's no point in trying to cover it up. It's true, Mr. Dollar. Unpleasant as it is to admit it.
Any idea who's back of them?
Not enough to talk about. If I did, I'd be talking about it in court.
Find Eddie Sales, Mr. Dollar. That's the key to both the killing and the rackets. Find Eddie, and you can wind this up in 10 minutes.
Expense account item 2, $1.50. Taxi from City Hall back to my hotel. I kept trying to make sense out of what I'd learned, but got nowhere. Everybody blamed Eddie Sales, the ex-con with a grudge. Only Eddie wasn't around. Thanks. Well, I still wasn't any closer to an answer when I got out at the hotel. I watched the taxi pull away and then started across the walk toward the entrance. It was Laura Frank, parked at the curb a few yards away.
I've been waiting for you, Johnny.
Oh, have you?
I wanted to talk to you. Why don't you get in?
Okay.
Did you talk to Max?
Yeah. He gives you a pretty strong alibi.
I could have told you myself, but you'd have checked with him anyway.
Yeah, I imagine I would have.
You're not being any nicer, Johnny.
Is that what you wanted to talk about?
Maybe. I'm ready to be nicer.
Oh? And how about cooperative?
That too, Johnny.
And tell me why you didn't mention Eddie Sales when I talked to you earlier.
Why should I? I don't know that it was Eddie. I suppose it was. Everybody's sure of it. But I don't know it was him.
I see.
Forget him, Johnny. If the police can't find him when they know the town inside out, it's a sin sure.
Get down, quick. Are you all right?
Yes, I guess I am. Why, Johnny? Why would they want to kill you?
How do you know it was me they were shooting at?
No. No.
Something to think about, isn't it? Do you feel any more cooperative?
I've got to get out of here, Johnny. I'll talk to you later. I've got to get out of here.
Waiter? Yes, sir? Another scotch and soda. How about you, Johnny?
Well, thanks, Pete. Not right now.
Oh, I forgot to ask. How did you find me?
Called the paper. They gave me the names of 3 bars. I was lucky on the first try.
A reputation is a wonderful, wonderful thing. Well, Johnny, what else you want to know?
More about Laura Frank?
Why? She's got an alibi.
I know.
And somebody tried to knock her off a couple of hours ago.
Not necessarily. She could have been setting me up for that one.
Possible.
Huh?
Hey, Arthur.
Oh, thanks. Laura Frank hates champagne, but always orders it. It costs more. A pink and gold doll in spangled tights. A 4-star tramp. Ex-dancer at the Cosmo Club. Ex-girlfriend of Eddie Sales until Dan...
Girlfriend of Eddie Sales?
Oh, sure. Sure, hadn't you heard about it? That's why Eddie swore he'd get Dan. Claimed he was being framed. Maybe he was. Maybe Laura suggested it to Dan. Eddie had done all he could for her by then.
Why do you hate her, Pete?
It's quite the contrary, Johnny. I'm in love with her. Always will be. She was my girl before she met Eddie Sales. Oh, waiter. It's a screwy case any way you look at it, Johnny. That gun, for instance. I guess you heard?
No. What about it?
Well, they found it lying beside Dan's body. His own gun. So, of course, they assumed he shot it out with the killer. It was 2 days before the lab woke up and realized he'd been shot with his own gun. Hadn't used it at all.
Excuse me, Mr. Parker. There's a call for you. I'll plug the phone in here.
Oh, thanks.
There you are, sir.
Pete Parker. What? Oh, yeah, sure, I'll cover it. Oh, yeah, right away. It's a 3-alarm fire, Johnny. Laura Frank's place. Flames 50 feet high. They can't get inside.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? The son of a president, he served his country as diplomat, lawmaker, and Secretary of State before becoming president himself. His excellence as a speaker won for him the nicknames of Old Man Eloquent and the Walking Vocabulary. In his first message to Congress as president in 1824, he recommended a program of national improvements, including the building of highways, canals, a national university, and federal weather observatories. He was also responsible for the Smithsonian Institute. If you don't have his name by now, here are 2 more clues. During his presidency, the Erie Canal was completed, and the first passenger railroad was built. Who was he? John Quincy Adams, 6th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account item 3, $6.20. Refreshments for Pete Parker of the Daily Herald. And taxi to Laura Frank's house in the suburbs. Marked now by a pillar of flames visible for blocks. The whole outside shell of the house was blazing, and the firemen couldn't do much of anything but try to keep it from spreading and hold back the crowd that had collected on the street and lawn.
It's terrible, Mr. Dollar. Simply terrible. A total loss.
Yeah, it looks that way.
What about Laura, Commissioner? Where's Laura Frank?
Oh, she's all right, Pete. Got out before it really caught. She's over there in the car with Max Bealey.
Where? Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see you later, Commissioner. You coming, Pete?
Yeah, right with you.
A terrible thing. Just terrible.
Pardon me, please. Come on, let us through, please. Pardon us, please. Come on.
Johnny, you were right. It was me they were after, and now they've tried again.
Yeah, could be. Oh, hiya, Mr. Bealey.
Well, another one for you, Mr. Dollar. The house is insured, too.
Oh, it was awful. I came home and lay down on the sofa, and I guess I dropped off to sleep. I woke up with flames all around me. I was just lucky to get out.
You've always been lucky, Laura.
See, I can get along without any remarks from you.
Sure you can, baby. You're getting along real fine. Too bad the car wasn't in the garage. Then all your assets will be converted to cash. Nice, green, bloody cash.
Shut up, you drunken fool. Go away from here and leave me alone.
Why? You can afford me now.
Get out. Get out of here before I do
Take it easy, both of you.
I'm sorry. Lost my head.
How do you figure, Mr. Dollar? I mean the fire. Eddie's sales?
Well, it kind of looks that way. He got Dan Frank a week ago and came back and tried for Laura tonight.
Where the devil's he been hiding out, though? I've gone over this town foot by foot.
Hard to tell. Your friend
That came from the house.
Ammunition, maybe. The chief probably has some...
There's somebody coming out by the cellar door.
He's carrying a gun.
Look, he's fallen on the ground. Come on.
How can anybody come out of that alive? Let's get him turned over. Come on. Easy now.
Good Lord.
You know him?
It's the boy we've been looking for, Mr. Dollar. Eddie Sales.
Well, I don't know. I can't promise anything, gentlemen. That shot may bring him to for a few minutes, or it may not. He's badly burned.
What are his chances of coming through it alive, Dr. Redmond?
Not 1 in 1,000, Commissioner. He may hang on for a day or two, and he might become conscious for a short while and be able to talk. But as far as pulling through, not a chance, really.
Well, there's no point in me staying here any longer. If he does talk, you can get his statement, Max. Good night, gentlemen.
Thank you,
Good night.
Yeah, the whole answer, Mr. Dollar. Right there on that bed. And we may never find out what it was.
I can't figure those shots. He fired them before he came out of the blaze. He wasn't trying to shoot anyone, apparently.
He couldn't even see anyone, burned the way he was.
I'm going up to the dispensary and get some more plasma. I'll be back in a few minutes.
But how do you figure it, Johnny? That Eddie started the fire?
Well, there's no other way to figure it, Pete. But if he did, it's funny he got caught in his own trap.
Yeah, he started it all right. And he shot Dan. Now he's paying for it. But it looks like we're not going to find out who's behind the racket.
Hey, wait a second. Huh? He's trying to say something.
Who double-crossed you, Eddie? Hey, Eddie, can you hear me?
No. Well, he still can't make it.
That may be as close as he'll ever come. I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yeah. Just a second. For you, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, thanks. Johnny Dollar.
Me, Johnny.
Oh?
I've got to talk to you. Right away.
All right, talk.
Not on the phone, Johnny. I'm across the street from the hospital. It's an all-night lunchroom. Can you come over here?
I guess so.
Right away?
Yeah, right away. So long. Pete.
Yeah, Johnny. What is it?
That was Laura. She wants me to meet her across the street. Stay here and keep an eye on things, will you, Pete?
Sure, go ahead.
Here, Johnny. Over here in the booth.
Now, what's in your mind, Mrs. Frank?
Sit down, Johnny. Come on.
Thanks. You had to talk to me right away. Well?
Look at me, Johnny. I'm not so bad, am I?
In looks, you mean? Oh, no. Well, you're a pink and gold doll. A handful of stars. That's what a couple of guys said today. And I guess it fits.
I don't care what a couple of guys said. What do you say, Johnny?
You look great, Mrs. Frank. Terrific. Now, if you'll excuse me...
No, wait. Johnny, I'm in the clear on this. You know that. The night my husband was killed, I've got an alibi nobody could shake, right?
Well, I'm convinced that you didn't pull the trigger, if that's what you mean.
And you could convince the insurance company, too, if you would. We could have this over and settled.
Yeah, they'd go pretty much on my report.
Why don't you be nice and turn in a real good report?
Well, we get some answers first, Mrs. Frank. Straighten out some of the coincidences. Like the fact that you heard the noise and woke up. That you sent Chief Frank downstairs. And you turned on the upstairs light behind him and made a perfect target out of him. Let's hear what Eddie Sales has to say before I file a report.
Suppose Eddie dies without talking.
Well, in that case, you probably will be in the clear. And now, if you'll excuse
Johnny,
me...
I'll give you $10,000. Make that report. Now.
You are anxious, aren't you?
I just want to get it settled and out of the way.
Pete.
Johnny, one of the firemen I know just came by the hospital. They found out why Eddie Sales fired those shots. The cellar door was padlocked on the outside. He shot the lock off to get out.
Then Eddie didn't set the fire. He was locked in the basement. So he was the one who was supposed to die in it. Right, Mrs. Frank?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What did you want to see me about, Johnny?
See you about?
Oh, yeah. You just phoned the hospital and said to come right over here, that you wanted to see me.
Come on, Pete. Let's get back over there. That's why she wanted to talk to me. To get me away from that room.
Oh, the elevator's coming down now.
Eddie's the big threat. If he comes to and knows he's finished, he'll probably talk his head off.
Here it is.
We get there before... Well, leaving, Mr. Bealey?
Yeah, somebody phoned. The commissioner wants me to meet him across the street.
Is there anybody up there with Eddie?
Well, no, not right now. The doctor will be back in a few minutes, though.
Come on.
Look, I've got to meet the
Shut the
commissioner.
doors, Pete.
Oh, what's going on here? Look, I haven't got time to go back upstairs.
I think you'd better take time, Mr. Bealey.
Well, it's all right. Eddie wasn't showing any signs of coming to.
I'll bet he wasn't.
All right, let's go.
Now, look, you mind letting me in on this, Mr. Dollar?
Let's go down to that room and take a look at Eddie first.
What happened to that policeman they had on duty?
I was here in the hall when I left. He might have walked down to the... Did you leave that door open, Mr. Beatty?
No.
Come on.
What the devil?
Are we interrupting anything, Commissioner?
What are you doing with that pillow?
Well, nothing. Nothing at all.
You were holding it down over Eddie's face. You were trying... He's dead. You smothered him.
He was dead when I came in. I was just moving the pillow.
Did you have to get us all out of the hospital and send the police guard away just to move a pillow?
Mr. Dollar, surely you're not suggesting that...
Well, I'm suggesting it. Corbett, I've known for a year that you were back of the rackets here, but I didn't have any way of proving it.
Until now? Is that what you mean, Max? Hold it right where you are.
That gun isn't your answer, Commissioner. There are 3 of us, and you can't get us all.
Stay back, Dollar.
Why did you have Dan Frank killed? He was one of your boys.
I can tell you, Mr. Dollar. Dan was going to pull out, spill the whole business, give me names and facts. That was the reason for the fishing trip. Laura must have tipped off Corbett. Eddie Sales was in town and already had a grudge against the chief. It was real convenient.
That's right, Max. Real convenient.
Then Eddie hid out in the basement of Laura's house until she decided she'd feel safer if he were dead. Until she locked the basement door and burned the house down tonight.
Laura was a weak link. That's why we tried to knock her off this afternoon.
Come on, you better give me the gun, Corbett.
Stay back.
You better do as he says, Commissioner.
I'm warning you, Dollar. Don't come any closer. Stay where you are, or I'll... Let go of it. Drop it. Let go of it.
Watch it. He's making for the window.
Hit him off, Pete.
You'll never stop me from...
He got out of being prosecuted.
You don't have any defendants left, Max.
Laura.
Eddie Sales is dead, Commissioner Corbett, and Dan, too. No witnesses and nobody to prosecute.
He still has you, Mrs. Frank. Accomplice to murder.
Johnny, no witnesses.
She's right, Mr. Dollar. I couldn't build a case against her.
With this, you can.
With what?
Well, she intended it to be an insurance claim, but it's actually a confession. All signed and witnessed.
What are you talking about?
It's all filled out with a complete story of what happened. It says, we found my husband's body at the foot of the stairs. He'd been shot and killed with his own gun.
Mr. Dollar, I don't quite see what...
This claim was in the main office of the insurance company less than 24 hours after Dan Frank was killed. But the police didn't find out he'd been shot with his own gun until 2 days later. How did you know it, Mrs. Frank? Expense account item 4, $110.80. Hotel, incidentals, and transportation back to Hartford. Expense account total, $194.90. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as Johnny Dollar.
Ben Turner, Johnny. How does your blood pressure react to hobnobbing with nobility?
Well, so far, I don't feel a thing.
How are you going to? Nothing like the beautiful Baroness Olga Jarvas to provide impact.
How much of a jolt has she given you?
Around $100,000. Jewels and furs. Stolen from a New York penthouse last night. But get this. 2 marriages ago, the Baroness was a Mrs. Thomas Bentley. Last week, Bentley filed a petition in bankruptcy. His commercial photography outfit's about $100,000 in the red.
Well, one coincidence doesn't make a fraudulent claim.
If you read the gossip columns at night,
Why is that?
then you'd know what beautiful Baroness has been seen billing and cooing with what broke ex-husband.
Well, it's kind of late to scoop George Fisher now, but I'll try. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Eastern Indemnity and Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Bilked Baroness matter. Expense account item 1, $6.35. Gas and oil, sandwich, and coffee between Hartford and New York. The penthouse of the Baroness Olga Jarvash lay atop a 35-story granite and glass apartment hotel on the east side. I ran the gauntlet of suspicious doorman, supercilious desk clerk, and snobbish elevator boy, only to find myself in what was destined to be a short-lived interview with the Baroness.
I am so terribly sorry, Mr. Dollar, but you have come at a most inopportune time. Oh, that careless maid of mine. It is her day off. I am rushing to attend a cocktail party, and I simply cannot find a thing. Not one thing. It is a most inopportune moment.
Well, I wouldn't want to keep you from a cocktail party, Baroness, but there is some information I'd like to have.
But I have told everything I know to the police. So why not run along like a dear man and get your information from them, huh? Oh, my gloves. Oh, that stupid maid. Where did she put my gloves?
Well, while you're looking, maybe you can tell me when you first noticed the loss?
It was when I returned home last night, of course. 2, 3 in the morning. I pay no attention to time. The police will know. I called them immediately.
Mm-hmm. Anybody with you when you came back home?
My dear man, is all this questioning absolutely necessary? After all, I did not steal my own furs and jewels. Now, why do you not go after the criminals who are responsible?
Well, some cooperation from you might help me do that.
Very well. I will tell you all I know. Early last evening, I had a few friends up for drinks. We left for the theater at approximately 8 o'clock. Afterwards, there was the supper club. Dinner, dancing. I came home. My things were gone.
Anyone come up with you?
If you must know, yes. Tom escorted me home.
That's Thomas Bentley, your former husband?
Yes, of course. Now, you simply must excuse me, Mr. Dollar. I'm terribly late. My friends will never forgive me.
You sound more worried about your friends than you do about the robbery.
But, of course, the loss of dear friends is irreplaceable. But so far as those trinkets and furs are concerned...
Yeah, I know. You're insured. Expense account item 2, $15. 5 apiece to the employees I'd met on the way up. But outside of learning that Olga's penthouse was a gathering place for practically every screwball in New York, I came up with nothing. Things turned out a little better over at Center Street, where I met Lieutenant Lewison of robbery, who was in charge of the investigation.
Looks like an inside job to me, Dollar.
Well, what's the dope on it, Lieutenant?
Only 2 doors to the penthouse, front and service. Neither one was forced. Service door bolted and double locked from the inside.
So someone got in the front way with a key, huh?
Seems reasonable. Outside of the furs and jewels, nothing else in the apartment was touched. Whoever did it knew exactly where to go. No ransacking. The job was well planned and well carried out.
Mm-hmm. You got a list of those who have keys?
No, you can't possibly narrow them down. The Baroness hands them out to her friends like tossing confetti at a New Year's party. We checked the obvious ones, maid, hotel employees. Haven't come up with a thing.
There were 2 full-length coats, 2 jackets, and a stole among the missing furs.
That's right.
Well, now, the jewelry might not be too hard to handle, but how did anybody get out with a load of fur like that and not be noticed?
I don't think it's possible. Another thing that makes it look like an inside job. The Baroness telling me she had some friends up last night?
Yeah, she mentioned it.
Didn't happen to mention Vasily Udescu, did she?
No. Should she have?
He was one of them. The doorman tells us that while the rest of the party came down around 8, Udescu didn't leave till 11:30.
Might be interesting to know why, huh?
Yeah, particularly in view of the fact he's got a record. Suspected confidence game on a Fifth Avenue jewelry store, suspicion of shoplifting furs, no conviction. Could be we'll close this as soon as we pick him up.
Maybe.
Why the doubt? You know something we don't?
Yeah. I haven't had an easy case in 3 years. And I don't think you've had too many either. My next stop was East 56th Street in the commercial art studios of Thomas Bentley. Inside the converted brownstone, a lovely blonde in fur parka and ski pants was posing on a big heap of artificial snow under the glare of sweltering lights.
All right, move the number 3 spot about a half foot to the left there, Joey. A little more. Oh, yeah, that's it. All right. Now, smile, darling. Make like you were enjoying it. No. I said smile. Try thinking of a nice, cold, extra dry martini at Antoine. That's it. Hold it. Good. Set up for the next shot, boys. Okay, Mr. Professor.
Are you Tom Bentley?
Yeah. What can I do for you?
My name is Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator.
Oh, you want to talk about that stuff of Olga's?
That's right.
Well, make it some other time, Dollar. I'm pretty busy right now.
Yeah, I was wondering
About what?
how you could be in full operation when you're supposed to be dead broke.
Trying to figure some tie-in between the $100,000 of insurance and my bankruptcy petition?
Might not be too big a jump.
The beautiful Baroness always moves onward and upward, Dollar.
You better break that down for me.
I was only sucker number 2 on a list of 4 husbands. How could I top number 4?
The Baron Jarvas?
Legitimate title, bulging with boodle. And he kicked off after 1 year under the strain of keeping up with Olga. Believe me, she hasn't the slightest inclination of getting involved in fraud to help out sucker number 2.
Then how come you're making a play for her again?
My motives are purely mercenary. All I want from her is a loan of about $20,000. That would hold off the creditors until I get back on my feet.
How are you making out?
So far, no dice.
Well, your place is open.
A deal with the creditors. I draw a measly $100 a week until they get paid off, if they ever do. So, that's my story, Dollar. I know from nothing, believe me.
Oh, I'm sorry to bother you, Tom, but Joe says they're ready on the next sitter.
Oh, okay, Harley. I'll be right there.
I wanted you to take a look at this leopard skin costume for the jungle shot.
Oh, what about it?
Well, take a look at the way the thing fits. It's ridiculous. Doesn't give me a chance to really expand my chest. I was thinking if I wore some kind of loincloth instead, it would give you the opportunity to shoot all my muscles in place.
I'll think about it, Harley.
Well, I brought one along with me just in case, Tom. I'll put it on for you. No sense in hiring a 44 chest if you're not going to show it off. And with loincloth, you can show the muscular play of my entire body.
Okay, Harley. Tell Joe I'll be in there in a minute.
Sure, Tom. And I'll change costumes meanwhile.
Model. Good Lord, how do they make them that way? Body of a Hercules and the mind of a second-class ape.
Well, I guess we all have our troubles, Mr. Bentley. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, sure. It's okay, Dollar. Oh, Dollar.
Yeah?
Where are you staying in town?
At the plaza. Why?
Well, I understand insurance companies offer rewards for recovery of stolen property. Something like 20%, isn't it?
Sometimes, yeah.
And no questions asked?
Got something in mind, Mr. Bentley?
Just wondering.
It was getting late in the day and time for the inner man to be cared for. So I headed for the Plaza Bar. En route, I stopped to telephone Lieutenant Lewison.
You know, Dollar, this case might not be so tough at that.
What have you come up with, Lieutenant?
Vasily Udescu picked him up 20 minutes ago.
Don't tell me he confessed.
No, not that, baby.
I didn't think it could be that easy.
No, it's not. We'll just have to be satisfied with the stolen jewelry we found in his apartment.
It is an impossibility, a most indignant outrage. Me, Vasily Udescu, being accused like a criminal element. I will sue you before the court for every penny you have.
You said that before, Udescu.
And I will say it again and again until you have released me.
What have you got on him, Lieutenant?
Exhibits A and B, Dollar. 1 emerald ring, 1 diamond bracelet. Look familiar?
They were covered under August policy, all right.
I do not care what is covered by weight. I do not know those things. I do not know how they got into my apartment. And I want to call my attorney.
Well, at least I can believe the last part of that.
You were at the Baroness's last night, weren't you?
And why should I not be? We are the most dear of friends.
Well, the rest of the party left for the theater at 8 o'clock. You didn't leave until somewhere around 11:30.
11:30. And this is a criminal act, I presume?
No, but it might require a little explanation.
Yes, so I had seen the play they were going to do. Why should I be bored all over again? I remained there, comfortable, having some drinks until it was time to join them at the Leglon.
How'd you get the furs out of the building?
I took no furs nowhere out of no building.
How about the rest of the jury?
I know nothing about you. And I will say no more until I have talked to my attorney. So.
Okay, Udescu. This way. In here. Sergeant Ryan will let you make the call. After he gets through, Ryan, book him on suspicion of
Believe
robbery.
me, you will regret this, Lieutenant. I will commence proceedings to sue you as well.
Yeah, okay, Udescu. What do you think, Dollar?
Well, you've got enough to book him on.
Meaning it's not enough for you?
No, not quite.
How do you figure?
Well, that bracelet appraises around 10,000, the ring around 3. I've still got 87,000 to go. Expense account item 3, $1.50. Double scotch at the Plaza Bar. I could have saved the double. Halfway through, I was called to the phone.
Tom Bentley, Dollar. Come over here to the studio right away.
Why?
I've got something for you on August robbery.
Oh, what's that?
I just happen to know where the loot is.
I'll be right there, Bentley.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
I put in a call to Lewison, and after violating some minor traffic regulations and the composure of a few New York drivers, I pulled up in front of Tom Bentley's studios. The headquarters car was parked out in front, and Lewison was waiting for me just inside.
Oh, it didn't take you very long, Dollar.
No, I caught all the lights.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Bentley?
Back here. The funny thing about people,
Well, what's that?
if they'd stop trying to chisel the law, they'd save themselves a lot of trouble. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Size of the hole in him looks like it came from that .375 Magnum Winchester on the floor over there.
A rifle of that caliber is more suited for hunting elephants than a job like this.
Bentley probably used it as a prop. Looks like they were taking some jungle shots in the studio.
Adds a few complications, doesn't it? After homicide arrived, Lewison and I went back to headquarters. Baroness Olga Jarvash was there with a cute blonde by the name of Herta Werner. I recognized Herta as the model Tom Bentley had been using in the snow scenes. The Baroness had as little trouble recognizing the ring and bracelet.
But of course they are mine, Lieutenant. Most definitely mine. I cannot understand how Vasily could do such a thing. Such a wonderful dancer, such marvelous parties. Oh, that he should do something like this is positively heartbreaking.
I have a formal complaint sheet here, Baroness. I'd like you to sign it.
But of course I will. Imagine Vasily doing such a thing to me. Turning out to be a common thief this way. Of course I will sign it.
Maybe you're being a little hasty about this, Olga.
Oh?
What makes you say that, Miss Werner?
I was just thinking. Lieutenant, you found the bracelet and ring in Vasily's apartment?
That's right.
I don't suppose they were in that teakwood cabinet in the den, were they?
What makes you think that?
Olga, remember that party at Vasily's a week or 10 days ago? The crazy one where he got the idea for that taffy pull?
How could I forget? It was the best party we've had all season. A simply wonderful one.
What are you driving at, Miss Werner?
It's simple enough, Lieutenant. If you've ever been to a taffy pull.
Yeah, rings sort of get in the way, don't they?
Bracelets can, too, if you're really in the mood for it.
Oh, but of course. How forgetful can I be? Of course, the ring and bracelet were in the way.
So you took them off and put them in that teakwood cabinet?
Yes, that is exactly what I did. I had completely forgotten about them. How sweet of you to remember, Hector.
You reported them missing on that itemized robbery list you gave us.
Oh, naturally I did, Lieutenant. There was a robbery. They were missing. Of course I included them. Oh, poor dear Vasily. What an injustice I nearly did to him. To think I was about to sign a complaint that he was nothing but a common thief. Oh, but now everything will be all right for him again.
Yeah. Miss Werner's got a remarkable memory for the whereabouts of other people's jewels. The Baroness signed a statement covering the facts about the ring and the bracelet. It was witnessed with a flourish by Herta Werner and more sedately by myself. Then the two of them left.
Well, there it is, Dollar. If those two weren't lying, Vasily Odescu is in the clear.
Well, even if they were, he couldn't have killed Tom Bentley.
Yeah. I wonder if homicide's come up with anything.
Anything new about the employees at Olga's building?
Their alibis are checking out one by one. Doesn't look like we've... Lewis and robbery. Anything turn up on that Bentley killing on 56th Street? Uh-huh. Yeah, well, keep us posted. No, not much help there. It seems pretty certain the .375 Winchester did the trick. Ballistics will verify in about an hour. No prints on it. So far, no witnesses. Looks like we're right back where we started from.
Expense account item 4, $1.45, cab fare. Driving my own car, I knew I'd never have found that little back street on the far side of Greenwich Village.
Oh, there, Mr. Dollar. Come in. I've been expecting you.
Yeah, I gathered that.
You look like the type who'd be sharp enough to get what I meant back at police headquarters.
Well, the way you underlined your address on that statement and then batted your eyes at me wasn't exactly subtle.
It wasn't meant to be.
Well, now that that's settled, what do you want to tell me about the robbery? And how much do you want?
Not very subtle yourself, are you?
You weren't thinking about my personality when you issued that invitation.
No, I was thinking about $1,000.
You've got expensive ideas.
$100,000 loss is even more expensive.
Mm-hmm. You know where the stuff is?
If I could tell you that, I'd ask for 20%.
Well, what can you tell me?
Come here to the den, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, sure.
I can't show you any etchings, but there's some pretty fine photos hanging on the walls. What do you think of them?
Yeah, very nice. But I like my cheesecake on the feminine side. Hey, didn't I see that massive muscle down at Bentley's earlier today?
You did. His name's Harley Townsend.
Your boyfriend?
My husband.
Oh, congratulations.
Don't bother. He won't be for long. All that big ham has on his mind are his muscles and other people's money.
What's he got to do with 1,000 you had on your mind?
Plenty. He has a key to August penthouse. He was with a dinner party last night, only he left like around about 12:30 and came back at 1:30 with Tom Bentley. Starting to add up to 1,000, Mr. Dollar?
Not yet.
Then try this. Tom Bentley called him around 7 tonight. Harley blew up. Said he wouldn't settle for 10,000 when he could get 50. And Bentley better wait for him and get over there. And he tore out of here fast. And he took some of these cartridges with him.
Pretty big caliber.
So are the rifles of Harley's they were using at the studio.
Where's Harley now?
I haven't the slightest idea.
You're not telling everything you know.
Maybe not, but you can't prove it. And I'm not interested in being booked as an accessory.
Sounds reasonable. Expense account item 5, $1.75. Cab fare back to Center Street.
So, Herta Werner came up with something, huh, Dollar?
Well, if $1,000 is the going price on selling out husbands, she is.
Might tie in at that if Harley and Tom Bentley worked it together. Bentley wants to take a safe $20,000 for turning the stuff back, and Harley objects with a .375 Winchester.
I can't think of a neater answer.
We'll check it out when we pick Harley up. Not much we can do until then.
We could try to figure how those furs got out of the building without being seen.
I got a couple of possible answers. They could have been worn out on some woman's back or smuggled out by an employee.
Mm-hmm. Say, a lot of those buildings have their service pickups at night, don't they?
Yeah. Saves traffic jams. Why?
Well, somebody posing as a cleaner or storage man could have carried them out without anyone paying too much attention.
I thought of that too, Dollar. Trouble is, the side street the service entrance opens on was torn up for repairs. No service calls or deliveries were made yesterday or last night.
When is that repair job supposed to be over?
Sometime late this afternoon or tonight. Why?
Well, then maybe our boy could still use the serviceman gag.
Not unless the stuff is still in the building.
You know, that's a thought, Lieutenant. The side street by the Baroness's apartment building might have been under repair yesterday, but there was nothing wrong with it by the time we got there. We went into the service entrance and checked with the night superintendent who was on the door.
Yeah, that's right, Lieutenant. Street was fixed about 5 in the afternoon. I'm getting regular service calls since then.
You keep a checklist of those calls?
Yeah, sure thing. Right over here. Check them in and out. I don't see much sense to it, but we do. Well, here it is.
Anything unusual about any of the tradesmen?
I don't know what you call unusual, Lieutenant. A poster came in. 3, 4 florist boys. Always get a lot of them. And cleaners. Liquor delivered to a couple apartments. Usual run.
Anybody take any packages out?
Well, I wouldn't know about that particularly. I don't pay much attention. Coming in and out all the time. Guess maybe the laundryman's going to take something out, though. He usually does.
What laundryman is that?
New fella. Don't think I ever saw him before. Real big he is, kind of busting out of uniform. Nice enough fellow, though.
Could be Harley.
Yeah, sounds like it. What laundry was he from?
I don't think I noticed. Just saw he was a new one. Yeah, if you want to know, why don't you ask him?
You know where we can find him?
Sure, he only checked in maybe 10 minutes ago. Probably down in the basement laundry room right now.
The laundry room, lined with wooden storage compartments and cluttered up with washing machines, dryers, and tubs, looked like a mad welter of confusion under the dim night lights.
See him, Dollar?
No, not yet.
He's got to be down here somewhere. There's no other way out. One of the storage compartments.
Yeah, down at the end. Hey, there he is. It's Harley. Pushing that laundry cart.
Yeah.
Okay, Harley, stop right there. Police officers.
Watch it, Lieutenant.
Don't drive, Harley. Stop that gun.
He should have listened, Lieutenant.
Yeah. There they are, Dollar. The furs under this laundry. Jewelry, too. Must have kept them in an empty storage room overnight.
Mm-hmm. You know, one of us had better sharpen up on the target range.
Hmm?
There's a bullet hole through the sleeve of this mink.
That'll cost your outfit something, Dollar.
Well, under the circumstances, I don't think they'll mind. Expense account item 6, $19.30. Hotel bill and miscellaneous. Expense account item 7, $5.10. Gas and oil back to Hartford. Expense account total, $50.45. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Jeff Connors, Johnny.
Oh, hi, Jeff. I haven't heard from
What
you.
are the chances of you making it down here to Dallas real fast like, huh?
Well, I never knew you to be in a hurry, Jeff.
It's a Firebug, Johnny. 4 fires in 4 weeks. Total claims to date, 95,000. This keeps up, I ain't got no job left. You just gotta get out here tonight.
You're kind of rushing things, aren't you?
Well, it ain't me, Johnny O. It's the Firebug. Thought you'd like to be here when number 5 goes up. That means you gotta be in on the 10 o'clock flight.
Don't tell me he works on schedule.
Every Tuesday night at 11 o'clock. Whoosh. What do you say, pal?
I'll be there.
the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund in another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Friends, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum present these weekly adventures of Johnny Dollar because they know that millions of you enjoy Johnny Dollar. That's true of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, too. It's enjoyed by millions, day in and day out. People find that chewing on a smooth, delicious piece of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum somehow makes time pass more pleasantly. Whether you're working, driving, shopping, or just taking things easy, that good, tasty chewing gives you enjoyment and satisfaction. So always keep a package of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. And whenever you want a refreshing, delicious treat, chew a stick. You'll like it. You really will.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Eastern Indemnity and Fire Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Punctilious Firebug matter. Expense account item 1, $113.20. Airfare between Hartford and Dallas, Texas. Your Southwestern States manager, Jeff Connors, met the 10 o'clock flight at Love Airport and drove me down to your offices on South Acard Street.
Here they are, Johnny. Number 1, candy store out northwest. Number 2, 2-family residence on the east side. 3, small factory out on Commerce Avenue. And 4, garage and repair shop out southwest. Grand total of claims is $95,000, and it's all yours.
These all follow the same time pattern.
Every one. Comes Tuesday night around 11 o'clock, and that Firebug just naturally lights up.
All new policies, Jeff. Written within the past 6 weeks to 2 months.
That's right. Ink hardly gets cold on the premium checks when it gets all hotted up again on the claims.
Any connection between the policy holders?
Can't find one if there is. All in different businesses, different parts of the city. Whole thing just don't make sense.
It does if the bug is in your own organization.
Yeah, that's what Len Borchardt says.
Who's Borchardt?
Detective Lieutenant, Arson Division. He's been working on it.
How's he making out?
Well, I got 10 men out in the field, 2 gals in the office here, lots of alibis to check out. Takes time. So far, there's no reason to suspect anybody.
Those fires are reason enough.
But, man, why'd anybody want to do anything like that?
Well, when it comes to firebugs, who knows? Could have a grudge against you or the company.
Or maybe just like to see them flames shoot up, huh?
That's as good a reason as any.
Well, whatever it is, we sure got to get this boy, Johnny. If this kind of thing keeps up, I'll be losing my job, my home, my wife, and everything else What's the time, Johnny?
It's 4 minutes after 11.
Wouldn't want to lay a little bet why this phone's ringing at this time of night, would you? Eastern Indemnity, Connors. Yeah, that figured. Wait till I get that address. That's, wait a minute. That's 725 East Westchester. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, thanks, Lieutenant. Be seeing you.
Number 5?
Yep. Big apartment building out in Westchester.
You're sure it's one of yours?
Wrote the policy on it myself 4 days ago.
Well, let's get out there and have a look, huh?
Sure a goner.
Yeah, there's another one you can write off.
You can say... Oh, there's Len Borchardt over there. Didn't know he'd be down here so quick.
Well, let's hear what he's got to say.
Yeah, sure. Hi, Lieutenant. You got down here right fast.
Seemed reasonable to, Mr. Connors. Not that there's much I can do before she cools down. That won't be before morning.
I'd like you to meet Johnny Dollar, Lieutenant, one of our investigators from the East. Johnny, this Lieutenant Len Borchardt.
Glad to know you, Lieutenant.
Looks like our Firebug didn't waste any time showing himself off to you, Mr. Dollar.
No question about it being torched?
Well, like I said, I won't be able to get in there until morning. But when you figure the pattern, the way that fire roared up and took hold, no doubt in my mind.
Who reported it?
A fellow by the name of Hendrickson. At the second-floor apartment west. Called in from a hallway telephone.
What kind of a story did he give you?
He didn't. Got trapped up there on the second floor, suffering third-degree burns and shock. He's not in any shape to talk to anyone. Don't know that I care to be around when he is fit to talk, though.
Oh, why's that?
His wife and 2 kids. They're still in that fire somewhere.
Jeff Connors went back to the office to wire his preliminary report to Hartford, while I stayed around to see if anything would turn up. By 1:30 a.m., the only thing we learned was that our only possible witness, Hendrickson, had died en route to the hospital. A preliminary check of the records seemed to indicate that the fire had started in the basement, but it was still too hot to check into thoroughly, so Lieutenant Borchardt drove me back downtown.
I'll dig into it in the morning, Dollar. But I can tell you right now what I'll find.
Oh, what's that, Lieutenant?
There'll be 4 or 5 hot spots indicating the use of kerosene, gasoline, something like that. An amount of paraffin drippings.
Sounds like a candle's used for a slow fuse.
That's what we figured. Found the same drippings in all the other fires.
Any idea how slow a fuse it is?
Looks like an hour and a half to 2 hours. Gives a bug plenty of time to get away, fix himself up, and alibis somewhere.
Connor says you think it's someone in his organization.
Old pattern points that way. Haven't been able to run him down, though.
Takes a lot of legwork.
Connors has been a big help. Cooperating right down the line. You known him long, Dollar?
Oh, 4 or 5 years, off and on. He's a good man.
Yeah. He doesn't seem to be letting his personal troubles interfere with his work any.
What personal troubles are those?
Oh, he's been pretty broke for the past 6 months or so. Wife's been sick. Run up a lot of doctor and hospital bills. Had to buy a new home recently.
Oh, why's that?
Last one burned down. Lost his 8-month-old son in that fire. Been pretty rough going for him.
Yeah.
Well, when we get this firebug pinned down, might help him some. Take some of the pressure off, relieve his mind, maybe. Here you are, Dollar.
Oh, thanks, Lieutenant.
Check with me in the morning, Dollar, and think over what I've been saying. Maybe something will come to mind.
Yeah, I'll think about it. I had Borcha drop me off at your office building. I figured I'd pick up my bag and talk things over with Jeff before checking into a hotel. I let myself in with a key Jeff had given me and headed for his inner office. Well, good morning.
Oh, who are you?
Johnny Dollar. Mean anything to you?
Johnny Dollar? Oh, and you're that insurance investigator Mr. Connors said was coming out from the east.
That's right.
Well, I'm plenty happy to hear that. You gave me a pretty bad start, Mr. Dollar.
I'm sorry.
I'm Sally Martin, Mr. Connors' secretary.
And the rest of it?
Oh, you mean what I'm doing up here?
Well, I'm as curious as the next guy.
Well, I promised to have some material ready for Mr. Connors in the morning. I left the office tonight in such a hurry I forgot it, and, well, I just dropped by to get it ready for him.
Well, you're a pretty conscientious employee, Miss Martin. Getting out of bed at 2 a.m. to come down to the office for something like that.
Oh, no. It wasn't that way at all.
Well, what way was it?
Well, I had a date this evening. Dinner, theater, and the Club Romula just down the street. Stopped up here on my way home.
Mm-hmm. Is this the material Mr. Connors wanted ready in the morning?
Yes, it is.
Policy on the property at 725 East Westchester.
That's right.
That's pretty coincidental, isn't it?
What?
Or maybe you didn't know that there was a fire out there tonight.
A fire at the... Oh, no.
Any idea why Mr. Connors wanted this particular policy out?
I think if you have any more questions to ask, Mr. Dollar, Mr. Connors should be here to answer them personally.
That sounds reasonable. And maybe we should ring in Lieutenant Borchardt, too.
Lieutenant Bo...
Hey, Sally, what's keeping you so long? Oh, hi. Didn't know anyone else was up here with you.
Well, this is Johnny Dollar, one of our investigators, Bill. Mr. Dollar, this is Bill Trembler.
Oh, glad to know you, Mr. Dollar.
I was telling Mr. Dollar about the wonderful time we had tonight. Dinner, then the theater, and being at the Club Romula until just a few minutes ago.
Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. We did have a swell time. But, honey, it's getting late, so if you're ready, let's run along.
Okay, Bill. Good night, Mr. Dollar.
Glad to meet you, Dollar. Hope to see you again sometime.
Being a firm believer in the ability of my subconscious to resolve any knotty problems, I checked into the Baker Hotel for the night. The bed was very comfortable, but my subconscious didn't come up with a thing. Expense account item 2, $3.75. Texas-style breakfast, including steak and pan-fried potatoes. That supplied me with enough energy to walk over to City Hall and look in on Lieutenant Borchardt.
There was a little hit-and-run accident at the corner of Westchester and Gates about 9 o'clock last night, Dollar. It's just half a block away from where the fire was. Seems a 53 Ford stand parked down the street there suddenly took off without lights. Spun around the corner and tore the fender off another car coming up the street.
You think there's some tie-in between that and the fire?
Well, one of the boys in traffic thought so. After a witness gave him the license number of the Ford, he checked it through motor vehicle.
Who's it registered to?
Jeff Connors.
Friends, no matter what kind of work you do, there are bound to be times when the job seems monotonous. You feel tense and restless, and you need something to give you a boost. Well, you'll be surprised how helpful a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint chewing gum can be at times like that. You see, chewing on a smooth piece of Wrigley's Spearmint gum is a natural way to ease tension and relieve that feeling of restlessness. The easy chewing gives you satisfaction. You get a nice little lift out of it. And Wrigley's Spearmint gum tastes good, too. Its flavor is lively, refreshing spearmint, a flavor millions enjoy. Try it and see for yourself. Get a few packages of Wrigley's Spearmint chewing gum and chew a stick from time to time while you work. Chewing this delicious gum will make your job seem easier and pleasanter. It really will. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
The Traffic Division's report of the hit-and-run accident on Westchester the night before added nothing to what Lieutenant Borchard had already told me. Jeff Connor's Ford had been parked halfway down the block. At approximately 9:05 p.m., it roared away from the curb without lights, turned the corner onto Gates, smashed into the side of another car some 10 feet from the intersection, and kept right on going.
There's got to be some reason for Connor's being there just 2 hours before the fire, and for taking off in such an all-fired hurry that way without lights.
Well, let's get Jeff's side of the story before we jump to conclusions, Lieutenant.
I don't believe much in coincidence, Mr. Dollar. Time element checks out, too.
The 2 hours between the accident and the fire?
We know those candle fuses burn an hour and a half to 2 hours. Leaving here at 9 gave him plenty of time to ditch the car and meet you at the airport with a pretty clean alibi. He wasn't driving a Ford when he picked you up, was he?
No, it was a Plymouth Coupe.
Yeah. Well, that's his wife's car.
Well, what have you done about getting him in?
Well, he's not at home. He's not at his office. Nothing else I could do but send out a pickup on him.
Uh-huh. Leave word for me at the Baker Hotel when you get him, will you?
Sure thing, Mr. Dollar. I know how you're feeling about it. I'm sure sorry.
Expense account item 3, $2.25. Cab fare out to the modern subdivision where Jeff Connors had his new home. Mrs. Connors turned out to be a sweet, nice-looking young woman whose recent illness was still apparent.
I'm sorry you had the long ride out here for nothing, Mr. Dollar. Jeff's not home. He left early to get his car fixed or something. It's too bad you didn't call first.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Connors. It's you I wanted to see.
Oh, yes. Well, I guess I knew that. It's about Jeff, isn't it? And those fires.
That's right.
And you've noticed it, too. Terrible things worry and sorrow can do to a man. Well, until 6 months ago, Jeff was the happiest man I'd ever known. And then, well, our world just fell apart.
That's when your home burned, Mrs. Connors?
And when we lost our son.
Hmm.
And something happened to Jeff then. Oh, it happened to me, too. I broke down. Had to be hospitalized. But with Jeff, well, it was different.
How do you mean?
He bottled everything up inside of him, refused to let it come out, never even talked about it. A person can't do that, Mr. Dollar.
You mentioned the recent fires, Mrs. Connors. Any particular reason why?
Yes. That's what has me worried so. Ever since they started, he's become terribly depressed. I'm afraid he's going to break down under the strain.
That's the only reason you mentioned them?
Yes. I've tried to do everything in my power to help him. I thought perhaps if we moved away from Dallas, it might help. But he wouldn't do that. Then I tried to get him interested in sports. That brought the first encouraging sign I've had in 6 months.
Oh, what was it, Mrs. Connors?
Well, usually on Monday and Tuesday nights, Jeff brings work home with him. All the mail that's accumulated over the weekend, the new premiums and renewals and so on.
Uh-huh.
Well, for the past 5 weeks, Mr. Dollar, believe it or not, Jeff has gone bowling every Tuesday night. He's become so enthused about it, why, he hasn't come home before midnight on any Tuesday evening since. Now, don't you think that's encouraging, Mr. Dollar?
Expense account item 4, $15.75. Cab fare in and around the city of Dallas. I spent the rest of the day checking the neighborhoods where the fires had occurred, talking to policyholders, neighbors, anyone who might give me a new or different slant. I came up with nothing. Around 5 o'clock, I called in to Lieutenant Borchard.
Still the same answer, Mr. Dollar. Haven't been able to pick up Connors yet. We checked out Sally Martin and Bill Trendler, though.
Anything there?
Nope. It was dinner, theater, and the Club Romulo, just like they said.
Yeah, I see.
For a while there, it looked like something might have tied in. Trendler used to work for Connors, you know.
Trendler was with Eastern Indemnity?
Until about 2 months ago, yeah. Left then to start a business of his own, a bowling alley.
Expense account item 5, $1.60. Cab fare to Trendler's Bowling Emporium on East Gatto Street. 5 alleys and a drink and sandwich bar. Trendler was keeping score for a couple of high school bobby soxers over on alley number 3.
Don't let it get you down, honey. It happens to the best of us. Pick off one of them anyway.
Can I talk to you for a minute, Mr. Trendler?
What? Oh, it's you. The insurance man, Johnny Dollar, isn't it?
That's right.
What's on your mind, Dollar?
I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
About the fires?
Yeah.
Take over for the girls, Jim. I'll be right back. Let's go in the office, Dollar. Let's have it, Dollar.
You used to work for Jeff Connors at Eastern.
Yeah, sure. Up until 2 months ago.
Why did you quit?
I just wasn't cut out to be a good insurance salesman.
So you opened this bowling alley.
Anything wrong with that?
Well, they tell me it takes money to open these things.
I had a few bucks saved.
From not being a good insurance salesman?
Why the interest in my finances, Dollar?
Oh, I'm just curious.
So be curious about something else, huh?
Okay. Did Jeff Connors ever come bowling here?
Yeah, a couple of times.
Jeff's wife says he's been bowling every Tuesday night.
I wouldn't know. Last time I saw him was 4 weeks ago last night.
Any idea where he might have been those other Tuesday nights?
Why not ask Sally Martin?
What's she got to do with it?
She's his secretary. She was with him the times he came here. Maybe they figured out something better to do with their Tuesday nights.
She was out with you last night.
Yep. Every minute from 6 o'clock till 2:15. Dinner, theater, Club Romulo.
Well, you can always walk out of the theater before the final curtain. And a $10 bill can make a nightclub waiter pretty confused about time.
It'd be kind of hard to prove anything like that, wouldn't it, Dollar?
Well, there's no law against trying. Expense account item 6, $1.80. Cab fare back to your offices. They were closed for the night. At the Baker Hotel, I put a call into Sally Martin's apartment and got no answer. While I was trying to figure out the next move, Lieutenant Borchard called and made up my mind for me.
Be out front in 2 minutes, Dollar. I'll pick you up.
Where are we going, Lieutenant?
Out near the viaduct over the Trinity River.
What's out there, another fire?
Nope. Jeff Connors board in 12 feet of water.
Took about an hour for a mobile crane to get there. Another 35 minutes before the grappling hooks got a solid hold and swung the car up onto dry land. Borchard and I were beside the car almost before the crane put it down.
Well, that's a big help.
Disappointed, Lieutenant?
Would have helped if he'd been in the car. Costs money to drag a river like this.
I don't think you'll find him down there.
We gotta look.
On his way back to City Hall, Borchard dropped me off at the hotel. On a hunch, I went across the street and had a little talk with the night elevator man in your office building.
Well, now, let's see. Seems to me somebody went up to Eastern Indemnity since closing time. Yep, here it is. Check in at 8:17, out again at 8:23. Sally Martin was.
Anyone with her?
Come to think of it, there was. A fellow waiting outside in the car. Say, now, I'm just wondering. Could it be it was Mr. Connors himself?
Expense account item 7. $6.90 for a fast cab ride out to Sally Martin's apartment. The extra $5 was for the speed.
Yes, what... Mr. Dollar.
Where is he, Sally?
Where's who?
Jeff Connors. Is he still here?
Then you know?
That he was hiding here today? Let's say I guessed. All right, where is he?
I don't know.
Now, look. There have been 5 fires and 3 people are dead.
You're hurting my arm, Mr. Dollar.
I want to know what you were doing up at the office and where Jeff went when he left here.
We went up there to get a list of the new policies that came in today.
Why? What did Jeff want them?
I don't know.
Well, there was some reason. What was it?
I tell you, I don't know. I got back here tonight and told him Mr. Connors had called about the new policies. He made me drive right down.
His wife called the office?
Well, Mrs. Connors always did that. Double-checked the policies with me because of the files he kept at home.
What was different about her call this time?
Well, nothing. Except the day, maybe. She always called on Tuesdays. There wasn't any real reason for her to call today. Only one new policy had come in.
A fire policy?
Yes, on an apartment building out on the west side.
Where is it?
Look, Mr. Dollar, I know what you're thinking. But Jeff didn't have anything to do with those fires. Believe me.
Where's the policy, Sally?
Over there, on the table.
Expense account item 8. $7.50. Cab fare with speed to the newly insured apartment building on the west side. I called Lieutenant Borchard from Sally's, and he was there waiting for me. You spotted him yet, Lieutenant?
Yeah. Parked in Miss Martin's car back there in the alleyway.
When are you going to take him?
We're just waiting for you.
Okay, let's go.
There it is, Dollar.
Yeah.
Keep your hands on the wheel, Connors.
Don't worry, Lieutenant. I won't try anything.
You expecting us, Jeff?
No. Matter of fact, I was hoping you wouldn't show, Johnny. I wanted to handle this myself.
You've been handling it that way too long, Connors.
Yeah, I guess I have. I wasn't really sure till I saw the car last night. Read about the hit run in the morning papers.
Is that why you dumped it in the river?
Didn't make much sense, I guess. Trying to cover up that way, just getting kind of desperate.
Where is she, Jeff?
What?
Your wife. Where is she? In the basement?
Yes. She must be through by now. I was waiting for her to come out. Trying to delay it until the last minute, I guess.
I'll have to get her, Connors.
You'll treat her gently, won't you, Lieutenant?
Don't worry. I'll treat her gently.
Sally Martin's not mixed up in this, Johnny boy. She was just trying to help her boss out of a jam. Didn't even know what it was.
Don't worry about it, Jeff.
Doesn't make much sense, does it, Johnny? My own wife. Firebug. I suppose maybe it was our home burning. The boy, I don't know. This doesn't make much sense. She was a lovely girl, Johnny. I wish you'd known her then. She was such a lovely girl.
Expense account item 9, $37.40. Hotel bill and miscellaneous. Expense account item 10, $119.10. Airfare back to Hartford. Expense account total, $309.25. Remarks? I've seen fires burn everything from blocks of tenements to a hole in a rug. But this is the first time I ever saw one actually burn the heart out of a man. I don't ever want to see it again. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Friends, next time you chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, notice how cool and fresh it makes your mouth feel. That's because Wrigley's Spearmint Gum has lots of lively, refreshing, real spearmint flavor in every stick. The minute you sink your teeth in, that cooling flavor begins to freshen your taste and relieve that hot, dry feeling in your throat. It sweetens the breath, too. Millions of people carry Wrigley's Spearmint Gum with them wherever they go for quick, long-lasting refreshment and for real chewing enjoyment. Next time you're at the store, get some Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Enjoy its refreshing flavor and good, pleasant chewing often, every day. Remember, that's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Sidney Marshall with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Hal March, Barney Phillips, Gene Bates, Sam Edwards, Virginia Gregg, and Jim Nusser. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when, from Hollywood, John Lund returns as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment presents for your listening enjoyment John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Ben Gordon, Johnny. Got a strange one for you.
Well, who's the deceased and where did it happen?
Well, his name's Luis Alvarado, a $50,000 life policy. He's a bachelor. His brother Jose is the beneficiary. And the two of them own a racetrack in San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Well, outside of the fact that not too many people own racetracks, what's so strange about it?
Well, an exercise boy found him under the tote board in the infield at 6 this morning. He had a .38 caliber bullet hole in his chest and a winning ticket on a long shot in his hand. Well, Johnny?
Well, I guess there's nothing stranger than a winning ticket on a long shot. It's that.
The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund and another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Friends, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum present these weekly adventures of Johnny Dollar because they know that millions of you enjoy Johnny Dollar. That's true of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, too. It's enjoyed by millions, day in and day out. People find that the chewing on a smooth, delicious piece of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum somehow makes time pass more pleasantly. Whether you're working, driving, shopping, or just taking things easy, that good, tasty chewing gives you enjoyment and satisfaction. So always keep a package of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. And whenever you want a refreshing, delicious treat, chew it thick. You'll like it. You really will.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Washingtonian Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the temperamental tote board that matter. Expense account item 1, $147.35. Airfare between Hartford and San Juan, Puerto Rico. I checked in at the Carib Hilton and then made my way to police headquarters where I introduced myself to Piano Cardenas, captain of police.
It is perhaps unfortunate you did not check with us by telephone before coming down, Senor Dollar. You might have saved yourself the trip.
Oh, why is that, Captain?
It is our belief that the insurance of Senor Luis Alvarado has no bearing whatsoever upon his murder.
Well, what does have a...
Perhaps you have heard of Anthony Randolph.
Randolph? That's the same Tony Randolph who's connected with a Miami gambling syndicate?
It is. It is here now in San Juan. And for several weeks, it has been attempting to persuade the Alvarado brothers to sell him an interest in the track.
How's he making that out?
2 days ago, Senor Luis Alvarado almost physically threw him out of his office.
And now Luis is dead?
Yes.
Well, have you got anything besides a possible motive?
Senor Alvarado was last seen by his employees working in his office when the track closed at 6 o'clock last night. The death was caused by a 38 caliber bullet, and the time of the death was approximately 4 o'clock this morning.
Where was Tony Randolph at that time?
According to himself and 3 of his personal friends, he was asleep in his room at the Condado Beach Hotel. That's a questionable alibi.
Yeah. I understand that Alvarado's body was found under the tote board in the infield. Is that where he was killed?
We have no conclusive evidence either way.
And what about that winning ticket on a long shot he had in his hand?
It was a $10 ticket on Bella Maria, the winner of the 4th race yesterday. The price was $72 to win.
Ah, not bad. Any idea what he was doing with the ticket?
No, but it would hardly seem to have any bearing on the murder.
Uh-huh.
Of course, it is possible our suspicions are wrong concerning this Anthony Randolph. However, I still do not believe you will find the insurance to be the most.
You seem pretty sure of that, Captain. Why?
Luis and Jose Alvarado were always very close, not only as partners in the restaurant and other business ventures, but personally as well. After all, they were brothers.
Yeah? So were Cain and Abel. Expense account item 2, $2.10. Cab fare out to the Descanso racetrack. I got there between the 5th and 6th races, made my way to the west wing of the clubhouse, where the Alvarado brothers had their private offices.
Buenas tardes, señor.
Oh, hello. Is Senor Alvarado in?
Oh, I regret, senor, but he is not. I am Maria Roldan, his confidential secretary. Would there be anything I could do for you?
When will he be back, Miss Roldan?
Not for several hours, senor Gorrell.
Sounds like you were expecting me.
But of course. Jose had word you were arriving. Oh, how terribly unfortunate. His absence makes it necessary for me to work here this afternoon.
Oh, why is that?
Well, part of my duties consists of acting as hostess when we have a special guest. Jose seems to think I make a rather pleasant impression upon them.
Yeah, I can see why. Too bad we'll have to postpone it.
But perhaps not any longer than 8 o'clock this evening at Avenida Piedra, number 49.
That's an easy number to remember. Expense account item 3, $1.85, cab fare to the Condado Beach Hotel. I found Tony Randolph on a private patio overlooking the beach. He came completely equipped with swim trunks, dark glasses, and 3 close-mouthed bodyguards hovering obtrusively in the background.
Sure, I'll be glad to tell you what I can, Mr. Dollar, but don't figure why you came to see me.
Well, you were trying to buy an interest in the Descanso racetrack from the Alvarados.
Yeah, that's right. I came down here on a little vacation, saw the plant. It looked pretty good, so I figured I might invest a few bucks in it.
How you making out?
Well, you know how these things are. It takes a little time. The boys have been playing hard to get, trying to raise the price. But we're getting on okay.
A little fuss with Louis Alvarado at the office the other day.
What fuss? We were just clowning around, that's all. Just clowning around.
Uh-huh. I don't suppose you'd have any idea who killed him.
Me? How could I know anything like that? I just met the guy when I came down here. All I know is he seemed a nice guy, had a nice plant here, and I wanted to go in with him. How would I have any idea who'd want to kill him?
Just thought I'd ask.
Well, that's okay, Mr. Dollar. You got a $50,000 insurance investment. Before you pay off, you want to make sure everything's on the up and up. Don't blame you one bit. And tell you what I'll do for you.
Yeah? What's that?
I got a few connections. Some friends owe me a couple of favors, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, sometimes we get to talking about things like that. Shooting the breeze, nothing better to do. If I hear anything, I'll let you know. How'll that be?
That'll be just great. Expense account item 4, $1.85. Cab fare back to the Descanso racetrack. After that rather fruitless interview with Tony Randolph, I was hoping that Jose Alvarado would be back and I might have better luck with him. But as I approached Alvarado's office, Captain Cardenas came hurrying out.
Oh, Senor Dollar, you are just in time.
Yeah, for what?
My office just called. There is a shooting at the home of Jose Alvarado. The report was phoned in to my office by his son, Tomas.
What did he have to say?
He was rather agitated and did not talk long enough to give details. He merely reported that there had been a shooting and requested that an ambulance be sent to the house immediately.
Tomas Alvarado was waiting at the house to greet us. And so was a corpse stretched out on the living room floor. A .38 caliber revolver laying beside an outstretched hand. Tomas did the honors.
His name is Julio Mendoza, a former employee of ours at the track. Why he should have done such an insane thing, I do not know.
Well, just what did he do, Mr. Alvarado?
I do not know what started it. I was in the library going over the list of pallbearers for my uncle's funeral. Then I heard the angry voices arguing in here.
Your father's voice and Mendoza's?
See, there was a sound like a blow, and I heard my father cry out. I took a gun from the desk and came in here.
That .45 Colt automatic on the table over there?
See. As I came running in, Mendoza fired a shot at me, and I fired one in return, and he fell. Then I ran over to my father.
He was alive, Senor Alvarado?
He was unconscious. He has a bad heart. Whether it was a blow or the excitement of the argument, I do not know. I put in the call for an ambulance, and I took my father to the hospital. And then you were there.
You said Mendoza was a former employee.
That is correct. He was a Tempermental machine operator. He was discharged yesterday by my Uncle Luis for stealing. Now, obviously, there is some connection between that, the scene with my father, and possibly my uncle's death.
Fortunately, there is no need to speculate. When your father regains consciousness, he can tell us.
Might not hurt to speculate about one thing, Captain.
What is that, Senor Dollar?
That bit of pasteboard under Mendoza's arm. Looks like a pari-mutuel ticket to me.
It is, senor. A $10 win ticket in the fourth race yesterday. Number 214, Bella Maria.
When the homicide men arrived, Tomas Alvarado dictated a statement to them and then left for the hospital. Captain Cardenas went to headquarters. I went back to the Hilton. Expense account item 5, $6.75. Drinks and sandwiches on the hotel veranda while waiting for 8 o'clock and my rendezvous with Maria Roldan. My peaceful contemplation of the view was interrupted by 2 phone calls. The first was from Captain Cardenas.
We have just received the report from ballistics, Senor Dollar. Julio Mendoza's gun is the same one which killed Senor Luis Alvarado. Obviously, our case is closed.
The second call was from Tony Randolph.
That took a little longer.
Say, Dollar, I hear you got a guy named Mendoza pigeonholed for the Alvarado murder.
Where did you hear that, Randolph?
I told you I had connections, didn't I?
Yeah, so you did.
Well, the word around town is you got the wrong cookie.
Very interesting. What else does the word have to say?
Nothing much. Only that somebody has figured out a way of beating the races. Maybe if you find out who it is and how it's done, you'll have your man.
You have any suggestions?
Yeah, one. Ask Jose Alvarado.
Friends, no matter what kind of work you do, there are bound to be times when the job seems monotonous. You feel tense and restless, and you need something to give you a boost. Well, you'll be surprised how helpful a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint chewing gum can be at times like that. You see, chewing on a smooth piece of Wrigley's Spearmint gum is a natural way to ease tension and relieve that feeling of restlessness. The easy chewing gives you satisfaction. You get a nice little lift out of it. And Wrigley's Spearmint gum tastes good, too. Its flavor is lively, refreshing spearmint, a flavor millions enjoy. Try it and see for yourself. Get a few packages of Wrigley's Spearmint chewing gum and chew a stick from time to time while you work. Chewing this delicious gum will make your job seem easier and pleasanter. It really will. And now with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account item 6, $1.75. Cab fare to Avenida Piedras number 49, a swank, ultra-modern apartment building in the newer Santurce section. It smelled money, and so did the lush evening gown Maria was wearing as she greeted me.
How nice of you to be so prompt, Johnny. And you're even a bit early.
Well, I was hoping you wouldn't mind.
Oh, how could I mind? As you see, I'm already dressed. And when a woman is dressed and ready when her escort arrives, it usually indicates it's rather important to her.
Yeah. What I'm trying to figure out is why.
You should know, Americanos. You're always looking for a reason, for motivation. Is it not enough that a woman finds you attractive and wishes to spend some time in your company?
Well, I suppose it could be.
But it is not?
In this case, no.
I was afraid this evening would not turn out as pleasantly as I'd hoped.
I'm sorry.
There's no need to be. After all, you're down here on business. I can understand. I will answer your questions as best I can.
Thanks. Well, suppose we start with Luis Alvarado's murder and those Bay Maria win tickets.
Johnny, are you familiar with the operation of a Pine Mutual track?
As familiar as I want to be.
Well, then you know it operates like a complicated adding machine. As each ticket is punched out and sold, the totals appear on the illuminated board in the infield. At the end of each race, the amount of money that has been bet is paid out on the winning horses. It is a foolproof system, entirely automatic. Neither more nor less money that has been bet can be paid out.
Well, you've spelled it out pretty clearly. Now, why?
Johnny, $21,000 was bet on the fourth race yesterday. As of 6 o'clock this afternoon, more than $26,000 have been paid out on winning tickets.
Over 5,000 more than had been bet.
See.
You sure about that?
I saw the head bookkeeper's figures on it at closing time.
Was the overage all paid out on $10 win tickets on Bay Maria?
See, it was.
Has this ever happened before?
Well, I do not know. Only Jose and Luis ever see the figures. It is only because I was there alone today that I happened to see them.
Uh-huh. What does Tomas Alvarado do at the track?
Well, he has charge of a guard and protection service.
And Julio Mendoza?
He operated a Pine Mutual machine.
At a $10 window?
See?
Very interesting.
So interesting that it will interfere with our plans for this evening?
There'll be other nights, Maria. Expense account item 7, $2.40. Cab fare to police headquarters. Captain Cardenas didn't seem to be too impressed with my latest information.
No, Senor Dollar, I do not believe it is possible.
I can think of no way in which the pari-mutuel system can be fixed.
Well, the extra $5,000 paid out on Bella Maria must mean something.
We have only the word of Senorita Roldan that such a sum was paid out.
Well, the bookkeeper could verify it.
I will check on it, of course, Senor Dollar. But this much I can tell you now. It is mechanically impossible to fix the tote board or to punch out any tickets after the race begins.
What about forgery?
Well, that, too, would be virtually impossible. Each ticket has a special picture code printed upon it, and the codes are changed with every race.
That sounds pretty foolproof, doesn't it?
Believe me, it is, Senor Dollar. And even if it were not, what possible connection could all this have with the murder of Luis Alvarado?
I wish you hadn't asked that, Captain. It's been bothering me, too. I borrowed a headquarters car from Cardenas to take the burden off the cab fare items on this expense account and drove out to the Condado Beach Hotel. Tony Randolph was in the gambling casino. His mood wasn't quite as expansive as it had been earlier that day.
Okay, Dollar, what's on your mind now? And make it snappy, will you? I've got things to do.
You sound like the dice have been biting the hand that rolls them.
So they're cold. Come on, let's get on with it.
Sure. Just tell me who you're gunning for, and you can go back to the tables.
You better clean up that crack, Dollar, and give it to me straight.
You're no philanthropist, Randolph. You didn't pass along the word this afternoon out of the kindness of your heart.
What's it to you why I passed it? If it's straight, it gets you off the hook on it.
Even if it's not, it could get you off one, too.
That's supposed to mean something?
Yeah. If Jose Alvarado is sent up for the murder of his brother, you might have an easier job getting hold of that racetrack stock.
And you'd save that $50,000 in insurance. So where's your beef, Dollar?
No beef, if it works out that way.
Why don't you make sure it does?
Well, maybe I need a little professional advice.
Let's take a walk outside.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Dollar, let out.
Well, it could be like this. Somebody figures a way to beat the mutuals. Luis Alvarado tumbles to it, so he's kept quiet with a .38 caliber slug.
That could make sense.
Only they tell me the mutuals can't be beat.
They could be wrong.
How wrong?
There's no law against cashing winning tickets a day or two after the race.
Well, you'd have to get the tickets first.
Or print them yourself.
What's it take to do that?
You have to get into the track when it's closed. Get hold of the codes and a roll of ticket paper. And know how to operate one of the machines without flashing the tote board.
Takes a lot of doing.
Not if you're head man to practice, though.
Yeah.
Anything else on your mind, Dollar?
No, I don't think so.
I do not know, Senor Dollar. It is still a theory without proof.
Well, the bookkeeper should be able to supply us with some.
No, I am afraid not.
Oh? Why?
He was called away from the track after the 7th race. From family business, he died in a traffic accident on the way.
You're sure it was an accident?
Oh, there is no question.
Uh-huh.
An unfortunate occurrence for us.
Yeah, even tougher for him.
Yes. Of course, we can always check the records at the track, and in that way... Your pardon.
Sure, go ahead.
Capitan Cardenas.
See?
Gracias. I think perhaps you will find this of interest, Senor Dollar.
What is it?
The gun found beside Mendoza's body. It is registered to Senor Jose Alvarado.
Before leaving the office with Captain Cardenas, I found time for one short telephone call.
Hello?
I think I'll be able to drop around in about an hour, Maria.
I will be waiting, Johnny.
The hospital told us that Jose Alvarado's condition was still too critical to allow questioning. So the captain and I went out to the Descanso racetrack instead. The full moon was taking a siesta behind a bank of clouds, and the dim, shadowy bulk of the grandstand looked deserted. The watchman at the gate assured us that no one had entered the track since closing time.
I think perhaps we are being rather foolish, Senor Dollar. There is nothing to be learned out here at this hour of the night.
What about the bookkeeper's report?
Well, it could wait until the morning.
Maybe it wouldn't be there by then.
That is a possibility, of course. However, the hospital assures me that Senor Alvarado could not be released for some time.
Well, it won't do any harm to look.
Wait, Senor. In there, behind that ticket case, the light.
Yeah.
What would anyone be doing in there?
Operating one of the parimutuel machines. By hand.
There is an entrance to the cages at this side. Over here. Can you see who it is?
No.
What is it?
The police! Stand still!
All right.
So, it was Tomas Alvarado.
Call for an ambulance. I'm hurt. An ambulance. I don't want to die out here.
I don't think your Uncle Louis wanted to either. On the way to the hospital, Tomas Alvarado gave us a confession to the murders of Luis Alvarado and Julio Mendoza. Both were motivated by their separate discoveries of Tomas's little plan for getting rich off his father's racetrack. When the surgeon finally convinced him he wasn't going to die, he decided to retract and left a few details unanswered. But he had told us enough to satisfy Captain Cardenas.
So it was as I told you in the beginning, Senor Dollar. The insurance had nothing to do with this matter.
Yeah, but you've got to admit Jose Alvarado was involved.
Apparently only to the extent of a blackmail attempt by Julio Mendoza. However, that need be no concern of yours. The unfinished business we will take care of in due time.
Say, that reminds me. I've got a little unfinished business of my own. Maria was waiting for me as agreed. She's even more lush and lovely than she had earlier. She recommended a nightclub, and on our way downtown, I gave her a short resume of what had happened.
So it was Tomas who was responsible. Oh, that's pity, Johnny.
Why is that?
He could have had everything he wanted if he'd only been willing to wait for it.
His father's money, you mean?
See? It would have come to him in time. But to do this, deliberately rob and murder because he wanted the money now. Oh, why do people do such things, Johnny?
Well, who knows? Maybe somebody talks them into it. Maybe it's for some woman. Maybe both together.
I suppose that is true. Oh, well, then why should we concern ourselves about it now? This is our life, Johnny. There will be nothing more to spoil it.
Yeah, I think that was probably it.
What?
The combination. Some woman talking him into it. He had to be working with somebody. He couldn't have cashed all those extra tickets himself. It'd be a dead giveaway. So somebody else helped him to spread them around.
Oh, Johnny, you're talking about business again.
What did you do with the tickets, Maria? Sell them at a discount to some fence?
I'm not being very funny, Johnny. If this is your idea of a pleasant
It's no
evening...
good, Maria. You tipped it when you said you saw the bookkeeper's figures at the end of the racing day. Too bad you didn't know he'd left the track at the end of the 7th race. It was a good try at keeping your own skirts clean, but didn't work out.
Johnny, this is police headquarters.
Yeah. Let's go in, shall we? Expense account item 8, $38.15. Hotel bill and miscellaneous. Expense account item 9, $152.10. Airfare back to Hartford. Expense account total, $354.95. Remarks, Jose Alvarado was still too ill the next day to have any visitors, so I left Puerto Rico without seeing him. Perhaps it's just as well. How can you give a man $50,000 with one hand and take away his son with the other? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as Johnny Dollar.
Ed Gross, Johnny. Busy?
No, I just finished the case. How can I help you?
I'd like you to fly to California, Palma, California. Investigate the death of a woman who was reported to have perished in a fire. Sarah Deering.
Sarah Deering? That name has a familiar ring.
The silent movie star.
Oh, yeah. Well, she retired in the 20s, didn't she?
At the peak of her career. Our company carries a $100,000 policy on her life, and there's a rumor in Palma that Sarah Deering's death was not due to the fire.
Oh, yeah?
We got the tip from a news item in the local paper, the Palma News.
Who benefits by her death?
Her estate. We have no way of learning who she appointed as executor of her estate or who the beneficiaries might be, but a claim for the $100,000 will undoubtedly reach us before long.
Meanwhile, I'm to investigate this rumor?
Yeah. I'll send you our file on Sarah Deering and the newspaper item that gave us the tip.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? During his 50 years of public service, he held almost every office the public could give him. He was born in Virginia in 1758. And at the age of 18, when he left college to enter the Army, his cabinet boasted the names of such distinguished Americans as John Quincy Adams and John C. Calhoun. When he was reelected in 1820, he carried every state in the Union and won every electoral vote except one, which was cast for John Quincy Adams. If you don't have his name by now, here are two more clues. During his presidency, the first public high school was started, and the first steamship crossed the Atlantic. Who was he? James Monroe, 5th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office Federal Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Sarah Deering matter. Expense account item 1, $153 plane fare and incidentals from Hartford to International Airport, Inglewood, California. I rented a convertible and drove to Palma, a little village perched high in the Santa Rosa Mountains, overlooking 1,000 square miles of Mojave Desert. I registered at the town's only hotel, then dropped around the offices of the Palma News.
Oh, hello. Can I help you?
I'm looking for the editor, Lacey. M. Lacey.
I'm Lacey, Maggie Lacey.
The editor?
The editor.
You're kidding.
I wish you salesmen would think of a new approach. I'm just a little weary excusing the fact that I'm not a grizzled old character who drinks ink in his coffee.
Miss Lacey.
And I've got all the printing supplies I need. I'm sorry. Perhaps next time you pass through.
I'm here to talk about a news item, Miss Lacey.
Which item?
This one.
Well, what about it?
Well, it says that there are some rather peculiar circumstances, quote, surrounding the recent death of Palma's most famous citizen, Miss Sarah Deering. These circumstances were discovered by the Palma News and brought to the attention of Dan Cox, county sheriff. As of this writing, Sheriff Cox has chosen to ignore the evidence submitted by the news. Why? Unquote. You write that?
Yes.
And you submitted the evidence to Sheriff Cox?
Yes, I did.
What sort of evidence, Miss Lacey?
Now, I'm not sure that's any of your business, Mr.
Dollar. Johnny Dollar. My credentials.
Oh, an insurance investigator.
For federal life.
They insured Sarah Deering?
For $100,000.
Who's the beneficiary, Mr. Dollar?
Her estate. The executor hasn't contacted my company as yet. In fact, we don't know who he is or where to reach him.
100,000, you said.
Just waiting to be claimed.
Well, that would explain why she was killed.
What did you say?
Sarah Deering was murdered, Mr. Dollar. I'm almost positive of it.
You better explain, Miss Lacey.
Well, as you know, Sarah Deering was burned to death in her bed. At least that's what the county coroner certified. Accidental death due to fire of unknown origin.
But you disagree.
And I'll show you why. I found this in the ruins of her bedroom.
A medicine bottle.
The label was burnt off.
What's this stuff caked in the bottom?
Well, Pete, the local pharmacist, analyzed it for me. It's what's left of a very powerful sedative.
Is this the evidence you submitted to the sheriff?
And he said it wasn't anything to be concerned about. Now, listen, Mr. Dollar. The stuff in this bottle can only be purchased by prescription, and it wasn't purchased here in Palma.
So?
So I think those two men brought it. I think they drugged Sarah Deering and then rigged up some kind of contraption that would start a fire in her bedroom after they got out of town.
Hey, hold on. You left me with two men. What two men?
The ones who come to see Sarah Deering every year on the same day.
Who are they?
Nobody seems to know. They usually come together on the noon bus and leave town on the 6:20. I took a photograph of them last year. Plan to do a story on them someday, you know, from the angle of mysterious admirers make yearly pilgrimage to see ex-movie queen. Here it is.
And these men appeared on the day of her death.
They left on the 6:20, and the fire was discovered at 8.
Any idea where they come from?
Hollywood. I checked with the bus drivers.
You've done a very thorough job, Miss Lacey.
Sarah Deering has been my idol ever since I was old enough to dream. I read everything ever written about her. She was a wonderful woman.
Yeah, so I've heard. I understand she was a recluse.
What woman wouldn't be after the heartbreak she's had? You know, she died broke, Mr. Dollar. Except for the insurance policy.
Did she owe anyone?
No, there was just enough left in her bank account to pay her few debts and Hilda's wages.
Who's Hilda?
Hilda Brower, her personal maid. Been with her ever since she started in pictures.
Well, thanks for your help, Miss Lacey. I'll keep in touch. I found County Sheriff Dan Cox seated behind a well-ordered desk in his well-ordered office. He listened carefully while I explained the purpose of my call, and when I finished, he wagged his massive shock of silver-white hair.
Oh, Mr. Dollar, I'm afraid your company has been misled by an overzealous newspaper woman. Sarah Deering's death was accidental.
What about the sedatives found in her room, Sheriff? Maggie Lacey claims they were prescription drugs not purchased here in Palma.
Then Miss Deering must have purchased them elsewhere.
A recluse who hadn't been off her estate for 20 years?
Hilda Brower, her maid, went lots of places for Miss Deering.
How about the two men who called on her the day of her death?
Old friends, Mr. Dollar, came to see Miss Deering every year on her birthday.
You know them, Sheriff?
Yes.
You care to give me their names?
I would care, Mr. Dollar. They were friends of a very fine lady. I know she wouldn't want them to be annoyed because of some foolish rumors about her death.
You seem very certain that it was accidental.
It couldn't have been anything else. Sarah Deering didn't have an enemy in the world.
I get the impression that you knew her rather well.
We were close friends, Mr. Dollar.
I see. Sheriff, did you consider the possibility of suicide?
Impossible. A woman who enjoyed living as much as she did doesn't take her own life.
Yet she shut herself away from the world.
And why not? Her fame had brought her most of what the world had to offer. She preferred solitude.
Was she in good health, Sheriff?
Sarah Deering was always in delicate health, though she'd never admit it, especially to herself.
I see. Was there an autopsy?
The county coroner felt the circumstances didn't warrant an autopsy.
And you agreed?
Naturally, Mr. Dollar. I happen to be sheriff and county coroner.
I drove to the outskirts of town and located Sarah Deering's rambling Spanish villa, where I found Hilda Brower, an enormous, tearful woman.
It was my evening out, same as every Thursday, Mr. Dollar. I go to early movie. I'm home at 8. I smell smoke. It comes from her bedroom. There's fire. I try to reach her, but the flames...
It's all right, Hilda. You did what you could, I'm sure.
Excuse me, please. I'm not myself, you understand?
Of course. Hilda, who were the two men who visited Miss Deering that day?
Two men?
The ones who came every year on her birthday.
I do not know any men.
Now, Hilda, I know you're upset,
I
but
cannot tell you any more. I don't know any more.
you know their names, Hilda. What are they?
I cannot say any more. Please, go away now.
Now, look, Hilda,
You
all I...
best leave, Mr. Dollar.
Oh.
Wow, Sheriff Cox.
Hilda can't tell you any more than I've already told you. Case is closed. Why persist in stirring up ugly rumors?
I've got a job to do, Sheriff.
You've done it. Now, why not leave us in peace?
I'll be going when I'm satisfied.
That's your privilege, sir. Meanwhile, don't trespass on this property again.
Just as you say, Sheriff. Goodbye. Sheriff Cox didn't bother to see me out, so I had a chance to pause in Sarah Deering's living room and study some photographs which had caught my eye earlier. There were 4 of them, all enshrined in gold frames, all of the same handsome young man. The face was weak-mouthed, without character, and vaguely familiar.
Oh, Mr. Dollar. Back so soon? Any luck?
I don't know yet, Miss Lacey. May I see the photograph of those mysterious visitors you showed me before?
Oh, of course. Here you are. You got a lead, Mr. Dollar.
I think so. You see this man? The tall one?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there are 4 photos of him in Sarah Deering's living room.
Were they autographed?
No, but they were framed in enough gold to indicate he must have held a very special place in her life. Of course, he's a lot older in this photograph.
How about his pudgy little companion here?
Well, apparently he didn't rate enshrinement. Only the tall one made the Hall of Fame.
I wonder who he is.
Miss Lacey, are you absolutely positive these 2 men visited Sarah Deering the day she died?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Thanks. I'll borrow this photo if you don't mind. Be back tomorrow.
Mr. Dollar, Johnny, wait.
Yeah?
Where are you going in such a lather?
To the Hollywood Public Library to find a name for this face.
If you think the person in this photograph was an actor, Mr. Dollar, his picture and name will undoubtedly be cataloged in the player's directory or prior to 1937, the standard casting directory.
Well, fine.
However, unless you know approximately when he was active, you may be in for a very long search.
Oh?
A new edition of the directory is published 3 times a year. Each contains hundreds of performers.
I see. Well, dust off the 1923 editions. I'll work my way forward. 4 hours and what seemed to be 400,000 faces later, I found my man in a 1928 edition of the Standard Casting Directory. He was Neville Thomas, represented by an agent named Mattie Freeman. A phone call to the Artist Managers Guild disclosed that Freeman had gone out of business 10 years ago. He was now owner of Mattie's Steakhouse, an expensive eatery on La Cienega Boulevard, Hollywood's restaurant row. At the bar, I was about to relieve my parched throat when who should approach but the pudgy little man in the photo Maggie Lacey had loaned me.
Oh, I'm Matty Freeman. Headwater said you want to see me.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't catch your name, Mr.
Dollar. Johnny Dollar. Insurance investigator.
What can I do for you?
Well, I was looking for an actor you used to represent, Neville Thomas. But you'll do fine. For now.
I don't understand.
This photo give you a hint?
Never one thing.
Taken in Palma last year.
Where'd you get this?
That's not what I'm here to talk about, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, so you've got a photograph.
And a witness who saw you and Neville Thomas in Palma a few hours before Sarah Deering died.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Dollar, and if you'll excuse...
Just a minute.
What is it?
You mean to say that you've never heard of Sarah Deering?
It was my privilege to be in the business when Sarah Deering was making motion picture history.
Well, feeling the way you do, it seems to me you'd be willing to cooperate.
How?
Explain what you were doing in Palma the day Sarah Deering died.
Why should I explain anything to you?
I just thought maybe you'd like to clear yourself.
What?
Suspicion of Sarah Deering's murder?
I'm having a pipe dream, Dollar. Sarah Deering died on a fire.
Okay. Then let's move on to Neville Thomas. Where can I find him?
I wouldn't know.
All right. Have it your way. I'll find Neville Thomas with or without your help. My company can usually get police cooperation. I'll see you, Mr. Freeman.
1 second, Dollar.
Yeah?
Just what does police cooperation imply?
Oh, a statewide alarm for Neville Thomas. Wanted for questioning in connection with the death of Sarah Deering.
The sheriff at Palmer certified the death was accidental. The matter's closed.
Any matter of murder can always be reopened. It'll be messy. Lots of newspaper publicity. But I'm going to find Thomas. See you around.
Wait, Dollar.
Yeah?
Neville Thomas is in my office.
Mind if I break in here for a moment to say a few words? Just the other day, I was having lunch with a group of newspaper reporters. We were talking about the government and what goes into its operation when a thought struck me. It's a funny thing, I said. They call one branch of the government the State Department when it handles all of our foreign affairs. Can any of you fellows explain that? Well, one of the reporters who writes political news piped up and said, actually, the State Department does more than handle foreign affairs. It also publishes all of the laws that have been passed by Congress and issues all the passports and visas for anyone traveling outside the United States. Well, just then the waitress brought us our coffee, and she entered the conversation. Don't forget, she said, if you're ever on a quiz show, you can maybe win a trip to the moon by telling them that the State Department has the job of making sure the Great Seal of the United States doesn't get lost. And it acts sort of like a governmental Emily Post, too. Well, while she was making out our checks, she added this bit of information. Did you ever hear of the Division of Protocol? That's part of the State Department, too. It's the outfit that makes sure foreign diplomats who visit America get introduced the way they should and get seated in the right places at official dinners and things like that. Well, after she gave us all that information, we tipped her and went back to work. And now I think it's time we got back to our program.
And now with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Matty Freeman led me back to his office with all the grudging grace of a kid surrendering a stolen apple. The man he introduced as Neville Thomas was still handsome, but branded with a bitter, down-at-the-mouth expression.
You asked me if I knew Sarah Deering. Why, I was her leading man in 5 pictures, Mr. Dollar. She was a vixen, temperamental, the most exasperating woman in the world.
But she had a great gift, Neville.
A gift for stealing scenes, yes.
When did you last see her, Mr. Thomas?
Yes? All right. Excuse me, I'm wanted outside. I know you'll cooperate with Mr. Dollar, Neville.
Don't worry, Matty. My ex-agent stole me blind when I was on the top of the heap. I drop around here once in a while to admire the house my money built.
Let's get back to Sarah Deering.
If you insist.
When did you see her last?
Not since our last picture.
Oh, that's not true.
No?
You saw her the day she died.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Mr. Dollar.
You were positively identified.
By whom?
By someone who's seen you in Palmer every year on Sarah Deering's birthday.
Fantastic.
Take a look at this photograph. Care to reconsider your answer?
Only to this extent, Mr. Dollar. I'll admit I did visit Sarah Deering occasionally, as seldom as possible, and only after she besieged me with letters and phone calls. You see, Sarah was in love with me. I had been for many years.
Oh. And you?
I'm afraid I didn't share Matty's adoration for her, Mr. Dollar. Pity is the nicest word to express my feeling for Sarah.
I see. What do you know about the real cause of her death?
I read that she died in the fire. Has there been some further development?
You were seen leaving her home less than 2 hours before the fire was discovered.
Impossible. I can prove I was here in Hollywood at the apartment of a friend.
Who?
Mattie Freeman.
Well, it didn't take a mental colossus to deduce that Thomas and his ex-agent had rehearsed their alibi before I ever set foot in the steakhouse. The clincher, if I needed one, came as I pulled out of the parking lot. I spotted Mattie talking to someone in a parked sedan. The someone obliged by striking a match to his cigar, which revealed that it was Sheriff Dan Cox. Right then, I decided to call it a day. I registered at the plaza, took an aspirin, a hot shower, and a sleeping tablet, in that order.
Hello. Johnny, I phoned every hotel in town. Thank heavens I finally located you.
Well, lucky you, whoever you are.
Maggie Lacey, Johnny. I've got to see you right away.
For Maggie. It's 2:00 in the morning. I'll drive down first thing tomorrow.
I'm not phoning from Palma, Johnny. I'm here in Hollywood. I'll be in the plaza lobby in 5 minutes.
Hello, Maggie. Say, Maggie.
Johnny. Oh, you look awful.
Well, I told you. I took a sleeping tablet. Oh, it's a blockbuster. Oh, my eyelids feel like lead sash weights.
Come here. Let's sit down over here.
Okay. Better, Maggie. Ooh, Maggie's happy.
Well, when I missed you at the library, I decided to do a little research on Sarah Deering.
Well, good for you.
Well, they have a wonderful Sarah Deering scrapbook with all her news photos and clippings. I borrowed this.
Hey, do these agonized eyes deceive me, or the people in this photo?
Read the caption, Johnny.
Relaxing with Miss Sarah Deering beside her Hollywood swimming pool are the 4 lucky people to whom the motion picture star will someday leave her multi-million-dollar estate. They are, left to right, Miss Hilda Brower, her personal maid, Mr. Mattie Freeman, her agent, Neville Thomas, her current leading man, and Dan Cox, her attorney.
Think of it, Johnny. Sheriff Cox, the man who insists her death was accidental, is one of her heirs.
Well, I'm not the least surprised. Well, I'll see you in the morning, Maggie.
Well, Johnny, wait. Aren't you going to do something?
Yeah. I'm going to point you toward the YWCA, then send a wire to my company. Well, wait quietly for an answer. Oh, no. Johnny Dollar.
Ed Gross, Johnny.
Oh, hello. What time is it?
9 here. 6 where you are.
Oh, no.
Say, I got your wire. What are you doing in Hollywood? Tried phoning you on Palma last night. Where have you been?
I'll explain later, Mr. Gross. Say, how about Sarah Deering's insurance? Anybody claim the $100,000 yet?
Yeah, got a registered letter yesterday. Mailed 2 days ago from the executor of her estate.
Yeah? Who is he?
A Palma man named Cox. Dan Cox.
I checked out of the plaza, expense account item 3, $12, and was halfway to Palma before I realized I'd forgotten to pick up Maggie Lacey. But I quieted my conscience by making a mental promise that she'd get an exclusive story on Hilda Brower's confession. At this point, confronted with all the information I had, I figured Hilda would be the easiest of the 4 heirs to break. I learned how wrong a guy can be when I pulled into the drive of Sarah Deering's villa and discovered I was expected.
Come in, Mr. Dollar.
Well, you do get around, Sheriff.
Yes, you too, sir. Fortunately, your moves are fairly predictable.
So you're here to see that I don't talk to Hilda again, hmm?
Hilda is ill. She can't be disturbed.
Let me read you a caption on an old newspaper photo. Relaxing with Miss Sarah Deering beside her Hollywood swimming pool are the four lucky people to whom the motion picture star will someday leave her multimillion-dollar estate. They are, left to right, Hilda Brower, Mattie Freeman...
Oh, you need
Neville...
to go on, Mr. Dollar. I see what you're driving at. You think the four of us murdered Miss Deering for her insurance money?
Well, it's the most logical theory to date, Sheriff. Especially since you happen to be the executor of the estate.
Mr. Dollar, Sarah Deering was not murdered. However, I will admit that she did not die as a result of the fire.
Oh?
She was dead when the fire was started.
Started? Who was the firebug?
Hilda. She came home, found Miss Deering dead, an open bottle of sedatives beside the bed.
Suicide?
That's what Hilda thought. She must have gone out of her head with grief. She told me later that her only thought was to protect Miss Deering's name from the shame of a suicide's death.
So she set the fire to destroy the evidence?
Yes.
And to circumvent the suicide clause in Sarah Deering's policy.
What's that?
Policy is not payable if the insured dies by her own hand, Sheriff.
Your tone implies that I was unaware of that fact, Mr. Dollar.
I'm not interested one way or the other. My job's finished. I'm reporting death by suicide to my company.
You haven't heard the full story, Mr. Dollar.
There's more?
Sarah Deering was not a suicide.
You just said she was.
I said Hilda thought she was.
Get to the point, Sheriff.
After Mattie Freeman and Neville Thomas paid Miss Deering their usual birthday visit, she had another caller.
Who?
He's down the hall in the study. This way. Because of your skepticism, Mr. Dollar, I had to request the state police to get the man you're going to meet. While the hunt was going on, I knew you'd be tracking down Mattie Freeman and Thomas, that you'd dig into Miss Deering's past, find things which would be misleading. Well, the maneuvering is over now. This gentleman can tell you the real truth about Sarah Deering's death. Mr. Dollar, this is Dr. James Harding.
Oh, so you're Dollar, huh?
That's right.
You've caused a lot of trouble, Dollar. Broke up the first vacation I've had in 10 years.
I'm sorry, but there's a matter of $100,000.
Please don't interrupt. I've got to be back in Beverly Hills by noon. Got patients waiting.
Well, then get to the point, Doctor.
All right. I've got a little hideout in the desert. That's where the state police found me. I was on my way there the day Sarah Deering died. I had to pass through Palmer, so I stopped off to see her.
Dr. Harding was her physician, Mr. Dollar.
And a very old friend. I was about 7 when I drove up. I found her alone. She'd had a sudden attack. She was dying.
Dying?
Sarah Deering had been dying for years, Mr. Dollar. I won't go into the medical details. Suffice it to say, her courage couldn't hold off the inevitable any longer. As she was feeling fast, in great pain.
So you gave her the sedative?
Yes. She died quietly.
Then Jim came down to my office to report her death. I was out on a call.
I didn't want to wait, so I filled out a death certificate, left it with a note on Dan's desk, and then drove on to my desert place.
Meanwhile, Hilda returned home from the movies, found Miss Deering dead, and the bottle of sedatives Jim had forgotten. The rest you know, Mr. Dollar.
Well, it's none of my affair or my company's. But just for the record, why did you report Sarah Deering died as a result of the fire?
If I'd reported the real truth, then I would have had to charge a very devoted servant and companion with arson.
But Hilda did set the fire, Sheriff, and arson is a crime.
Mr. Dollar, do you think Hilda committed a crime?
Well, legally, yes, but morally, well, as I said, it's none of my affair, is it? Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye, Mr. Dollar.
Expense account item number 4. $5 to check out of the Palma hotel room I never had the chance to use. Item 5, $51.75, gas, oil, and rental on the convertible. Item number 6, $150, plane fare and incidentals back to Hartford. Expense account total, $372.25. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For your listening enjoyment, John Lund as Johnny Dollar.
Tom Benson, Johnny. How fast can you get to Kansas City, Missouri?
Why?
Maybe you can stop a homicide.
Well, that sounds worthwhile. What's the dope?
We underwrite complete insurance coverage for the Patterson Transport Corporation. They handle the parcel delivery service for most of the department stores in town.
Well, that should be profitable, but hardly deadly.
There have been 6 robberies and beatings involving their drivers in the past week, Johnny. Apparently one guy is responsible, and he's gotten increasingly brutal with each holdup.
How far has he gone?
The last holdup was yesterday afternoon. He went berserk. The driver's in the hospital with 5 broken ribs and a fractured skull. If this guy isn't caught, it's only a question of time before he kills somebody.
I'll take the first plane out.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? In 1884, with a limited education and practically no experience in national affairs, he was elected president at the age of 48. During his administration, an income tax was passed, but declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. And Coxey's army made its first march on the Capitol as a protest against unemployment. It was also during his administration that the Presidential Succession Bill was passed, which indicated the line of succession to the presidency from the president down through the cabinet. If you don't have his name by now, here are 2 more clues. He was the first president to be married in the White House and the only president to serve 2 non-successive terms. Who was he? Grover Cleveland, 22nd and 24th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Eastern Indemnity and Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Patterson transport matter. Expense account item 1, $73.20. Airfare and incidentals between Hartford, Connecticut and Kansas City, Missouri. I was met at the airport by Walt Hendricks, Vice President and General Manager of Patterson Transport.
It's a rough one, Dollar. 6 holdups in the week. Over $3,700 in COD money stolen. 3 drivers beaten so badly they can't work. One of them in the hospital in critical condition. Real rough one.
I understand one man has been pulling the job, Mr. Hendricks.
Seems to stack up that way. So far, we haven't been able to do a blasted thing to stop him.
How's he operating?
Well, it's like this. He buys something at a department store, has the package sent out COD to a vacant apartment or house. When the driver gets out there, he lowers the boom.
Mm-hmm. What about the police?
Well, since yesterday morning, they've had a plainclothesman riding the delivery trucks with the drivers.
Well, that should have brought results.
Yeah, we thought it would, too, till last night.
The driver that's laid up in the hospital?
Yeah. He got it in his own garage, coming home from a movie with his wife.
Hendricks dropped me off at the Muleback Hotel. He said the Patterson Transport Company would supply a car for my personal use. And it was there, ready and waiting after I finished checking in. I drove over to police headquarters at 1125 Locust Street, where Lieutenant Herman of the Robbery Division filled me in.
Well, there's a few things about this that make sense, Dollar. Not many, but a few.
Like what, Lieutenant?
The way he operates, for one, has a definite pattern. Every holdup's either at the far end of the driver's route or the last stop or 2 before he checks in for the day.
Sounds like he's pretty familiar with the delivery operation.
And that's what we figure. Maybe from the Patterson transport end, maybe from the department stores. But then another thing. He's almost sure to be a psycho.
The way he's manhandled those drivers?
There wasn't any reason for beating them. Drivers all have orders not to resist. He gets increasingly brutal with every holdup. No sense to it, unless he's a psycho.
Mm-hmm. Any description on him?
Yeah, partial. Always wears a blue bandana handkerchief over his face. But here's what we've got on him for what it's worth.
Let's see, about 6 feet, 190 to 200 pounds, gray slouch hat, baggy gray suit. Has a noticeable limp in the right leg. Well, that's pretty general, but that limp might help tie him down.
I've got the personnel managers of Patterson and the department stores going over their records on the basis of that description. So far, they haven't come up with anything. But here's another angle. Take a look at this map.
Yeah, sure.
Now, the first robbery took place out here, 4300 Block and Seneca. The next, here, at Observation Park. And one here on Cypress. The next at 32nd Terrace. Then 54th and Jackson.
Well, that makes a rough circle around the city. What's he been doing, moving from route to route in a definite pattern?
That's it. Hitting one driver after another in turn.
Well, then you should know who's liable to be next on the list.
We do. Driver by the name of Milton Spears. He's got the Southwest Territory down here. If the man we're after follows his pattern, we'll get him. But if he breaks it like he did last night...
Yeah.
Now, that's about all I can tell you now, Dollar. We're hoping this guy will try again with our men riding the trucks. It's our best bet for getting him. And even if he doesn't, maybe we can... Oh, hi, Grayson.
Lieutenant? We just got a report over in Traffic Division. One of the Patterson Company's trucks was in an accident on Anderson Avenue.
What kind of accident?
Well, apparently the truck got out of control, smashed into a parked car along the curb. The driver was killed.
What about our man?
We didn't have anybody assigned to it. The truck had been in for repair, and the driver was just road testing it. Doesn't sound like it ties in with a holdup, but I thought you'd better know.
Well, thanks, Grayson. Let me see the complete report when you get it in.
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant.
Say, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Did you get the name of the driver who was killed?
Yeah, we got it. The name was Spears. Milton Spears.
When we got to the scene of the accident, an ambulance and squad car were already there. One of the squad car men filled us in on what they'd learned.
He was heading east on Anderson here, Lieutenant. Then for some reason he suddenly cramped the wheel to the right and plowed into that Buick there at the curb.
He must have been going at a pretty good clip. Burned a lot of rubber off on the street when he swung in here.
Yeah. What did the ambulance men have to say?
He was dead when they got here. Didn't look as though the crash killed him. No impact wasn't heavy enough for that. I think he might have had a heart attack.
Uh-huh. Any witnesses?
No eyewitnesses, Lieutenant. There's a lady over there wants to talk to you.
Okay, ask her to come over. And have them take the body down to the morgue for an immediate autopsy. I want the results on it as soon as possible.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Oh, how does it hit you, Dollar?
Well, a couple of things don't quite add up.
Take him down to the
Like what?
boys, and have them...
Well, why he was road testing a truck on a quiet residential street. Why he was going fast enough to make heavy skid marks like that.
And why it had to happen to a driver by the name of Milton Spears.
Yeah.
Well, maybe the autopsy will give us something to go on.
Yeah, maybe.
Here's the lady I was telling you about, Lieutenant. Mrs. Robertson.
How do you do, Mrs. Robertson? I understand you have something to tell us.
I should say I do have something to tell you, Lieutenant. It's about time you police officers did something to protect the interests of our citizens. We've got rights, you know, and it's your duty to see that they're protected.
I'm not sure I understand.
No, I didn't think you would. Things have come to a pretty pass when a taxpayer can't leave a car parked out on the street without some drunken truck driver smashing it to pieces. It's your duty to see that such reckless, incompetent drivers are kept off our streets and highways.
You're the owner of the Buick that was hit, Mrs. Robertson?
Well, isn't that just what I've been telling you, young man? And believe me, somebody is going to pay for the damage done to my car and for the shock and damage caused to my nerves.
Did you see the accident take place, Mrs. Robertson?
No, I didn't see it. But not that I had to. I was upstairs in my apartment over there, playing whist with some friends.
Then what makes you think the driver was drunk or irresponsible?
Oh, of course he was. What other explanation could there be? Smashing into a person's car like that in broad daylight on a quiet street. There's not the slightest doubt in my mind. Both of them were drunk.
Then there was somebody else in the truck besides the driver?
Well, of course there was.
How do you know, Mrs. Robertson?
Oh, because I saw him, that's why. I looked out of my window and saw him. A big, husky man he was. He got out of the truck right after the crash and went limping off down the street.
Additional questioning of the excitable Mrs. Robertson brought no further information. We got the same results from the other residents of Anderson Avenue. The men from the lab arrived and started working on the truck and Buick for possible physical evidence, and we went back to police headquarters.
No need for you to stick around, Dollar, unless you want to. We won't be getting the autopsy report on Spears for another hour or two.
Well, I thought I might look over the driver's statements on the robbery, Lieutenant. Maybe something will hit me.
Oh, sure. I'll have Grayson dig them out for you.
Yes, sir?
Grayson, will you get out the driver's statements and the Patterson transport files? Mr. Dollar would like to look them over.
Well, I've got them right here, Lieutenant. Adding another report to the list.
What's that?
Got a call from General Hospital. The driver who was beaten up last night just died.
I went over the driver's statements and the official investigation reports. Lieutenant Herman and his men had covered every angle I could think of, and a couple I hadn't. When I got through, the autopsy on Milton Spears hadn't been completed yet, so I drove out to the Patterson Transport Company in the Northeast Industrial District. I found Walt Hendricks in the offices of the company, which were located to one side of their busy garage.
Oh, that's a terrible thing about Milt Spears, Dollar. A terrible thing. Man had been with us for 15 years. Perfect safety record, and gets himself killed in an accident that way.
If it was an accident.
Well, you think it's connected with the holdups?
We'll know more about it when we get the autopsy report.
Well, I suppose it could tie in.
According to the pattern, Spears was the next driver due to get hit.
Sure, and if it had happened while Spears was out on the route, I'd say okay. But he wasn't.
Just what was he doing, Mr. Hendricks?
Well, his truck broke down, the clutch linkage. We sent a substitute out. When the garage got through, Milt took the truck out to road test it.
Anybody go with him?
No. Milt was a good mechanic. No reason to send anybody along. And we don't allow our men to pick up any riders or hitchhikers. No, there couldn't have been anybody in the truck with him.
Well, maybe he picked up somebody he knew.
Well, a possibility, I suppose. I don't know, Dollar. This thing's got me so busy I can't think straight at all. I guess there's one consolation, though.
Yeah, what's that?
If you count Spears, every driver in the organization's been hit by now. Unless he starts over again, this guy has any place to go.
I'll give you 8 to 5. He'll think of something. It was getting late in the afternoon, so I figured I'd pay one more visit to headquarters before going back to the hotel and knocking off for the day. As I walked into Lieutenant Herman's office, he was just finishing a phone call.
Okay, Doc. Thanks for the fast report. I'll buy you a dinner someday if you're lucky enough to catch up with me. Oh, hi, Dollar. That was Doc Winters, autopsy surgeon. There was a .22 caliber bullet in Milton Spears' brain.
Wow. Nothing very accidental about that, is there?
Not likely. Fired at close range behind the right ear. Point of penetration was covered by hair. Bullet lodged in the bone. That's why the ambulance attendants didn't catch it.
No wonder he crashed the truck.
Yeah. We'll have ballistics examine the bullet. Don't know that they'll come up with anything, though. Well, it's been a long day. What do you say we go out and have a bite to eat?
I'll buy that, Lieutenant.
There's a good steakhouse right down. Lieutenant Herman. I remember. We'll be right there. Now, let's roll, Dollar.
What's up?
Remember that Mrs. Robertson?
The woman who owned the smashed-up Buick?
Yeah. She just saw the man we were after. He's out in front of her place right now.
Mind if I cut in to say something, fellows? It won't take too long, since a word to the wise is sufficient. And in the English language, there is one word which is important to just about everyone in the world. That word is security. Security has several different meanings, however. Usually, we think of it in connection with the protecting of our military installations and defense industries. But it means more than that. There is a security which applies to every man, woman, and child in America. The security which comes from being in good health, having a good education, and being well taken care of in case things get a little too tough to handle by oneself. This kind of security is the problem of the President's newest cabinet member, the Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare. This department ties together the work of several governmental agencies. First, there is the United States Public Health Service, which strives to make certain that the general health of the people in our country is in the best of condition. Then there is the Food and Drug Administration, which guarantees that the food we eat is pure and safe to eat. The Social Security Board, which takes care of old people, children, and the blind who need assistance, also comes under the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, as does the United States Office of Education. This office does research on the educational possibilities, changes, and opportunities, and passes on its information to the various state boards of education. As you can see, the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare is one of the most important agencies in our government, assuring us, as it does, of a normal and healthy way of life.
And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. When Lieutenant Herman and I got out to the Anderson Avenue address, Mrs. Robertson was waiting for us in the vestibule of the apartment building.
It's the man, I tell you. The very same man who got out of the truck that smashed my car. And I want you to arrest him at once. Do you hear?
If he's a man, we'll arrest him, Mrs. Robertson.
Of course he's a man. I ought to know. I saw him get out of the truck and limp down the street. And I saw him again just before I called you.
What was he doing, Mrs. Robertson?
Looking over my car, that's what. The nerve of him. A criminal returning to the scene of his crime.
There's no doubt about the identification.
I told you there wasn't, didn't I? A big, heavy-set man, dressed in a gray suit, walking with a limp. He's the man, all right.
Where is he now?
Oh, where would a man like that be? I told you he was drunk when he smashed into my car. He went into that bar at the corner.
At the bar.
Yeah. Only guy in the place answers the description.
You want to take him over there?
As good a place as any. Police officers, keep your hands on the bar.
Hey, what's going on here?
Hands on the bar. Shake him down, Dollar.
Yeah, sure.
What do you think you're doing, Mac? I ain't got no rod on me.
How about it?
He's clean, Lieutenant.
Sure, I'm clean. I told you I was, didn't I? Now, what do you guys want with me?
What's your name, mister?
What's it to you?
Your name.
Wesley, Gerald Wesley.
Where do you live?
I ain't decided yet. Just got into town.
What are you doing in this neighborhood?
Look, you guys ain't got nothing on me. A guy's got a right to come in and have a drink without coppers hopping all over him.
Why the interest in the car, Wesley?
What car?
The smashed-up Buick down the street.
Who's interested in a smashed Buick?
You were. You were looking at it. Why?
So I looked at it. Any law against that?
The man was killed when that car was hit, Wesley.
So what's that got to do with me?
We've got a witness who says you were involved in the accident.
Your witness is nuts. All I was doing was walking down the street. I seen the car, took a gander at it.
We'll talk it over downtown, Wesley.
There ain't nothing to talk. I didn't have nothing to do with that car. Somebody getting bumped off.
You heard the lieutenant. We'll talk about it downtown.
Might as well come clean, Wesley. Make it easier on yourself.
There's nothing to come clean about. I told you, coppers, that you ain't got nothing on me.
We've got a witness who says different.
I told you he's lying. I never been in that neighborhood before.
What did you do with the gun?
What gun?
The one you used to knock off Milton Spears.
I never had a gun. And I never heard of the Spears. Now, why don't you guys lay off and let me out of here?
Pretty good racket you had, Wesley. How'd you happen to think of it?
What racket?
The parcel delivery gimmick.
You nuts or something? I didn't have nothing to do with them Patterson trucks.
We didn't mention the name of the outfit, Wesley.
So you didn't mention it.
Then how'd you know what we were talking about?
I can read the papers, can't I? They've been full of them parcel delivery stick-ups.
You know more about it than that. Come on, let's have it, Wesley.
I tell you, nuts. I just got into town yesterday.
From where?
California.
Where in California?
Folsom.
We can check on that, Wesley.
So check. You'll find out it's like I said. You ain't got a thing on me, coppers. Not a lousy thing.
Lieutenant Herman sent in a teletyped request for verification from Folsom, along with telephoto copies of Wesley's prints for comparison. We got the answer back in an hour.
Well, there it is, Dollar. Wesley wasn't sprung from Folsom until yesterday morning. Served his full time.
We made one more check. We had Mrs. Robertson try to pick out the man she'd seen from a lineup including Wesley and 6 police officers. She made a positive identification of Sergeant Grayson. Expense account item 2, $17.85, dinner and drinks for Lieutenant Herman and myself. Afterwards, the lieutenant called it quits for the night, and I headed for the Patterson garage. I wanted to talk with Walt Hendricks again.
Lucky to catch me in, Dollar. Don't usually work this late, but it's different tonight.
Well, what's different about it, Mr. Hendricks?
I've got some drivers to get. A couple of substitutes for those who are laid up. 2 permanent ones.
Yeah. Well, I won't take up too much of your time. I just want to get a few things straight.
Sure, go ahead.
It's pretty obvious that whoever we're after knows the operation of this business. That means he knew he wasn't going to get much of a take on those morning stick-ups. The drivers hadn't time to collect many CODs.
No, but he got over 3,700 on the afternoon job. Nothing wrong with that.
I don't say there is. But it's possible that money is only the frosting on the cake.
Thinking that somebody might have a grudge against the outfit?
Well, there's enough evidence to support it. The systematic way he's gone after the drivers, the beatings he's dished out for no apparent reason.
Yeah, I've been thinking the same thing.
Come up with any ideas?
No, not a one. The company's always had a good labor record. Never any fuss with competitors. I even checked with Mrs. Thompson about it.
Who's Mrs. Thompson?
Oh, she worked here for almost 20 years as my assistant and secretary. Had an auto accident about 6 months ago. Left her crippled.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah. But she knows the business as well as I do, so I thought maybe she'd come up with something.
Have any luck?
Nothing. I even talked to her husband about it.
Did he work for the outfit, too?
No, but he got to know it pretty well through her. And he figured it the same way we do. But he couldn't come up with anything either. He did try to warn Milt Spears, though.
How was that?
Well, he had the guy's pattern figured out, too, and knew Milt might be next. So we warned him to be careful.
Mrs. Thompson's husband was here at the garage before Milt Spears left?
Yeah, that's right. He drove up just a few minutes before Milt took off to road test the truck.
I went back to the hotel and put in a call to Tom Benson in Hartford. In the company's interest, he was willing to bust up his bridge game and go down to the office. He called me back in about 45 minutes with the information I wanted.
The accident took place last Christmas Eve, Johnny. Thompsons were leaving a party at the Patterson offices. Apparently, the husband had a little too much to drink. Drove out of the garage too fast, skidded as he hit the street, and wound up on the wrong side. One of the delivery trucks was just coming in. They met head on.
Uh-huh. What's the medical report say?
Well, the driver of the truck was killed outright. Mrs. Thompson suffered 2 broken vertebrae, left her permanently crippled. We paid all medical expenses. She's got a life income of $100 a month.
What about the husband?
He was in the hospital up until a couple of weeks ago. Had a depressed skull fracture, bad compound fracture of the right tibia. Outside of that, he should be as good as new. Help you any, Johnny?
I wouldn't be surprised. The Thompson home was a modest frame bungalow on Prospect Avenue, less than a half mile from the Patterson garage. I was met at the door by a practical nurse who checked with Mrs. Thompson and then led me into the bedroom to see her.
It was awfully kind of you to call on me this way, Mr. Dollar. And I want you to know that Charlie and I are very appreciative of everything your company has done for us.
You're only getting what you're entitled to, Mrs. Thompson?
Well, perhaps. But when you've been used to making your own way of life, earning your own living, then suddenly find yourself in a position like I'm in, well, it's awfully nice to know that there are people like you around.
Well, thanks, Mrs. Thompson. Is your husband at home?
I'm dreadfully sorry, but he left just a few minutes ago. And you did want to talk to him about those robberies, didn't you?
What makes you think that?
Oh, Mr. Hendricks told me you were in town. And Charlie's been so interested in those holdups. Well, he just feels terrible about those poor drivers, you know.
No, I didn't.
Oh, yes. Just terrible.
He's been so worried about them ever since the trouble began. He even wanted to ride along with some of them on their routes to help protect them.
Is that so?
Yes, he's felt that way, protective about them ever since that accident happened to us. Some men might have felt the driver was to blame that night. Might have felt resentful toward them because of what happened to me. But not Charlie. He's a wonderfully forgiving man, Mr. Dollar.
Where is your husband now?
Yes. He even had a presentiment about what was going to happen to them after the holdup started. He told me he was afraid that robber would go from one driver to the next, beating them, perhaps even killing them. He even made a list of the ones he was afraid would be hurt.
Where is he now, Mrs. Thompson?
That's why he went out tonight, Mr. Dollar. He's determined he won't let anything like that happen again. That's why he went out to protect him.
To protect who?
Well, the next one on his list, of course. My former employer, Mr. Hendricks.
The phone was in the living room. I put in 2 fast calls. The first to police headquarters.
We'll have a car right out, Dollar.
The second was to the Patterson garage to warn Hendricks. The garage was only a few short blocks away, and I made it before the squad car did. There was a light in Hendricks' office, but it was empty. I tried the darkened garage next. Thompson? Is that you, Thompson? Thompson?
What's going on out there? What's the shooting about?
It's Dollar, Hendricks.
Dollar?
Yeah. Throw some lights on, will you?
Yeah, sure. What's going on here, Dollar? What are you... Oh, Charlie Thompson.
Yeah. Where were you?
In the back room. But Charlie, what happened?
Well, somebody had to stop him from protecting you. Expense account item 3, $22.10. Hotel bill and miscellaneous. Expense account item 4, $71.30, airfare back to Hartford. Expense account total, $184.45. Remarks: when ballistics verified that Thompson's .22 Colt had killed Milton Spears, my official job was over. My unofficial one, informing Mrs. Thompson, wasn't nearly as easy. I guess I got a little confused. It's the only way I can account for the fact that she believes her husband died a hero, getting the bandit single-handed. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.